don't.
I don't know what you guys are
Are
talking
you
about.
trying to like
Okay,
reel us
hold
in
on.
for the
This will impress you. I think, Bob, I'm trying to impress you. I think you can probably tell, but hold on. This is going to impress you, I think. Hold on.
He's teasing us, you know.
I don't believe anything he's saying anyway, so it doesn't matter.
He's teasing us. Oh, yeah.
So this is his first time bringing this out. So he shows off his Zen 10 with the fight on the back. Now he's showing off the this is the MAGA hat. So if you don't know the history of this thing, where Hasan got it, when he did Leftovers with Ethan Klein, apparently this hat was on the set. Hasan put it on during the filming of Leftovers. Leftovers was just like a podcast he did with Ethan Klein for a while. And, it's kind of one of these things where the hat ends up going home with Hasan instead of staying at the H3 studio, which at the time was probably fine because Hasan and Ethan were friends. But since October 7th, that friendship has really struggled. Okay. And yeah, Ethan is a little bit sore that Hasan took his hat now, but he would have to ask for it back. Did I start a second stream? That's a mobile stream, right? So if you really like watching me like this instead of like that, if you like to hold your phone like this instead of like this, then maybe it's just a stream for people who are watching on mobile. So it's the same stream basically, just different format.
That would be a 10 plus. That's a pretty good one.
So how come you guys don't have that?
So now
it was Ethan's pre-slop days, yeah.
Question is,
although technically they're also his post-slop days, because Ethan was a slop tuber back in the day. He was a slop tuber. He embraced girly pop nation, who don't really rock with the slop tubers. Orange Man good. Orange Man funny for sure. Orange Man is gonna be a figure in the cultural lexicon for years. But I feel like he'd be much better as a reality show host rather than the host of the actual show Reality, rather than the host of Reality itself, right? Rather than the leader of the the global hegemon, right? I think he'd be much funnier in his actual medium, which is reality television. Can you imagine if Trump did some kind of like Housewives thing with Melania? That would be sick.
How often do you wear that out in public?
Oh, regularly. Always. I wear it out in public. I wear it out to the rallies when I go to the rallies, the Trump rallies.
To the polls.
Yes, you do.
Okay. We get it. You don't like Donald Trump.
Wait, what do you mean, Bob? I feel like I'm out. I'm.
This is what a lot of MAGA don't get, is that like left-wingers don't have a universal viscerally negative reaction to Donald Trump. Like in and of himself, he's a lolcow. You know it too. Don't you, Gigas? You know it's a presidential lolcow we got. Not quite the same kind of lolcow as JD Vance. He's a more advanced form of lolcow. But a lolcow, nonetheless, he is, and a lolcow he shall remain until his heart decides that he shall no longer walk on this earth.
I'm out MAGA-ing you a little bit, I think.
I don't think you are, but I'm not going to go dig out my stuff.
I believe the word, sir, that you may not be aware of is you are getting mogged. You are getting magged. You're getting mogged by MAGA. You are getting out MAGA'd.
Impressed. I think you're a little
by a pajama boy, nonetheless.
impressed. Is like you can't admit.
Oh yeah, let me give you some new insults, right? Dark Gigas, like right. If you're hooked on the R slur, which I don't blame you. Way too many people who are too old for it are. But if you're looking for a different slur to call people, I feel like that's the one for you.
But it's okay.
I kind of am.
No, he isn't. That's something he had to go dig out from behind him, and he ain't. There's no way in hell he wears it in public.
Oh god.
Dad, that's your complaint that he had to dig it out from behind him, that he's not wearing it.
Well, now wearing it in public's another matter, right? Anybody seen the Larry Gigas thing? Larry Gigas, Jesus Christ, fuck. The Larry, what's his name? Larry, oh my god. The guy from Curb Your Enthusiasm. No, Dark Gigas, you're the cash cow. That's what you don't get. Trump is making money off of your ass right now. Trump is buying and selling your ass 1,000 times in ways that you can't possibly fathom. Right? He has enriched himself on his supporters that are dumb enough for his scams that he's been doing since before he was president. Remember Trump University? Yeah. and 2 from the United States Treasury. He is sucking the blood. Larry David, thank you. Fucking shit. I was gonna say Larry something else. Yeah. Larry David, Larry Sanders. I don't, for some reason that was in my brain because I was thinking of Larry David doing Bernie Sanders, but yeah, no, I did mean Larry David. But yeah, Larry David has a episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where I don't know where he gets the MAGA hat, right? Somehow he gets a hold of a MAGA hat and he finds that if he ever wants to clear out a section at the restaurant, all he's got to do is put the MAGA hat on and people leave, right? If there's somebody annoying that he doesn't want to talk to, he throws the MAGA hat on and it's perfect. It's a perfect person repellent. So, I mean, hope that person repellent's working out for you, Dark Gigas. Maybe Larry David, for him, like relationships with other people, that's a thing that he has too much of. Maybe for some other people, that's a thing that they're not getting enough of. And maybe part of the reason for their radicalization into an increasingly insular cult. Let's go.
4 hours a day. Not that he has a giant "Make America Great Again" cowboy.
Yeah, that's.
You're making us laugh. I do like this.
But that's the thing is, if you wear something like this on, now look, if you wear the cowboy hat, I think you do better than with just a MAGA hat. Like a MAGA hat, people are going to think you're MAGA, unless you're just like, I don't know, what if you're blue hair, nose piercing, right? If you had all the cultural signifiers of being like a progressive urbanite, and you wore a MAGA hat, would people read it as ironic? I feel like people sometimes see people with red hats that don't say MAGA, and they like avoid that person because they think it's a MAGA hat, right? Like her hat, right? Obviously not, a MAGA hat, but I feel like, if you see it from the side, you don't see what's on the front of it. You kind of assume, you see a red hat, you kind of assume MAGA, right? So, yeah, perfect human repellent.
Okay.
You're making us laugh.
See, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So you.
Yeah.
I was asking about communism, Bob, and you were telling me just look at Russia, look at China, and that's everything you need to know. But do you have any policy specifics about what you think? Because Russia is not a communist country. It was the USSR was run by a communist party. It's no longer communist. It's the Russian government is a capitalist government. But at least with China,
give me a break.
What do you mean by that?
It's not a capitalist country.
You don't think Russia is a capitalist country?
No, it's not.
Why do you think that?
Because it's not run like a capitalist. It's not run like our society. They have one guy that runs the entire country.
Well,
if you don't believe that, you need to sit on your hat.
You don't think that's Trump?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think.
Yeah.
It's so funny to ask boomers, or really anybody, not just right-wingers in general, right? What is communism? This thing that you hate, this thing that you're against, this thing that you think is the greatest fucking evil, what actually is it? What is communism? You get weird answers, right? Communism is when nobody works. Okay, I don't know. I feel like communism's kind of all about workers, so that one's not right. Communism is when one person controls everything. I can point out plenty of situations, including your own work environment, where one person controls everything, and you're not calling that communism, right? So that's not it either. They got foggy ass notions of what communism is because they don't even have the class consciousness to understand what capitalism is and how it is fucking them. And so you get all kinds of weird, well, I know it's bad, but what exactly? Why is it bad? And it's a head scratcher for a lot of these. You want to give that a shot, Dark Gigas? Define communism for us.
Trump is pretty.
And if you bonus points if you can also define socialism and disambiguate the two, describe the difference, or how that fits into the how the definitions relate, basically.
Also single-handedly running the country right now too, so I don't know. I don't think that's right. Communism at all anyway.
We need to get it straight.
Okay.
And it's going to take one guy to lay his ball sack out there and do it.
Do you think there's people like you in Russia that also feel the same way about Vladimir Putin?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Okay.
100%. If we know anything about humanity, that's the universality of hogs. Hogs exist in every fucking culture. United States, Israel, Iran, Russia, any place you could imagine. There is hogs. There are hogs, right? There are people who are maybe even just incapable of not being hogs. And I don't know if that's from nature or if that's from nurture, but some people just love the boot. Some people are peasant brained and they're like, me lord, please. Please take from me the fruits of my labor. I've been toiling out in the fields for you, my lord. Your fields, of course. Some people just like, for whatever reason, don't develop beyond like peasant brain. And what's funny is when they don't get that their perspective on the world is actually servile, right? They've got to imagine a giant communist overlord threatening government, and in order to justify their servility towards whatever the fuck kind of fascism Donald Trump is trying to spin up with his half a brain, and Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller.
But they're all locked up. They're in jail.
No, I meant like people who feel the same level about Vladimir Putin, like the same sympathy.
Wait, that's crazy. Dark Giga said communism is the fantasy that everyone is equal and deserves a say in every decision. Dark Gigas, you have defined a political philosophy there. It is not communism, however. It is democracy. That is what you have just described. That is what you had just described. And the only reason that's a fantasy is because people don't have the fucking will or organization to make it a reality. At least not yet. But yeah, democracy, also kind of an unrealized idea. Thanks for reminding us, right? Thanks for reminding us that we have yet to really taste the nectar of true democracy. That's even,
towards Vladimir Putin as you do about Donald Trump.
And, there is a, oh my God, what is his fucking name? Candide Voltairian. There is a Voltairian critique of the of capitalism, the concept of capitalism as overall naive and utopian philosophy, right? So, you can criticize it from the left as well, I suppose.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Dad, you're pro-Russia, right? We've talked many times on our show about how you want them to win the war against Ukraine.
Wait, so you want a communist country to win the war against Ukraine?
Well, look, Obama gave away Crimea. Why don't we give away that little piece of the Ukraine to make peace over there? Ukraine's never going to win that war. That's an absolute impossibility, because the only thing they got that they think is helping them with their defense is the United Nations, who couldn't defend.
Look, nobody thought that Ukraine was going to kick Russia's ass, right? That's fucking mental. All right. What's surprising is that Ukraine has held out for as long as they have, right? And yes, they did get aid from the United States, some of the old equipment, as well as from people in the EU who see that a slippery slope between Putin taking Ukraine and Putin taking more of Europe. Right. But in reality, the reason that Ukraine did not fall is because the people of Ukraine, and I'm saying this as somebody who is critical of NATO, OK, but I also have to acknowledge that the people of Ukraine, were at a crossroads at one point between the choice of aligning themselves with the West or aligning themselves with Russia. And they have they have chosen as a majority to align themselves with Europe. Right. And so the reason that Ukraine is not part of Russia right now is because the Ukrainian people really, really, really don't fucking want to be Russian. The majority of them do. I'm sure some, I'm sure some Ukrainians do, but the majority of Ukraine does not want to be under Putin's boot any more than they already are.
And the 80-year-old grandma sitting on her front porch.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So my opinion is let's give away the piece of the Ukraine that they've already taken.
Wait, is the old guy the dad of Hassan's buddy? Yeah. So Hassan, the guy that's sitting with Hassan, is the channel owner of A Necessary Conversation, a YouTube channel where he comes on usually with his sister, who is top right there, and they talk about politics with their parents. They've given he's expressed that he feels like they were kind of estranged for a while. There was at least a little while where they weren't really talking to each other, the kids and the parents, and because of politics, because of Trump, right? And then the kids decided, hey, I don't want them to die, with me not like talking to them. Let's at least try to have some kind of conversation. and the conversation has taken the form of a YouTube channel. So yeah, Hassan obviously aware of this channel and decided to invite these people on for a little conversation to see if maybe he could get through to you know, the parents of these two in a way that they cannot. So
Call it a day and go back to the farm, because the only thing Zelensky's doing is building himself a big old fancy hotel and
resorts.
yeah, a resort in Poland.
Okay, so you don't like Zelensky. I call him Zel Disney,
Yeah.
by the way. He's a Mickey Mouse. He's Mickey Mouse president.
Yes.
But the question I have for you is, you criticized Obama for giving away Crimea, but now you're saying Trump should do the same about even more pieces of Ukrainian land. So is it good when Trump is doing it, but bad when Obama's doing it? Like, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
All right, it's a major difference. Obama helped out Crimea by handing them out some blankets. We've actually put some muscle where the might is, and Russia's quite frankly winning that battle. So without the United States, they're going to lose it anyway. And I don't think Zelensky gives a rat's ass about
yeah, I don't think that Ukraine has any potential, even with massive support from EU allies. I don't think that they have the potential to take back you know, the Donbass region, let alone Crimea, right? They're you know, I don't think they're going to be able to take back territory from Russia, but I think what people like understate is the human resources that Vladimir, and by that I mean people's lives, okay, literal human resources that Vladimir Putin has expended in the pursuit of Ukraine.
the Ukraine. He cares about Zelensky. So my opinion is you might as well give them what they've already taken, and then you'll have peace for another 5 or 10 years.
But in terms of that question that you were asked about, Obama does something, you hate it. Trump does something, you love it. We've gotten into that conversation a million times on our show, specifically where immigration is concerned and deportations.
You didn't pay any attention to what I just told you.
Yes, I listened to you and I'm watching you.
I mean, I'm the one who's not paying attention to you, bro, because you're saying gobbledygook. I think he was paying attention, though. I'm just dealing, chat, with mango, and I hit it with this, which I thought was a mixture of hot pepper flakes, sugar, and salt, but it turns out to be a mix of salt and hot pepper flakes, meaning that I'm tasting some very spicy, very salty, maybe overly salty. This mango tastes like it's pickled now. I've like effectively, here, let me shake this shit up. I've effectively pickled this mango. God damn it. Which means I can't eat it as fast. Anyway, that's what I'm focusing on, right?
If Obama represented a more muscular defense for Ukraine and did not allow Russia to overtake Crimea, then you would be more comfortable with Obama?
Yeah, I'd be really careful, Dark Gigas, how much you call for hierarchy, right? Given the fact that you're susceptible to the kind of scamming that Donald Trump does, I don't think you'd place very high on the bell curve. And this isn't me saying this as an own or anything like that. It's just because I don't think that people that, like, I don't know, fucking, you know, have problems conceptualizing nuance should necessarily have a lesser life because of that. I think you're still human, Dark Gigas, despite the fact that you name yourself out of after a video game character, I believe, right? Isn't this a video game like isn't this like a mob or something? Some kind of like enemy?
One of the
what's a Dark Gigas?
Disagreements you had with Obama was that he was too weak. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so too.
But now Donald Trump wants to, do even more damage to Ukraine. But that's good because it's an inevitability at this point. Because it kind of doesn't make sense. Because technically, I guess
oh, holy shit! You're a Final Fantasy nerd. Nice.
Annexation of Crimea by Russia was bloodless in comparison to what has been going on for the past couple of years at this point, right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So are you? So
And
Wait a minute. Is this Kingdom Hearts or is this Giga Shadow. That's Kingdom Hearts. No, I think it's Final Fantasy 11, right?
Give you a football analogy. They've already got past the 50-yard line. They're moving towards your goal line, and now what you want to do is defend the goal line. It's too late.
You're saying
You
let
guys
them
are
score
just-
a touchdown.
You're
in
just
this
Trump
weird analogy.
apologists, like through and through. It wouldn't matter what he does. You're always going to side with him. You have done it since we started the pod. It doesn't matter what he does. With
You
Donald
talking about
Trump.
Trump?
Yeah.
You
You
Donald Trump?
don't care what he does.
Bob, is there something that Donald Trump has done that you don't think is good?
Donald Trump has America first.
What was the
Obama-
question? What was the question?
Is there something Trump has done that you disagree with?
Well, we
Well, the only thing I don't really disagree with him. I'm hoping that he hurries up and gets this Greenland deal done. Don't mess around with it.
What deal do you perceive that to be? How do you think that deal's going to work?
We're going to become the 51st state of the United States, and that is a fact, Jack.
By doing what? How does that transpire?
What do you mean?
How
They
does
go to
that
Denmark.
work?
They go to Denmark. They go to Denmark and say, "Here's a few $100 million."
No, wait, is this a Yu-Gi-Oh thing? I'm trying to figure out where you fucking got your name from.
Now we'll take over and be in charge of Denmark.
he's in Sweden.
And
Final Fantasy VII Vincent Valentine reference. Damn it, I haven't played that. Is that like the new Final Fantasy VII or the weird one with the polygons?
people in Denmark won't give a rat's ass because their life will be a lot better off.
Okay.
He's in
Have you not
Switzerland.
seen the protests going on? Have you not seen like the actual
Sure.
people, Greenlanders? They
They've
don't want
been
any
told-
of this.
No,
Okay.
sure they don't.
He's been in Switzerland today. In fact, I
Oh.
think he might have already left by the time we air this. But anyway, he later
Yeah, so this is kind of an old this debate happened like a week ago or so, maybe more.
framework for a peaceful support for everyone. He's got like a bunch of countries signed on to it now. He said he will not go in there and just take them over. He won't do it, he said.
Yeah, he
So-
was just threatening to do that.
It's Final Fantasy original. Okay, Final Fantasy VII, the one with the sword guy.
I think.
Yeah, he was
You know the sword guy with spiky hair? That guy? Yeah, it's the one with that guy.
threatening.
There's
He was.
another deal out on the table right now that I'm 100% for. He'll check.
That's how I remember my Final Fantasies, right? There's the one with the sword guy. There's the one with the gun sword guy. There's the one with the guy with the tail, and then there's the guy that laughs weird, right? And then there's Final Fantasy 13, which was the peak of the series. It's the best games, the 3 Final Fantasy 13 games.
Trade California.
Fucking fight me. But if you do, it's going to be like, 13 form of the paradigm system, right? You're going to have to use the paradigm system to fight me. And I don't know if you're ready for that. I think I'm better at the paradigm system than you.
for Greenland.
Who's he going to give California to? Denmark?
Yeah, I'm down actually. Let's do it.
That's my point. Who in the hell
Final Fantasy 9 was peak. Final Fantasy 9 was sweet. That was a really cute one.
is going to want him?
Oh my
California is
gosh.
the 5th largest economy on the planet, isn't it? Like
Ooh,
somewhere.
Okay.
I don't think America would be better off without California, Bob. I feel like that's an un-American statement coming from you. I'm actually a little disappointed.
Well, let me
Let me put the hat back on. Let the real MAGA speak, you know?
Yeah, let me ask you that. I've lived in California now for
You grow our fruits and vegetables. Let me tell you, we can take it over.
Wait, take what
We don't
over?
need California.
Okay.
In fact, half your state wants out of California.
Who
The
wants
northern
out?
half of Californians want
Jefferson.
to get out of California and create their own state.
where are you
Why
reading
is
this?
that?
Is this Newsmax?
Turn-based or get the fuck out? Oh my god.
But this is they actually had a petition up less than 5 years
Final Fantasy 6 had a sword girl.
ago where
Okay.
the Northern Californians wanted to vote to become their own state.
I don't think Chad signed that one.
I don't think you saw that, did you, big boy?
I didn't.
Big
Big boy.
Be
It's-
nice.
I like that you're calling me big boy. And
Big
the
boy.
first 10 minutes of this was just a shot of your giant gut.
Oh yeah, Fang. Fuck yes, Fang. Fang gang, rise up.
All right.
Be nice. We're guests.
We're guests.
Yes, we are.
Do you think if Northern
Lightning McQueen is my favorite Final Fantasy character. Isn't that like is Lightning McQueen in Kingdom Hearts, maybe?
California, Southern California is split, and then you have two major blue safe havens. Do you think that would be
Yeah, the thing about this whole idea of like Jefferson or whatever is that, like, I mean, there are parts of California, Oregon, and Washington that are very right wing, but nobody lives there. Like comparatively, right? It's just not really a state. It's not really a place, right? It's not. I don't think even Spokane is. How is Spokane? Anybody know? Is Spokane's on the east side of Washington? It's a big city, but I think it's kind of a purple city, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's not as red as the rest of the eastern Washington area. And so, yeah, it's just like, you make a state of Jefferson with like less people than Wyoming. Good job. Congratulations, right? You're going to take some of Idaho too, maybe? Yeah, maybe pair it with Idaho. That's your best bet. But then you just have a big, unwieldy, ugly ass state that nobody fucking wants. That's why Jefferson is never going to happen. Alberta is never going to be free. I don't think the Albertans even want to. Has people been seeing this about the Alberta, the secession fantasy of Alberta? Turn-based or the fuck off. I also find ARPGs difficult to look. I will admit that I got used to turn-based, and I don't know. I got used to the paradigm system.
be better for America?
I don't think
Was actually Final Fantasy Lightning's Return. Oh shit. Lightning McQueen, I got it. Was actually about the Pixar car. I got it.
he'd have two blue state. I
Oh,
think he'd
you
have
think
one
if-
red and one blue.
The Bouncer is the only good Final Fantasy. Dogs. Wait, the Bouncer? Wait, what?
Oh, you think California would become? How do you think California would become red if all of the major
We're not-
population hubs in California are deeply blue?
Idaho is so red, except for Boise. You're kind of right.
Okay, your
But yeah, everything around Boise is also red, unfortunately.
problem is
I'm sorry, Boise. Boise is the way that Idaho people like to hear the name of their capital. It's Boise.
the people who support and pay for everything live in the north.
Huh?
It isn't your populous cities are not what drive the economy.
Wait, who drives the California?
The fuck are you talking about? Look, if we were an agricultural economy, he'd be right. We are, however, a financial economy. That is fucking madness, what he just said. It's really the rural parts of America that are the driving part. Now, I mean, this guy is some kind of, I don't know, he's going to talk about his own, what is he, like a trader? He does like trading of, I don't even understand what he does. You don't know about the Bouncer? It's a Final Fantasy Streets of Rage game. Oh, it's bad? Okay. I've heard I've known people that really like Streets of Rage. I've never played it, but people have always been like, you should play Streets of Rage. And I probably should. Apparently, it's got a banger soundtrack as well.
Californian economy if it's not the big cities in the tech sector and
The farmers.
okay.
All right now, it's Gavin Newsom.
How much farming's done in LA? Tell me, you live there.
Yeah, no, California is a
You got a
major
garden
agricultural
outside?
producer, but I think you and I are going to have a little bit of a disagreement here because not only does California as a state subsidize states like Oklahoma, which I'm very
Oh,
fond
they
of, by the
do.
way. I've been to Oklahoma many times.
Okay.
My brother used to live there, and
Are you now, or is that for true? Is that a true statement?
Where'd he
yeah,
live?
no, I went to Oklahoma City only. I haven't really like branched outside of Oklahoma City too much. But I'm very familiar with the politics of the state of Oklahoma as well. And I have some friends that live there still. Are you guys familiar with the I've Had It ladies?
The who?
I've Had
Jennifer,
It. There's a
that lady, Jennifer and somebody
Yeah.
else.
Oh wow,
Yeah, no
you're
thanks.
tapped in.
Yeah, my mom is
Oh, right wingers actually know about I've Had It. And the reason for that is a few of the things that they've said have been clipped and spread around the right wing sphere. And basically, it's like Jen will say something, somewhat just, I don't know, blase. And somehow the right wingers will take it like she's calling for violent revolution. She's calling for killing Charlie Kirk again, like, raising him from the dead just to unalive him once again. Just to see his neck do that weird thing that it does, right? But it's they're not. Everything I've seen is that's pretty boring. Rage bait. They're successful at rage baiting right wingers. I'm trying to remember what the clips were. Does anybody remember what clips? There was a few clips that even got like, I think that like Elon Musk was like, this is very concerning, right? Was like adding like JD Vance and people. She's plugged in. Yeah.
Is with it. She
Well, no, I'm just telling you, right wingers are more aware of the I've had it gals than you would think, right? No, the villain in the PSP Final Fantasy game based on Gact. Okay, what's Gact?
she's on the
Okay.
internet. My dad doesn't even use a cell phone.
Hey, you know what? Ask Chad who started our social media platforms. Go ahead and
my
ask him.
God.
Yeah, she wanted to unkirk him just to kirk him again. That's right. That's what they're saying about Jennifer, right? And let alone what they're saying about Pumps. In many ways, Washington is more liberal than Cali. Cali seems conservative in comparison. I've lived in both. Okay. I think I see what you're saying, right? So like the difference between California and Washington, I would say, is that the liberalism that you see in California is like very low information and centrist for the most part. And in Washington, like you got people that are like read up on theory. It's more common, I guess. Like I don't want to say that like, you know, the difference is that Washington is more leftist, right? Washington is maybe like the friend, you know, Washington around California is the friend that's too woke, right? That's how California liberals see like Washington lefties, right? There's more people that are kind of like plugged into the bigger picture. I guess in Washington, where in Cali, it's just kind of like, yeah, you know, just kind of go along with, you know, we don't like Trump. We, you know, we might not love everything that Gavin Newsom does, but we're going to vote for him. We might not love everything that Kamala Harris does, but we're going to vote for her. I mean, that's my experience. But you've lived in California too, so I only went to school there.
When we first
And
started
as we all know, you don't live while you're going to school.
the podcast, I didn't have time, so I said, "Mom, you can do all the social media."
Gact is a singer who used to work in a host club, kind of popular in the 2000s. Gact is a J-Rock star, the former leader singer of Malice Miser. Okay, I've heard of this. Is Visual Kai, right? Is that what it's called? Visual Kai?
And it was a bunch of pictures of horses and butterflies.
Oh, no, we're talking about the state. It was Washington State. Yes.
And then last year, I kind of took it over.
Washington is literally an ethno state. Hey, people in South Seattle will take some umbrage with what you just said, Davi. Right? They're yeah. Part of Washington is an ethno state for sure, though. It is a very white state overall, but yeah, there are indeed, you know, black people in Seattle that
Over, started making some clips, you know, so on and so forth. But yes, Mom, you did do it, and I appreciate that very much.
One of our platforms. I did Instagram, I did TikTok, and I don't like Facebook, so we're not on there.
Wait, why
unless
don't you
they
like
tag me.
Facebook?
I don't like it. It's old people, and I mean older, and I don't like it. And I have a lot.
this is fucking wild. Did you hear that shit? I don't like Facebook. It says the 70, what was she, 76, 79 or something? She's in her, like upper 70s. And Facebook has got too many old peoples. Oregon is an ethno state. Yeah, Oregon's got some really rough history. Really. Oh, Twitch won't let you say ethno state. Damn.
A lot of nice friends on there that
That's rough.
yeah.
Poor Facebook. You got to.
Okay, so Davi's confirming. Yeah, it's Oregon. It's Oregon. I don't know. I haven't had as much experience in Oregon, but I have heard things, and yeah, there's like it goes back a ways, right? Yeah, it goes back a ways with Oregon. Wasn't there like a fucking civil war battle in Oregon somehow?
60-year-old woman saying people on
It's
Facebook
for
are too
old
old for.
Okay.
I like TikTok, Snappy,
Yeah.
Snapchat.
All right.
Neo Pergas says Oregon was founded as a whites only state. Damn.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't like Facebook either. So I guess we're in agreement there. So you like TikTok. All right. So California agriculture is actually pretty important for the state. It's pretty important for the food supply for the rest of the nation. But Bob, I think you know this already, but a big part of the Californian agriculture actually comes from the people that are working at those farms, right? And
Right.
I think you know where I'm going with this. A lot of those people that
There
work
we
at those
go.
farms are migrant workers. Many of them
Right.
documented, some of them undocumented as well. So how do you feel about Donald Trump's aggressive actions against these people that are working tirelessly to make sure that we can have, you know, food on our tables for a reasonable price.
I'm all for deporting anybody who's illegal, and we'll make do. Believe me.
But Trump did say in
The
his
United States. Well, by the way, California. What do they borrow? $560 million a year from the United States to stay afloat. You guys are so far in debt, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Dad.
Don't sing California's praises to me. They're a giant liability to the rest of us.
I just don't.
They are literally the teat that you are suckling off of, sir. They are literally the teat that the rest of the country is fucking suckling. Like, right? It's literally like night and day. The United States with California versus without California, you are going to lose a lot of your stuff, right? It's a ridiculous argument to say that the fucking giant ass state, most populous state, sitting on the West Coast with all these ports and resources and fucking, I can't even. It's blows my mind how ignorant that statement is.
Understand why you care. Why do you care if a migrant is here illegally or not? If they are working, producing, part of the economy, like why does that bother you so much?
It doesn't. That was his point of view.
What?
No, there's not. So it's not only untrue, and it is actually blue states that subsidize the red states, specifically states like Oklahoma. But also outside of that, the Californian agricultural output is actually 3% of the overall Californian economy, which is still pretty significant, and it's especially important for food, right? Like, I mean, that's where the crops that we're picking come from. But it is ultimately still around 3% of the overall GDP in the state of California. I mean, it's very important. Almonds, cattle, pistachios, strawberries, lettuce, flowers, tomatoes, and oranges. These are all things that I assume you consume.
You eat more tomatoes than you do bread?
What? No, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying it's very important. I'm just saying that it's not as big.
I'm sorry, sir. You have just failed at MAGA. All right? If you were a true follower of MAGA and MAHA, more importantly, right? You would understand that RFK Jr., in his infinite wisdom, has taken the food pyramid, which we haven't used since like the 80s, right? You know, it's an old thing, right? But he's taken it, he's gotten rid of my plate, he grabbed the food pyramid and he turned it upside down. And he said, now you need to eat meat, especially maybe a few vegetables over here and blah, 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 blah. And down here is whole grains, right? At the bottom of the pyramid, only eat a little bit of that. That's the worst stuff, right? Best stuff is meat. Second best vegetable, second best dairy, third best vegetables, and then carbs are bad. Carbs are the enemy, says RFK Jr. So yeah, this guy's not very MAGA. Do you hear what he just said? He just advocated for a carbohydrates-based diet. What are you, Caldwell Esselstyn? Excuse me? Excuse me? What are we fucking doing here? Right? Is this guy a vegan? Is this guy a low fat, high carb vegan or something? Like what? Anyway, it's just not very MAHA, right? I mean, yeah, traditionally this is the diet that people have eaten. He's right? Mostly grains, right? Grains being the like basis, right? The staff of life, right? Whatever society you go to, with very few exceptions, there's going to be very important crops like grains, basically, that the diet is sort of based on. And then you add some vegetables, you add some fruits, you add some, for most people, meat, or, if you're savvy, then maybe some plant-based protein foods, and you got yourself a diet. Use the food pyramids in the 90s, really? Okay. But it's kind of like they've moved away from it towards my plate, because it's just, pyramid is a weird thing to, the implication there. Also, it's confusing too, because we put like the old food pyramid, I think, had like what was it, like lard, butter, not butter, but like just like oil, just really dense food, right? That is fat based, was like at the top, and then sweets and desserts and sugar and stuff like that. I think that's how it worked, right? Was the bad foods, but putting the bad foods at the very tip of the pyramid, it kind of makes it seem like, oh shit, this is like the good, like it's the top of the pyramid, like this is the treat, right? It kind of reinforces the behavior that, like, as causes people problems. I can't eat grains, says Sassy Sasserai. Yeah, some people need to eat different things. There's also pseudo grains that some people are getting into now. Although I think they're, unless you're in an area that like is based on like a millet or sorghum diet, those are going to be kind of expensive. Things like buckwheat, things like millet, things like teff, if you can get it. Anybody out here like injera? Delicious flatbread made with teff.
I think it's a yes or no. A yes or no.
The pyramid is a tomb. There we go.
Yes or no?
No, I'm saying it's very important. I know how important agriculture.
America has fake trash pistachios. Davy, you're making me want to try some like real pistachios. Where do I get those from? Have I never had good pistachios? Because I really like the shitty pistachios America serves. Quinoa, there we go. There's another pseudo grain. Yeah.
Is. That's why I'm saying California is a very important state for the nation. Even on the agriculture,
would be fine.
What,
Dad? With this immigration,
you just said you don't have tomatoes if California doesn't exist in this state.
Yo, that's what gets me, Sassy, is the number of servings that they say, right? It just like the number of like, I don't know, maybe a serving smaller than I think, but 11 servings of grain. Yeah, if you're talking about if one serving, what one serving is like a piece of bread, right? Like one single piece of bread is a serving. So it's like you have two slices of bread for breakfast, a bowl of cereal, that's 3. Then maybe you have God, I'm trying to think of like how 11 servings of grain would even work. Because if it is like a slice of bread, then you're talking about around 1,000 calories, right? That's half of your that would be grains making up like half of your calories.
Oh yeah, we will. We get.
I have to go to Iran to get real pistachios. That might be difficult at the moment, but
those from Mexico.
Maybe.
By bombing them, we're gonna
For
bomb
now,
them and steal their
right.
tomatoes. But Dad,
Right.
you're kind of constantly also talking about like you don't care if Trump deports U.S. citizens or agitators or kills people or any of that. You're down for whatever he wants to do. You're playing it a little.
okay, so you could eat a sandwich for lunch. Okay, so 3 servings for breakfast, right, with a cereal and toast. Then a sandwich for lunch. That's 2 more servings. We got up to 5. We eat some potatoes, rice, and bread for rice or bread. Okay, so potatoes and rice. So that's 2 more. So we're up to 7. See that? Yeah, that's 7. Well, wait, are you gonna eat cereal and oatmeal? Like I love carbs, especially when I'm training, especially when I'm working out a lot or riding, putting a lot of miles in on my bike, right? Carbs are great to have. But yeah, I don't even know. 6 to 11. Okay. How do you get fucking 11 servings of grain? That's crazy.
Cool here, which I don't quite get. But you're so far beyond just supporting the idea that he's getting rid of the illegal alien.
A dessert that's carb based, yeah, but that's not a grain. Then that wouldn't be in the grain. Then because the way that it works was, all right. First, we got the 4 food groups, right? Carbohydrates, or starches, proteins, slash meats. Oh my God, can I remember them all? Vegetables and fruits. That's the 4 food groups, right? You take the 4 food groups and you embellish it a little bit. Instead of just being like, eat these in equal portion, you take the food pyramid and say, nah, it's mostly your basis is the grains. And then what is it like secondarily? You got like fruits and veggies over here. And then you got proteins on top of that. And then you got your kind of like your junk food and your oils and your fats and your lards and stuff like that up here. With the eating the least of it. If you toast the bread and use lots of butter or whatever vegan butter.
Aliens.
But I feel like the desserts were up here, right? I feel like desserts were not, even though you're right, desserts can include a lot of carbs, like a sorbet would be a carb heavy dessert. An ice cream is actually more of a 50-50 dessert. That's why ice cream makes you gain weight so bad, is that, it's just chock full of sugar is the most concentrated form of carbohydrates and the most concentrated, form of fat, or one of the most concentrated forms of fat in terms of the cream. Right. It's it's not hard to see how that is difficult for the body to make use of all those calories and stores them instead.
On our show constantly, you're
supporting
talking
that.
about what?
I support that he gets rid of all illegal aliens.
Oh my God, homony's good.
But you also have stated that you support him deporting U.S. citizens who just don't agree with him.
I didn't
We
say
have-
that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the dairy zone. Yeah. They made a big deal about dairy. Dairy basically bought their way onto there, right? You don't need dairy to get calcium. In fact, it's not even a good source of calcium. It's not a great source of protein. There are a number of problems involved in dairy, not the least of which being that the majority of humans on the earth are somewhat lactose intolerant, right? But they paid the dairy industry is the cartel, and they kind of paid to be on there to get like, no, your kids won't grow unless they drink lots of milk. You gotta hit them with the dairy. You got to get the logic would literally justify, let's get them some ice cream for dessert, right? Because it's dairy. Dairy is supposed to be good for you.
Never
Dairy killed me for the first 11 years of my life. Damn.
said
Oh
that.
my
That's a
God.
lie.
You never
Okay.
said that.
All right.
I
Sure.
want the illegal criminals that are here, that are not citizens, that have criminal records, that are
Yeah.
killing people, that are
Mhm.
bringing in drugs. That's the ones I would.
Yeah, you're sure that there's this whole big group of illegal immigrants. They're doing all this bad shit. You can't see it in the statistics somehow, but you know it's there because you're fucking racist, right? You know that this big mass of illegal immigrants, swarthy looking criminals, they definitely exist. The media is just too liberal to tell you about it. That's all, right? And if we could just let Trump be a Nazi for 4 years, then we'll somehow have a better country afterwards. What the fuck even is that, chat? What the fuck even is that? Anyway.
like to see them go back. The ones that came over our border.
Sure. But
with
what about
no-
people like Renee Good? When an ICE officer murders her in broad daylight, there's video of it everywhere all over the internet. You guys support that.
Well, you
I knew you-
justify it because you think it's a means to an end. You think that in killing these people and kidnapping these Americans.
Wait, chat, do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? It is time to blast off, all right? I'm trying to perfect this. I don't know. My blast offs are pretty fucking weak compared to Hassan's, but we're going to do what we can here. If you are on the app called Blue Sky, right? I'm about to pump a link into chat. I'm about to spam a link into chat. And if you have Blue Sky, feel free to interact with this skeet as much as you want, right? That means like it if you want. That means repost it if you want. That means reply to it if you want. Hell, like quote retweet it if you're feeling wild. Here it is in Twitch. And here it is in YouTube. There we go. Let's blast off. Okay. The other thing I'm just realizing, the other reason that it sucks to blast off on Blue Sky, obviously like Twitter is much bigger, much better. I have stopped using more or less stopped using Twitter since Elon, I think since they started feeding the tweets to Grok, right? Since they said that the tweets were going to contribute to the creation of this LLM. I'm just like, I don't want my shit in there. I don't want any piece of me in Elon's fucking basilisk. Fuck that shit. But anyway, this is your time. This is your time. Blue Sky Gang, rise up and give my skeet some love. That sounds dirty, doesn't it? Give my skeet some love. Ugh, I don't know if I like that, but I'm gonna go ahead and what am I doing? Try to pin this. Is that what I'm trying to do? I don't know if my oh, that's right. I'm in the wrong live chat. There we go. So there you go. Blast off. Oh my god. Blast off. Try having an oatmeal sandwich. It's good. Just oatmeal, butter, and bread. Is that what you're saying, Sassy? Anyway, let's pin this. There we go. It's pinned. Oh yeah, they're all about whole milk, right? Because they're on this thing. There's such fucking brain rot when it comes to diet, right? You got 4 macronutrients. We're talking about fats. We're talking about carbs. We're talking about proteins, and we are talking about alcohol, right? Fat has how many? 9 grams, yes. carbs have 4 grams, 4 calories per gram, right? And alcohol has 7. And what else? Protein also has 4, right? And so what the fuck am I saying about? Oh yeah, the brain rot, right? The brain rot is to think, I gotta hack this code, all right? One of these macronutrients is bad. And yeah, one of them is bad. It's alcohol, right? It's probably not good for you to have too much alcohol, right? That's something you definitely need to limit. There's some pretty obvious consequences. You can see it all over the world if you do not limit your alcohol consumption. But beyond that, yeah, one of the macronutrients of the that we're actually trying to eat is bad. So first we say it's fat, and indeed, saturated animal-derived fats do seem to be correlated. And fucking suck it, Gary Taubes, because you're wrong. You didn't debunk shit from Ansel Keys, right? But yeah, the saturated fats are bad. Now people took this and ran with it, right, in the 80s, and they said saturated fats are bad. How about just fats are bad? Fats are bad. Fats are bad. Fats are bad. Fats are bad. Eat the carbs all you want. Eat the protein all you want, but don't eat the fats. Keep those fats minimized, right? And they do fucked up shit like invent these little no-stick sprays, or these little sprays that, like spray for frying, right? Where it has 0 calories, right? Now it's 0 calories because if you look on the serving says 0.1 second or something, like a ridiculous fraction of a second is how long you're allowed to spray. And indeed, if you could spray that little bit of Pam or whatever onto your frying pan, right, then you would have, basically it would round down to 0 calories. But nobody does that. You can't fry shit like that, right? You got to have more oil on your pan. So you actually spray it like everybody else does, and that is actually 9 grams of fat, not 0 grams of fat. But they'll go ahead and call it 0 grams of fat anyway. And people thought, hey, this is really cool. I'm eating a 0 fat diet. I can eat all the when you take your eye off of excess carbs, that being a potential, then you open the window for just like all kinds of junk food. There's all kinds of bad foods that don't have much fat and have a ton of carbs, right? And now you're just eating those ad libitum, which is, it's gonna be bad on so many different levels. That's gonna be bad. And then in the 2000s, we decided, hey, all this fat shame, this is bad. Fat, your brain is made of fat, right? You should eat more fat. Fat is good. Animals are good, right? We gotta get rid of, what do we gotta get rid of? We gotta get rid of the carbs, right? Because indeed, if you deny yourself any carbs, you will go into ketosis, and you can lose a decent amount of weight while you're in ketosis. And then when you invariably leave ketosis, you can gain it all back and more. And that was the experience into the 2000s, right? Where people lost massive amounts of weight with diets like, the Atkins. I mean, I think the Atkins probably started in the 90s, right? But anyway, wow, why am I talking about nutrition? But what I'm just saying is that we got on this because of Robert F. Kennedy and MAGA, and this guy, saying something that's kind of not typical of your modern MAGA dad, right? In that he thinks grains should be the basis of the human diet. I mean, that's traditionally what it's been, because grains are fairly cheap, fairly easy to grow. You can, get lots of them, but again, it's this kind of pseudoscience that just tells you, there's this one easy trick that you can do and be healthy. The only macronutrient that hasn't been demonized yet is protein, and I'm just waiting for that. I'm waiting for the low protein diet to come out, because that's what they keep on doing. That's what they keep on doing, right? They keep on switching. They're fucking playing a shell game with us, right? As far as what a healthy diet is. And it turns out it doesn't really have that much to do with your macronutrient, like your macros, right? It doesn't really have that much to do like with a percentage of macronutrients you're getting from each of the macronutrients. And it has a lot more to do with the density, the nutrient density of the food versus the caloric density. That is the secret, but that's a little too nuanced to be able to sell as a fad diet, and therefore people stay. Atkins and Pritkin. Oh, you're bringing back Pritkin. Wow. The rice study. What was the rice diet, right?
American citizens, like they're eventually going to get one of the bad guys.
Or Pritikin.
That's not how this works. You can't
I knew we
do
would
that.
get into the shooting of Renee. Good. I do not want to see anyone die. No one. No one in the United States. Whether you're an agitator, whether
Why
you're
didn't
a
she
criminal,
just get out
whether
of the
you
car and take
you're
a
a
knee?
citizen, whether you're a child, whether you're an adult. I don't want to see people get killed. All she had to do was get out of the car.
All he
That's
had
all
to
she-
do.
But yeah, exactly, Homer Co. That's why they settled on a whole milk, right? It's you know, they're on the whole thing of fat is good, carbs are bad. You know, it's just as much brain rot as the 80s obsession with low fat.
It was not shoot her in the face 3 times.
And let her run over him.
Get out of the car, be handcuffed, go to jail,
And let her run
take it
over
up
him.
with the judge, then you're dismissed.
Okay, so it's comply
gone.
or die. That's the assessment, right? So if the same guys, like maybe ICE agents are in Oklahoma going door to door and they come to your house and you know there's a miscommunication, let's say, when you're like pulling out of your driveway, like you would have to, you know, that would just be an L that everyone would be holding in that situation. Like God forbid
That if they ask,
they're going door to
If they
door.
tell you, if the law enforcement tells you to do something, just do it. You won't get shot. She
Well, you're
tried to run the
talking-
son of a bitch
I
down,
know,
and
but
he had
there's-
to go to the hospital.
But there was miscommunication because they were giving conflicting commands. He was actually in violation. Jonathan Robbs was in violation of the code of conduct anyway. They're not supposed to be approaching the vehicle from the front.
Oh yeah. Some people do have to go on a low protein diet for kidney health. That's true. Yeah, the kidneys are, you know, end up processing
And not only was that a
excess protein.
violation of even like the ICE agency
What did she
manual.
violate? What did she violate? Let's go the other way.
No, hold on. Well, let's walk through. Let's walk through this. Let's walk through this, and then I'll cover that side as well. One of the things that law enforcement does, which ICE isn't even a regular law enforcement, they technically are illegally detaining American citizens when they're detaining American citizens. That's not actually something that is in the purview of their. That's not something that they're allowed to do, but it's technically considered a legal gray area because how can you make the distinction whether or not someone is illegal, an undocumented immigrant, or a regular, documented U.S. citizen? But basically, what Jonathan Ross did in the process of executing Renee Good was violate a bunch of different things that he was not supposed to. He was not supposed to do. He was not supposed to approach the vehicle from the angle that he approached. He was filming himself. He pulled his service weapon out and he shot Renee Good. And 2 of the shots actually landed after Renee Good had completed the turn.
Yeah, ICE is not law enforcement. It's technically supposed to be paperwork enforcement, but what we've had is mission creep with ICE. Vast and frightening mission creep. Mission creep is the kind of shit that happens, like, you know, for instance, if you send American military into South Vietnam in order to train the South Vietnamese in their civil war against the North, and that's the mission, is like, we're just going to help these guys out. And then pretty soon, okay, well, we kind of helped them out in a firefight, which happened, right? And and pretty soon you're committed to a fucking land war in Asia, which is a classic mistake. But that, it's mission creep that gets you there, right? And it's mission creep that gets ICE outside of its purview, outside of its jurisdiction, which is supposed to be like, getting people's immigration, paperwork in compliance, or failing that, yes, deporting them, right? That's their mandate, and they've gone so far past that. And everything about the way that the Trump administration is running this, I don't know what you want to call it, a campaign against a military campaign against his own country, supposedly a civil war. If you listen to what Tim Walz is saying, then the strategy is to slowly boil the frog as far as what ICE can do, right? And it's not too far a reach from that to ICE seizing the voting machines. And thanks to these feckless fucking Democrats and their failure to actually stand up to any of this shit, we have got a insane budget for ICE, a budget which dwarfs other countries' militaries, right? More money than they could possibly spend, right? They are failing to be able to spend the money appropriated for them.
First shot landed when the trajectory of the car was very clearly moving out of the direction. You could
ICE isn't well trained and oh yeah, they're recruiting people from UFC fans, from like, I don't know, podcasts, right? You should see the recruiting campaign they're running. They're really trying to get the, like, I don't know, internet hog incels into there, and even the ICE agents, according to Ken Klippenstein. Should we take a little sidestep here, chat, and read some Ken Klippenstein? Are you ready? Are you here for that? So yeah, this is Ken Klippenstein. I'm gonna be reading you. If I can find his fucking, there's his Substack. Why the fuck am I? Website. Take me to the website. Thank you. Ken Klippenstein's Substack. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I thought he had KenKlippenstein.com. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. It is a Substack. God, did this, is this new, chat, or was it somehow always on Substack and I just never noticed? Anyway, Ken Klippenstein, his latest is called ICE's Secret Watch List of Americans. This is the one that Hassan was covering when he got banned, and he suspects the real reason for why he was even targeted for a ban was a way of kind of trying to silence what the news that Ken Klippenstein is breaking. I'm going to read you, however, his second to last article. It's called ICE Unloads. Immigration officers, subtitle, Immigration Officers Speak Out, Fuck This, right? We have got some division, some disagreement, and some morale problems within ICE itself. So let me read this to you, right? Since I should have done it a while ago. And go support Ken Klippenstein too. He's doing good work. If you can support him on Substack or however you can support what he's doing, that would be awesome, because he is catching a lot of heat from the regime. Anyway, so it starts off. The best way they can do it is shoot a guy in the back. That's not the voice of some liberal commentator. That's what a Homeland Security officer told me this weekend. One of over half a dozen who have reached out to express their alarm over the killing of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis and beyond. I've listened to the stories and the beefs of immigration officers in Minneapolis across the country, and to a person, they all blame the shooter, one of their own. The major media, so he's saying of his contacts within ICE. This doesn't mean everybody in ICE, because there's plenty of hogs in ICE that love killing liberals and leftists, right? But his contacts, right? He's saying they are not cheering about this. They are worried about this, right? The major media is and worried about it's like an existential crisis for a lot of them for ICE, right? They can see the writing on the wall that, using ICE like this is the way that is the one path that could possibly, end in a abolishment of the organization. Right. So, yeah, the major media is stuck on framing the killing of Alex Preddy as some national or partisan battle, highlighting Republicans breaking ranks, the NRA protesting, MAGA wavering, and Chuck Schumer doing whatever he's doing. But no one is really capturing what the federal law enforcement officers on the ground are thinking. The truth is that they're really fed up. They're fed up and have been for weeks. Right. They paint a picture that is more Police Academy or even Reno 9/11 than a Gestapo on the march. Yes, they agree that Washington is a huge problem and are uncomfortable with the mission creep, which is just what I was talking about, that is taking them away from actual immigration enforcement, especially things like, going after criminals who happen to be undocumented immigrants, right? Which is what the stated mission, that's what one part of what won Trump the election was, that stated goal, not a stated goal of going in and fucking, attacking an American city, which is what he's doing right now. But internally, theirs is also a story of a gung-ho 19-year-olds, drunken stakeouts, and senior officers disappearing into meetings and all of the sudden needing time off. They are also frustrated with the narrative unfolding and the information war being waged from Washington, including the flamboyant defense of the shooting and other controversial moves on the ground. As much as I support this administration, There is a need to be more common sense in situations like this, not a knee-jerk damage control narrative that does not line up with the evidence in the video. One Border Patrol agent said in a private chat group that was shared with me. This individual was shot 8 to 9 times while unarmed. We can't always support what happens just because it's one of us, he adds. An ICE agent was even more critical. Yet another justified fatal shooting, 10 versus 1, and somehow they couldn't find a way to subdue the guy or use less than lethal, the agent said. It's just a Trumpism, right? Use less than lethal. I've noticed this little quirk about the way that Trump speaks, and I'm seeing here that right-wingers, including ICE agents, are picking it up, right? The way that Trump says, "Oh, we're deeply investing into nuclear," or something like that, right? He'll kind of, it's supposed to be nuclear energy, nuclear power, right? Nuclear weapons, not just nuclear. Nuclear doesn't mean anything, but like people kind of leave this off. Yeah, use less than lethal rounds, less than lethal weapons. What are you talking about, right? It's just, just linguistically noticing that. The agent said, they all carry belts and the vest with 9,000 pieces of equipment on them. They seem pretty fucking useless. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you want to be kitted up, but like within bounds of reasons, right? They all carry the belts and vests with 9,000 pieces of equipment on them, and the best they can do is shoot a guy in the back. Overall, yeah, that's kind of funny. Overall, as someone who has been covering this for months, I am struck by how angry Homeland Security officers are at their own agencies and their blunt dismissal of the Washington leadership. That would be Trump. All of the immigration officials I interviewed for the story spoke on condition of anonymity. So yeah, understand, right? The people that he's talking to, they're going to be self-selecting as maybe the more critical members of ICE and CBP. Sagging morale and declining standards are constant theme I picked up. The problems that these sources say they have been festering long before the deaths of Preddy and Renee Good, and the ones that very much contributed to these outcomes. More than one ICE agent in particular complained about how Washington's focus on labeling protesters as impeding federal functions, thus breaking the law, and the vilification of quote-unquote Antifa and other labeled paid agitators, leftists, radicals, extremists, and terrorists is confusing the ranks while also distracting everyone from their immigration enforcement mission. I can go on, but overall, it's been a ridiculous experience. One ICE agent told me. He says that many agents on the ground are just going along with the expanded mission because they are more interested in the away from home per diem pay, right? They get, a boost in their pay for missions away from where they live, and collecting overtime than whatever the mission is. Others express the cynicism typical of everyone who toils at the bottom of any bureaucratic food chain, poo-pooing rapid expansion of the ICE army, and shaking their heads over the ridiculous budget increase being fought for in Washington with no impact where they work. Do you get that, chat? There's ICE agents out there. Not every ICE agent, not most ICE agents, right? But with more skepticism towards the expanded budget allotment for ICE than fucking Democrats. That is pathetic. That is pathetic, right? You'd get more, you would get better results electing these fucking ICE agents as your Democratic representative than you are getting from your current Democratic representative. That's fucking, that's insane, right? The brand new agents are idiots. An experienced ICE agent assigned to Homeland Security investigations told me, HSI, the same sentiment was echoed by virtually everyone I talked to, with several conveying their view of Preddy's death that was the fault of some skittish young recruit who panicked when he heard the word gun, if that's indeed what happened. So yeah, we're talking about the newer ICE agents. They have lowered the bar for who can be an ICE agent. They have expanded the benefits for that, and they are specifically targeting, younger right-wing guys. Now, like, they've also raised the I don't think there's actually a maximum age. I don't think there's I don't think you can age out of ICE, right? They've expanded. They'll take anybody they can get, right? They'll take anybody they can get. And lately they've been getting ICE agents who the other ICE agents are looking at and saying, this is a booger eating weirdo here, right? I'm anti-immigrant. You know, they're probably racist, right? But these guys are just like on another level in terms of just being absolute internet filth. Like they just Asmongold's, right? That's who they're hiring. They're hiring fucking Asmongold for ICE, and the old ICE agents, you know, don't like it. Don't like, not to glaze them or anything. Obviously, you know, they're fucked up too, but yeah. So anyway, this is where this lack of morale, this problem with morale in ICE that Ken Klippenstein is describing is coming from. Even one of the new ICE recruits agreed with the experienced agent's low assessment of the Trump freshman class. A lot of guys, he said, referring to the new ICE recruits he worked alongside, are honestly pretty sketchy. Yeah, they got Sonnenrad tattoos and shit, right? The new ICE officer continued. I thought federal agents were supposed to be clean cut, but some of them pass around a flask as we were watching a suspect. They're drinking on the fucking job, right? And not getting fired. So are we surprised when we see an ICE agent drinking and driving? And also the way that Trump protects them, right? The way that they refuse to ever, you know, throw ICE or CBP under the bus. No wonder they feel like they can get away with anything. Right? They've been told that they are the heroes in their own fucking video game. And so if they have to deal with stress by like drinking and driving or drinking on the job, hey, that's okay. Oh, you know, you're a big hero, so we won't question you. Anyway, those tattoos, I'm told, are symbolic of the fact that the new recruits tend to be more ideologically motivated than those in the past. The problem is compounded by the fact raised by several officers that ICE is relying on volunteers to go to Minneapolis and other Democratic cities on these temporary deployments. This tends to favor new recruits and those who are chasing overtime pay. From what I've heard, most ICE agents, they don't want to go to Minneapolis. They know what's going on there. They don't want to be a part of it, right? Probably more for their, you know, mental health and well-being, right? It's not a, you know, you're coming into a place where everybody fucking hates your guts, looks at you as murderers because, yeah, your law enforcement organization, really more of a paperwork enforcement organization, has killed people now. The problem is compounded by the fact, raised by several officers, that ICE is relying on volunteers to go to Minneapolis and other Democratic cities on these temporary deployments. This tends to favor the new recruits who are chasing that sweet overtime pay. It is unclear how these task forces are organized in cities like Minneapolis, or indeed who is in charge or in control. But those who I interviewed that agree that the tide is turning, that some agencies like the FBI are increasingly no-shows in the field, right? Trump would get when this started, Trump was dragging in any federal agency, any federal law enforcement agency he could find. He would put them on trash patrol in DC, right? The FBI increasingly no-shows in the field. Others expressing a reluctance to participate in non-immigration missions. Last I heard, said one ICE officer, FBI didn't want to help us out much anymore, especially in Minneapolis, due to bad press. Another branch of ICE, called Enforcement and Removals Operations, aka ERO, is being squeezed heavily to serve on the streets against protesters. The officer says, adding that lots of guys are totally exhausted out there with a lot of pressure on them to conduct non-immigration missions. Despite the bravado and the uncompromising operations that and the absolute support Washington expresses for the shooters, there are signs that the Trump administration is growing worried about the public and bipartisan backlash. President Trump today posted an unusually conciliatory statement on Truth Social. This was, I don't know, 5 days ago or so. Let's see exactly when this was posted. January 26th. Yep, exactly 5 days ago. Wow, I'm good. I'm not as good as finding Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz is what I'm looking for. Okay, Governor Tim Waltz called me with a request. This is, President Trump, right? Tim Waltz called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota, the Post reads. And this is what I'm kind of worried about, right? Is that Waltz is going to compromise somehow. Like, you know, the Minnesota cops, they got nothing to do with this fascist mission of ICE, right? And it sounds like Trump's trying to loop them into it. And Waltz is the kind of compromising, feckless liberal that will, maybe go for that. So anyway, the Post reads, it's a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. That's a very different tone than the one adopted by his Homeland Security advisor, Stephen Miller, who asserted shortly after Preddy's death that an intensive care nurse who was actually a federal government employee was a domestic terrorist. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, asked today if Trump agrees with Miller, replied, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way. And tonight, news broke that Border Patrol Commander at-large Greg Bovine Bovino, has been demoted from his role and reportedly plans to retire. There are even signs that Congress has finally decided to get off its ass, perhaps do something that captures the on-the-ground sentiment and works towards de-escalation. There's a good news, bad news. A good news, bad news consequence of the new reluctance on the ground in Minneapolis, one officer told me. The good news is that leadership is disappearing into urgent legal meetings, increasingly worried about the possibility that they will oversee similar killings, but also absent on the streets as leaders who might encourage de-escalation and discourage gung-ho and the overzealous. In other words, the freshman class of ICE. The worst, though, sources say Homeland Security in Washington does its stupid thing of trying to divert criticisms of their own behavior by raising the specter of protesters and others attacking ICE and Border Patrol in revenge for the Preddy and Renee Good killings. Threat briefings are now focused on retaliatory threats. Now they're scheduled more with contracted DHS attorneys tomorrow and the next day. One of the officers told me this weekend, I know managers that got called into meetings all night. As the meetings were held, the ICE agents and others I've talked to say that the government versus terrorist narratives has tangible and negative impacts on the ground. Lots of people are freaking out, one ICE agent told me. Agents are getting seriously paranoid, afraid of being targeted by the retaliators, right? And we haven't seen, it's almost surprising, right? Considering that they've killed 2 innocent people, that there has not been a actual attempted retaliator, right? I haven't heard any story of anybody trying to hurt ICE or CBP, agents planning a retaliatory strike or anything like that, right? Several agents described receiving briefings about retaliatory threats to ICE inspired by the Minnesota shootings. Guys take it really serious. Like, we are fighting insurgents. That's the problem, is they think this is Fallujah. And holy shit, if they treat it like Fallujah, the whole country's going to rise up against these guys, right? They will never know peace again. They will be fucking fugitives for the rest of their lives, right? If they double down on the fucking killing of American citizens, they are fucked. Thank you. Also, Omega Star for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. We loves you, Chinga la migra indeed. Yes. Let me just finish this up and we'll get back to what Hassan is talking about. Several agents described receiving briefings about retaliatory threats. I think I already read that. Though all the federal agents I've spoken to this weekend support immigration enforcement, they indeed see the Minneapolis operation as something else entirely, an open-ended counterinsurgency in a faraway land under out-of-touch leadership in Washington, more concerned about optics than immigration. Also, some tones of Vietnam, too. I wonder when they're going to start fragging their commanding officers. I don't know. They're already having issues with substance abuse, it looks like. This is a no-win situation for agents on the ground or immigration enforcement overall. A Border Patrol agent said to me in a private group chat shared with me, he closed on a plaintive note. I think it's time to pull out of Minnesota. That battle is lost. Wow. Good idea, by the way. Great idea. That's what you need to do. These are words to live by. Anyway, fuck this, a senior ICE officer said about the shooting of Preddy. So there we go. Now, I don't want you to think that that's representative of ICE and CBP, their opinions, right? These are the guys that were willing to talk to Ken Klippenstein. So it's kind of like, again, self-selected for the most critical. But those, even within ICE, right, people are, increasingly skeptical about this operation. So that should be some level of good news. Anyway, let us go back to what we were doing. Before I sidestepped, I just wanted to read you that because I haven't had a chance to do so yet.
All right, Dan, we got a flood of breaking news this morning.
Nope. Here we go.
You see that on numerous camera angles as well. And then they stopped her from actually receiving medical care as well. There was a physician on the site. They told him, no, you can't come in. And she bled out for 8 whole minutes, according to the doctors that treated her after she got to the hospital. Like, there were so many different issues there, right? I think we all want law enforcement. We want law and order. But we can't let bad cops and bad ICE agents, which are even worse than cops to begin with, get away with this kind of criminal behavior. Otherwise, we're going to have lawlessness and disorder, right, Bob?
No, you would have had no problem with this if she just did what she was told. And by the way, you're already calling it an execution. I don't remember seeing a trial or anything.
There's not going to be one.
Well, that's the whole problem.
Oh, well, there you go. She was in the wrong and she got popped.
No. The
Jesus
problem is
Christ.
cops are not supposed to be judge, jury, executioner. He's not even a cop. He's an ICE agent. Okay. But ICE agents are not supposed to be judge, jury, executioner. There was no due process, right? It's one of the most American concepts that even, a filthy un-American commie such as myself actually ride for. You know, I love the First Amendment and I certainly love due process. So when a member of law enforcement ends up shooting and killing someone on the spot, they're actually denying that person.
Hold it. You said ICE is not a member of the law enforcement. So go back and retract this.
No, ICE is not. I said
Oh,
ICE
no,
is
you
law
said
enforcement. They don't have the same
You said
level
that.
of.
Okay.
No. You misunderstood me, Bob. I'm saying
I did.
ICE is a federal law enforcement that is acting in the capacity of doing immigration enforcement. And as a part of that, they're technically not allowed to detain American citizens, but because they can't figure out who's an American citizen and who's not an American citizen, they take advantage of the legal gray area. And if they can do that and they can avoid due process in that regard, if they can use administrative warrants to go into people's houses, they can one day come to your house too. And I don't think you want to live in a country like that, right? Where members of law enforcement are not doing their jobs appropriately.
But are you worried about them?
Yeah, MC says, please just don't give up the voter rolls. MC's talking about what happened in Atlanta. I also haven't covered this. I want to cover this, but Atlanta, the voter rolls were seized by the FBI. And what the Trump administration is presenting as an investigation over 2020 and what is most likely an attempt to steal the election in 2026. So we got that to deal with too. Also, Tulsi Gabbard, we haven't heard from her in a long time. That's because she's fallen out of favor with the Trump administration. She's the chief of the Department of National Intelligence, aka DNI. People are starting to say that DNI stands for do not inform because she's not in the loop on like anything, right? She didn't know about Venezuela. She didn't know about Iran. She might have opposed those two things, but she appears to be maybe trying to get back in to Trump's good graces in whatever the fuck she's doing in Atlanta. Now, chat, just so you know, right? The director of national intelligence or whatever, not supposed to be part of like a FBI operation. That's not standard at all, right? Why was she there? Why was she apparently maybe even alone in the room with the ballots, right? It seems to be because she's trying to impress Trump in some way, and I'm sure we'll find out more about that later. Anyway, let's finish this. There's nothing that prevents them from stealing ballots on election. Yeah, that's the other thing. Having ICE out there, again, a lot of people have proposed the idea that, this is an electoral strategy ultimately for Trump.
Coming to my house because
Yeah, I worry a little bit about your house.
I mean, I have a bakery. We run cookies that literally say "fuck ICE."
And you run your mouth. Yeah,
Right. That's my right as an American. That's freedom of speech.
that's right. So
To
you
take
get
that away is un-American.
Can
So
I say
coming to
something?
my home to
hard.
arrest me for freedom of speech is wrong. You see that, right?
Depends on what you're promoting.
So you do not
Okay.
believe in freedom of speech.
No, I
Only
don't
if it
believe you.
suits you and Donald
Oh
Trump.
shit. Omega Star says, put all my stuff on Erica Kerr, please. Done and dusted, Omega Star. And thank you for the
I've
bits.
said this before. There's a fine line in the protesting, the rioting, the consequences once you step over the line. If I was out in my street right now, well, let me start this way too. I've watched that clip over and over, all different angles. I've even watched the clip the 3 minutes prior before she got shot.
Yeah, they're talking about Renee Good. I'm kind of wondering though, did this happen? Yeah, maybe this happened before Alex Freddie was murdered.
There, you guys weren't there. So going on all the clips on everything I've read and pulled from all the different sites, then you make your own judgment call. When I first saw some of that and hadn't seen all of the clips and everything, I was going, oh my gosh, that's not right. That's terrible. But then once I watched more clips and where they slowed it down and I could hear different things and I could hear the police say, get out of the car, get out of the
So Columbia Rican's making me aware of the fact that Dems just flipped a seat in the Senate. Are you talking about a state Senate seat or a national Senate seat? You're talking about a state Senate, right? In Texas, in a district that Trump won by 70, it's still impressive, and it shows something, right? If a Democratic candidate can win in an unfriendly state like Texas, and in a district that was won by Trump, because there are, believe it or not, red districts in Texas. But in a district that Trump won by 17%, that definitely shows like a large swing. And that's what we're looking at, right? We're looking at, like, I don't know, possibly like a 20-point swing. And so that means that every, district that was won by Trump by less than 20 points potentially could swing Democratic. This could potentially make for, likely will yield, if the election's allowed to go on, likely will yield a Democratic House of Representatives, and also may now actually flip the Senate as well. So no wonder Trump's freaking the fuck out.
car. I said, my God, why didn't she get out of the car?
I'm not getting out of the car.
Yeah.
Does that mean I deserve it?
We don't want that.
Okay, so it was before Hassan went to Minneapolis and Alex was killed. Thank you, Mike Gonzalez, for clarifying that.
I don't want it for anyone, including you and Chad. So quit trying to put words in
You
your
should be
mouth like
smart
you
enough.
always do.
You should be smart enough not to take the chance.
If
Why
I was
should
in
I
that
comply?
woman-
I don't even think ICE should be defunded. I don't believe that ICE should exist. Why am I complying with this?
you know what? We wouldn't have ICE if we had a secure border.
If we hadn't had Joe Biden's
We got ICE in 2003, I believe. ICE came from the Patriot Act. We would still have ICE. If the only way we wouldn't have ICE is if Biden had abolished ICE, right? If Biden had taken like the things that people were saying in 2020 seriously, and there had been some real attempts at reform, on the police rather than just fucking body cameras, and I don't even know what they, actually got done, right? But Biden, in a lot of cases, they increased police budgets. If they had taken that seriously, especially the abolish ICE, then maybe there would be no ICE. But no, there's going to be an ICE, and Trump was going to use it. And honestly, it doesn't matter what the immigration system situation is, because Trump lied about the immigration situation, and people believed it. People believed it was a crisis. There was no crisis, and so Trump can do this any fucking time he wants. It literally doesn't matter if there are no immigrants, he will make them up, right? If there is no crime, he will make it up. Instead, what he does is cherry pick from finds a horrible situation like Laken Riley, whose I believe parents have asked Trump to shut the fuck up about their dead daughter, right? But he still keeps on just basically humping these dead bodies in order to achieve his fascist goals. So that's just wrong. Obviously, Hassan's trying to build some bridges with these people, so I don't expect him to be, critical or caustic, like I am right now. But I had to say it because that is such fucking brain rot right there.
open borders, we wouldn't need ICE.
I really believe that.
It all comes back
Why
to
would we
Biden.
need it? Why are y'all laughing? No, it was the border. We just let anybody and everybody in.
Like Renee Good, they let her across the border.
Tell us what your thoughts are on that.
Renee Good didn't cross the border.
Yeah, you can't catch Bob
She
like that.
wasn't.
Bob is real MAGA. That's crazy. I saw what Chad was doing,
I was
Bob. I
trying
got
to
your
trick
back.
you.
I got your back.
I was trying to trick him.
Yeah.
He got me.
He's doing liberal mind games here. I noticed that. I'm with you.
Chad
I'm with you
always
all the
tries
way.
to trick us.
I literally never try to trick you. What are you talking about?
You
know
tried
how
to
many
trick us
DMs
with
I
the
get?
med bag. You
What's
tried
that?
to trick us with Bible quotes. You
Oh,
always
with the
try to
med bag.
trick us.
Wait, what? Who tried to trick you with MedBed?
Trump thought it was real. I'm not tricking you.
I don't know if he actually thought it was real. That's fucking crazy if he did. Yeah, he did. What did he retweet an AI video that implied that this shit was? I feel like he even posted something out like med beds for all. Instead of Medicare, we're going to give you mythical medical technology that miraculously cures you. Chat, for anybody who doesn't know what a medbed is, right? During QAnon, there's a lot of conspiracy theories sloshing around. A lot of these focused on the idea that there was a ruling elite, a global elite, and they were keeping all the good stuff from mom and pop, right? And one of these good stuffs that they were keeping away from them was a med bed, right? Two versions of this thing. One of the med beds, right? One of the types of med beds will cure you of what ails you. Whatever you're sick with, you sleep in a med bed, you get better, you know? You're sicker, you stay in there longer, something like that, right? Second version of the med bed, you are old. You get in the med bed and you come out, I don't know, X number of years younger, right? It reverses your aging, right? So this is batshit. This is brain rot. But, you know, it also offered hope to a lot of people that were probably suffering from a variety of medical conditions. And the idea that, you know, this technology existed. In some cases, the claim would be given to us by aliens. In some cases, invented by science. You know, this was just, you know, more of the global elite that Trump is fighting, and like he wants to get you those med beds, but he can't. I've even heard of scams going on, right, where a poor, you know, QAnon believing conspiracy theorist was convinced by another another MAGA person that that if they paid X amount of monies, they could sleep in a med bed. They'd come and it would just literally be like a hospital bed, an old hospital bed that they bought. Like, yeah, with like a hood on it or something to make it look like more futuristic. And I you know, actually like would pay, you know, for the access to this med bed. And the whole thing about like bullshit cures is you want to believe that they're true. So if you sleep in that med bed after paying $1,000 or whatever, $4,000, however much you're paying for the med bed, right? You're gonna say, yeah, I do feel a little bit better. Yeah. No, that's stuff that, you know, you know what I mean? You're gonna get a massive placebo. So yeah, there's scamming and going on with this. It's really a sad thing. But then Trump goes and retweets some AI fucking slop of this med bed shit where Donald Trump has announced that every American will receive their very own med bed. And people, you know, bought it. I don't know if Trump actually bought it. That seems fucking crazy, even for Trump, but who knows? I want my med bed to vibrate. I want it heated. That sounds good. He also talked about med beds in some speeches. Oh, he did? Jeez. I mean, did you see how easy this is when people believe in lies like this? How easy it is for scam artists to scam people? It's just sick.
He is tricking you.
I think the med bed is real too, by the way. So I just want to point
My
that
dad
out.
thought he was going to get one. Thought he was going to get a free med bed from Donald Trump.
Bob,
I'm sorry. You gotta be kidding me. Did his dad actually think that?
that's
I'll
aspirational.
be right
That's
back.
fucking
He has
awesome.
to go to the restroom.
That-
I'm sorry.
Okay,
course.
Bob,
Be right
before you
back.
go to the
Oh,
restroom,
well-timed restroom break. I gotta do a restroom break in a second here too.
I think that's aspirational, and I like that you wanted a med bed.
I'll get some question from chat that I can't answer. Somebody will own me, and then I'll just I gotta go pee.
Yeah, I want one too. I just don't think they're
I
real.
want one too.
Yeah, there you go. That's like, okay, how about if instead of med beds for all, we do Medicare for all? What do you guys think about that?
Well, that is. He just said no as he's running to the bathroom.
We heard Bob.
Oh my God.
Right, but Mom, you believe in universal health care. You think that everyone should have health care, yeah?
Everyone deserve health care. Of course they do. Of
Yeah.
course they do. And we do have it. I mean, if
Columbia Rican. I think Trump is mistaking a tanning bed for a med bed.
there
No, we
was
do not.
someone without
Quite
if
possible.
there was someone without health care and
No.
they got injured, they go to a hospital and they do get care. They either write off their big bills, or they let the people pay it off in segments, because I have friends that way that have no health care themselves. They can't afford it right now.
Davy Cliff with the super chat. Russia in the 90s. Thank you for the super chat. And sorry I didn't see that earlier for whatever reason.
So when they get hurt,
I may have been distracted by a little Ken Klippenstein article.
they do go to the hospital, Haley, and they get fixed up.
You're
And then
missing
they-
the point. So people who have universal health care in other countries, part of their taxes kick into that. Okay. So when you go to the doctor, you're paying $20 for a fucking surgery. Here in the United States, we're screwed. Okay. Premiums are at an all-time high. A surgery here
Oh, Jesus, chat. We're not even halfway through this. We're like 1/3 of the way through this, I think. Yeah, 40 plus 40, 120. And then, yeah, we're a third of the way through.
For anyone is thousands, tens of thousands of dollars.
I'm going to be right back.
That sends you into medical bankruptcy. You're done.
Not bankruptcy. They will help write it off. But I do believe
Waluigi, you watch the chat and make sure they don't misbehave. I will be right back as soon as I possibly can. Sorry for my shorts, viewers. You'll have to imagine a Waluigi keeping you in line since I don't have that on the short stream. But I'll be right back after I pee, and yeah, we'll get through this. Even if we have to take a few more side steps to keep it interesting, right? It's a lot of content. It's a content horse, chat, and it's how do you eat a content horse? One bite at a time, apparently.
medical is out of control. It needs.
What kind of magical write-off are you talking about?
Let's see, it was 500,000 or 600,000. I had a friend with a bill that high. It was an emergency, and they wrote it off and helped her with it.
Let me ask the three of you: do any of you or all of you know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the difference?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a professional political commentator for like the past 12 years. I'm very familiar.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
So
Bob liked that one.
Medicare is for people who have worked and contributed to the fund. If you never had a job, you don't deserve Medicaid or Medicare. You're on Medicaid, which that bill that you say, who forgives the bill? The hospital lets you walk through the emergency room for free. And you know who pays that bill? Me and your mother.
Okay.
Not always, I don't.
But listen, I'm cool with paying for people to have medical benefits. That doesn't bother me. So if we could live in a country where like we're all kicking in and everybody gets insured, I'm down for that. I don't want somebody to go to the hospital and not be able to get life-saving care. Like, I don't want that. Why do you want that?
I don't think there's a place like that now.
I don't care whether they do or not.
Every other place is
I
like
don't
that.
want to pay for it.
Every other country is like
other-
that. Like, we are the
Yes.
only country, we're unique in the sense that we have medical bankruptcy as a concept here in this country, and it is an incredibly costly endeavor because we don't have socialized healthcare in this country. We are, we do. We have it for you, Bob. You get Medicare. It's one version of that, but even then, the entire reason why healthcare is as costly as it is because we have this parasitic middleman called healthcare providers, insurance providers, that are actually not working to make this cheaper at all. And as a matter of fact, they benefit from how costly healthcare is in general. If this entire industry did not exist, and it doesn't exist in many other countries, as a matter of fact, like I said, we are unique in the sense that we have private healthcare in the way that we do, and we have no alternative. We have no government alternative. That is the reason why healthcare is so costly in this country. So if we were to abolish the private healthcare sector in its entirety and have the government control this healthcare process, it would literally be cheaper for every single person, including yourselves. You would be paying less for your healthcare. Well, maybe not you guys because you're on Medicare, but you'd be paying less for your healthcare overall. And you would be paying it in the form of taxes, and everyone could just go to the hospital and get preventative care and not just only exhaust the hospitals at the point of no return when they have to use an emergency room.
Tell us about Obamacare then. Why was that not any good? And like premium sky high and...
Because Obamacare Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, was actually created, and this might come as a surprise to you guys, by Republicans in a right-wing think tank called the Heritage Foundation in the 90s, right? And it was first implemented by Romney in the state of Massachusetts. The reason why they created this healthcare system was because they wanted an alternative to socialized medicine. They wanted to make sure that we don't get Medicare for all. So they were like, here, this is the alternative. It's still a subsidy. It's still a subsidy to private insurance. I don't want private insurance to exist in the country. Or if it exists, I want it to be heavily regulated. And I want that private insurance to only cover things that are, like plastic surgeries or whatever, and not life-saving or preventative health care that everybody needs to get. This would make this process would make the entire system more affordable overall. It would be less costly, it would be more affordable, and it would be more efficient.
Okay.
But Dad, you're against that. We heard you
But it's
while
not
you're
good.
peeing say
It's-
no, you don't want
it's
this.
I'm for having free insurance for people who've paid into the fund.
Okay, like taxes.
Beyond that,
Yeah.
you've got an argument with me on who gets it and who don't.
But tell me then, why is Obamacare like they said now the premiums are like sky high?
Double, triple.
Yeah, the reason why is because they did not tackle the private function of healthcare. Healthcare makes money off of denying you healthcare coverage. You pay into it,
Right.
and then they do everything in their power to make sure that they don't pay your hospital bill. That's how they make money. Okay, so it's working against your interests.
Is
right?
that Medicare?
No, just healthcare in general. I'm saying like private healthcare makes money.
We don't get denied anything in Medicare.
What did you?
They
I'm
just
sorry.
pay.
What?
I said you're wrong about us having to pay extra for health care above and beyond what we're paying for Medicare. That's not true. That's a false statement.
There's some things that have to be pre-authorized though now.
So we get it all covered.
Okay, so yeah.
We're not dribbling out the back door.
because we're old.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying everyone should.
Yeah.
Everyone should
have this
pay
tax.
into it with taxes, and obviously not like children or the elderly that are no longer working, but everyone should pay into it and have one major pool of tax-funded healthcare that we take out of.
Change? It won't change until
We're
Democrats and Republicans agree on it, and we'll be dead by then.
But there's
think
also
you guys
these
have a
powerful
problem.
lobbyists that are in the medical insurance field that are paying all these politicians to make sure a bill like that would never pass. It's all about
Yeah.
money and whose pocket can get greased so that this will never happen in this country. And you
I do
understand that
believe
Donald
that.
Trump is a part of that. All he cares about is money.
Okay, no. He cares about
No,
America.
what we
Oh
just
my
talked
God.
about the $500 million he's got parked at a bank account in Qatar that he got from selling the Venezuelan stolen oil. You don't think he cares about money?
Yes, so
Yeah.
he can move it around.
Move it
To
around
his
for what
own
though?
Bank account,
He's going to make sure it goes to the right place.
Benefit
which
people.
Oh,
There's a lot of belief in Trump. I'm wondering what he has done for you specifically that you feel like has improved your life specifically that makes you feel confident that he's got your best interest in mind.
Well, since he became president, we're making more money than we ever have in our life without working.
My gasoline was the cheapest this
We're
morning
getting
I've
more.
ever seen
We're
it.
getting more Social Security. We're getting higher interest rates on our money that we have in the bank, and we're doing damn well.
see what you have to
That's what we
understand is
got.
that they have zero empathy for others. So it's like a me. So as long as I'm benefiting, as long as I'm winning, that's all that matters. It's the same with healthcare. You guys are covered. You guys are insured. To hell with everyone else. You have this mental block where you just do not give a shit about anyone else.
You're fighting mad today, Haley, aren't you?
Dad's nodding.
Ma-
What
I'm
do you
not-
mean? Dad's agreeing with her.
Every day. I live in
care
this
about it.
country and I read the news every day. I can't help but be mad.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
So
I care about other people.
You have
People that
you have
healthcare.
alternatives. If America's not right for you, hit the road.
Where would you go, Haley?
Waiting for midterms to see how this goes.
You know what you do? You move to some country that's got health care for everybody and see how your lifestyle is.
I mean, that's Switzerland. I'd give anything
Bet
to
you-
live there.
bet you
That's
a month.
Scotland. Like name a Nordic country, name a European country. You're not understanding because you've never traveled outside this country. But there are
Don't
places
have
that
to.
are much better when it comes to healthcare.
Oh,
We've had this discussion before.
but then you got to put up with the rest of the bullshit,
Dad,
which isn't as good as here.
don't listen to Dad.
The
Say
what's
what
not-
Dad-
Amandria89 says UK will have you? What? Like American citizens leaving the US? Is that what you're saying?
That is
like
here?
constitutionalizing abortion in France, because I'm down for that. I live in
Well,
Texas,
here.
one of the most oppressive states in the entire
When
country.
you pick one thing that's good out of a country and that's going to make you move there. That's not too bright.
I mean, there's I think a lot of stuff that's pretty good. Europe has its own issues as well.
Oh, UK's got you for free healthcare. Yeah. The United States is somewhat unique in the in their marketized medical care.
Well, and so do these other countries, but there's a lot of stuff that their governments do.
Woody Red warning me, UK's more right wing than the USA right now. No point in coming here. Yeah, that's okay. I can stay off a turf island. You don't have to ask me twice.
Right. And I think it's important to learn from those lessons and try to incorporate them here to make America great, like truly great. So as far as like universalizing the pain, one angle that I wanted to talk about is homelessness, right? Like there's a lot of homeless people on the streets, and I don't think anybody wants to see other human beings living out on the streets, right? Like you guys don't like that, right? It
No.
shows that this is like a chaotic system.
Well, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So would you say that that is a byproduct of the government failing?
Not necessarily. I think there's a lot of other things that contribute to homelessness. Half those people are drug addicts and they choose to be homeless. So I don't think you can blame that on the government.
Okay,
You
no
think
one
homeless people
chooses
choose
to be
The
homeless.
only thing I would say the government did wrong with the homeless people.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, Turf Island. Compare. Look, a few years ago, we could call you Turf Island and laugh, but it's not quite as funny now that they the official government is hostile to trans people.
Encourage them to be addicts over the last couple.
Can you imagine how bad the tourism sector is right now over the United States? I can't imagine anybody that still wants to come. Right? If I was from any other country, right, I would reroute my travel to Canada or Mexico, right? Whatever you want to get from the US, you can get other places as well. I don't even understand why anybody would put themselves through that. Like, right? Just like the idea that like, oh my God, they're gonna look at your memes on your fucking phone. Is there a JD Vance meme on your phone? Well, I'm sorry, we can't let you. We're gonna cancel your visa. It's fucking crazy.
Years.
What?
They make up. They
At Cavalier, super chatted $6.96. Hi, I don't know if it's the right time to ask this, but I always wondered in the time of Israel's fall, would a lot of Zionists abandon their ideology like the Germans did or not? Thanks.
I don't see any sign of but remember though, when we say Zionist, we're talking about a group of people who are mostly Christian. Obviously, it gets conflated with Judaism a lot, but most Zionists are like end times evangelical Christians who have some weird interpretation of the Book of Revelations, where they think that it is the conditions for bringing Jesus back include Israel occupying all of Judea and Samaria, right? Of the basically a greater Israel, right? So they are therefore in line with the expansionist, like Likudnik, Zionist contingent in Israel in terms of what they want. Now, the reason they want this is actually insulting to anybody who's Jewish, right? Their prophecy says that there will become a time of great battle, and 2/3 of the Jews will return to Israel. 2/3 of them will perish from this earth, and then the remaining 1/3 converts to Christianity. That's right, Jews for Jesus. That's their end times prophecy. So you got that. But in terms of Zionists abandoning their Zionism, I don't really see that. Obviously, it's not happening in Israel, even though the rest of the world is looking at Israel as a pariah state, and the experience of Israeli tourists traveling abroad is probably abysmal right now. Given what Israel is associated with, and also given the level of support there is in Israel for what's been done and being continued to be done in Gaza. So yeah, I don't know if there's Zionists that are leaving there. The Zionist is somebody is a true believer, or usually for a religious reason, either because they feel like you're Jewish and you feel like the land was promised to Jewish people 3,000 years ago, or you're Christian and you feel like you need the Jews to move back to Israel and to take over as much land as possible, because that's the only way you're going to get Jesus back. And, if they have to die or be converted to Christianity in the, in the process, that's no sweat off your brow. So I hope that roundabout question addresses what you're asking, like the Germans did or not. Yeah, I can't even imagine what de-Zionization of Israel would look like. Although it's hard to imagine a state, what Israel would look like if apartheid, for instance, were to fall. So Anyway, yeah, apocalyptic apostles. Tourism was really bad. Vegas and other places are ghost towns. Oh, yeah, I've heard. Yeah, there has been a lot of news reports about it, but there's so much news, right, that it gets buried, doesn't it? Some tourists would get arrested for having a foreign accent and then been sent to CCOT. Exactly what he read. There are multiple countries with travel warnings for the U.S. Yeah, they should have. Australia has one of them. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Thailand should have one, considering how they're treating, like, didn't they just cancel a bunch of, I feel like they canceled a bunch of Thai visas, right?
Open up places
The fuck was that about, if not racism?
where they can go in and get their drugs for free and let them go out and lay on the
You're
street.
insane.
I mean, you look at San Francisco, hell, they take a crap on the street.
He's talking about safe needle injection sites and things like that. They've actually been very successful.
Did you just hear the Cenk Uygur come out? Did you just hear the shaky Gurga chat? And this is why we call Cenk a chud, for anybody who's confused about that. They're like, I've heard Cenk Uygur be pretty progressive. All right, because he'll have takes like this where he's like, oh, you know, all these homeless people pooping all over my, you know, the stairs outside of my building, right? You know, shit like that, right? What was Cenk's thing that he was like? He was somehow his turning like anti-homeless, which honestly was probably an effect of the Katzenberg money that came into TYT. Katzenberg, that's one of his pet peeves, right? Is homelessness, by which I mean homeless people, the existence thereof. And TYT, when they got that Katzenberg money, which they said that they paid back, but let's be real, ever since then, they have absolutely taken an anti, you know, very hostile stance to homeless people, including Cenk Uygur talking about, I don't know, how like somebody's got to stop these homeless from taking a poop outside my apartment. I don't know. It just feels like there's one way to solve that, Cenk. If they had homes, they wouldn't have to poop on your steps, bud. Yes, Cenk is super sketch. Absolutely.
Successful, especially the mass distribution of Narcan under Biden, who I hate, by the way, just so you know. That's not even a joke. I hate Biden. Wasn't a big fan of Kamala either. Not a big fan of the Democratic Party, but you know, that's maybe an area that we can agree on. Having said that, of course, what?
Where do you stand? What,
Well,
are
I
you
stand
like
firmly
liberal?
outside of the American.
But you gotta be either Republican or Democrat. What do you mean? If it's not Republican, it's Democrat. If it's not Democrat, it's Republican. What do you mean, Mr. Hank Pecker?
Two-party system. I'm much further to the left than at least this current iteration of the Democratic Party.
This is something that we talk about on our show a lot too. Haley and
the
I
time.
are very similar to that. And you
We are
guys
not
always look at
Democrats.
us and you're like, you love Biden, you're Democrats. And it's like, no, we're not really.
No.
We're just very much against Trump and very much not right. But the two-party system, Haley and I also think is, I mean, it just doesn't work. We're at a point where we're
Correct.
seeing the complete failure of it now and the ability for an authoritarian to come in and exploit it for personal gain. But you guys think we are like hardcore Biden supporters. That has never been the case.
Here's what I don't understand: why you and Haley don't like love the American flag. You don't have patriotism. Okay, now hush. Y'all laugh at this one. I said at my father's funeral with the gun salute going off when they handed me the perfectly folded triangle flag for my father's service.
Yeah,
That's gut wrenching to me.
sure.
That's
That's the reason you get to sit here and run your mouth.
I had so much pride that day, and that's the stuff that you guys will never feel, and that makes me sad.
That object. Sorry, Haley, go ahead.
There's I think innately, like within me, even since I was a kid, like stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. In my mind, I'm telling myself, you can't tell me what to do. I'm not gonna follow this shit blindly.
Okay.
And so I
you
just
were a rebellion a long time ago. You were
Like
a
when you
rebel.
were like 6 or
You're a
7.
rebel.
Woo,
You're a rebel.
you had a grip on it.
okay. So
It's the flag is just a
There-
symbol,
there-
but it's interestingly in this country because of like burning of the flag is part of freedom of speech. But Trump says that should be outlawed, and we're
Not
going to
anymore.
throw you
Not
in jail
anymore.
for
You're
it.
gonna-
Not anymore, it isn't. You go to jail now, buddy.
Right. So,
I just
Dad,
don't-
10 seconds ago, you were like, "That's your freedom of speech." Now you're shitting on freedom of speech.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
this is
What-
not the this is not the country that I anticipated like raising children in. And again, like when I was younger, I didn't really pay attention to politics. But as I became older, became a parent, everything really clicked. And I started to recognize that this isn't the actual country I thought it was. And as I'm living through, again, Texas, one of the most oppressive states in the United States, I don't want to be here. You know, I wake up every day with anxiety just reading another story about just atrocities happening right in my backyard.
How'd your kids turn out, in your opinion?
My kids are awesome.
All right.
And they grew up
and
in
they
Texas.
grew up in the United States of America.
And Texas.
Under our flag.
You think
And
the
you
flag
wanna
made
leave.
them good kids? Okay.
It's under the flag of America.
Like pride
You
for
know
your
what the
country.
flag,
I
you
don't.
you two don't even understand what that damn flag stands for.
Shouldn't have brought up.
It is
You don't understand that it doesn't stand for even the same thing that it did, which was already fucking complicated, all right? Are there good parts about the US? Absolutely. The US was part of the coalition that put Nazism in the ground, that buried that buried fascism, at least for a while, right? But right afterwards, they brought those Nazi scientists over and they imported also fascist anti-communism. If you want to talk about America, if you want to love America, you have to at least acknowledge what it is. And that necessitates acknowledging its shortcomings. And also acknowledging that the great thing about America was, / maybe is, its potential. The greater part of the American story, if it is to be anything other than, anything other than a letdown, is in the future, right? And like a lot of the hypocrisy and that, like you can't say you love something when you refuse to look at the majority of it, right? You can say that a car has an amazing engine, but if you don't acknowledge that the tires are missing, the body is rusted, the transmission is busted, right? If you don't acknowledge that this car needs a lot of fucking work before it can be a thing of beauty, then what are you even fucking talking? You're living in La La Land, right? You're living in La La Land. And I'm just saying this, chat. This is how I would talk to MAGA parents. All right. Obviously, I'm exaggerating like the hope that I have for any potential of the United States, because right now it looks like the United States is not long for the world, and probably for the better for most of the, you know what I mean, probably for the better at this point. Yeah, the flag stands for Donald Trump. He molests the flag. Donald Trump fucked the flag, chat. What the fuck is that? The flag is a goddamn cum rag. And you love that? Do you want to fucking rub it all over your face? The fuck is wrong with you? You fucking peasant-brained hog.
It isn't about you and your kids. It's about the thousands
that died for our freedom.
Soldiers who have died
For our freedom.
to let you sit here and run your mouth.
For our freedom.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the flag represents the people, right? Without the people, there is no nation.
Right.
And I think
Right.
it's the most patriotic thing you can do to want what's best for your country and want what's best for your fellow countrymen, right? Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Depends on who you consider to be my fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Well,
everybody who resides in the United States is a fellow countryman to me.
Well,
Okay.
I think America actually is. Here's another
Some of you all are just fellow cunts to me. Ha ha ha.
thing that I love about America.
That's my Bob impersonation, chat. Do I sound like Bob?
America actually is one of the few countries on the planet where what you're saying, Bob, is actually entirely incorrect. There is never, with the exception of, Native Americans that have been here before our forefathers got here, every single person in the United States of America that came to the United States of America that became, multiple generation Americans came from somewhere else, right? That's correct, right, Bob?
Dad, what are you doing? You watching Newsmax? What's going on over there?
No.
You staring into
I
space?
I turned it off.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
But Bob, you agree with that, right? Like, I mean, your great grandparents probably came here at a certain point, right?
Yeah,
Where'd they come from?
Germany, Luxembourg.
And they became American, and you became American as a part of that. And I think there's no difference between your great grandparents when they first came here and were regarded as being swarthy and not Anglican blood, as Benjamin Franklin once famously wrote about, when they were initially considered not real Americans. I'm sure they experienced some of that same exact bigotry that you're dishing out right now. But I think that's the beauty of America, is that people come in from all different parts of the world, and over 2 generations they become American.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So you believe that's what Somalia is up to right now? They're going to become second generation of patriot Americans.
They already have. Somali Americans are 95% American citizens.
Yeah, and they're all bad.
They're all bad. All Somalis are bad.
Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, I don't think so, but I don't think there's a difference. Here's the big point of contention, right?
God.
I don't think someone coming from a different country and then coming to the United States of America has a different set of values or a different set of interests than someone like yourself. They all want a roof over their heads. They want a hot meal on their table. They want clothes on their back, and they want a better future for their children. And I think that is what unites all of us all around the world, as a matter of fact. Whether they're coming from Somalia or whether they're coming from Germany, it doesn't change that. It doesn't change that at all.
What'd you say, Dad?
I said, yeah, we're all getting along really well too.
You know what, though, when my great grandparents, they came across Ellis Island, all of that, they had to put down where they were going, where they were traveling, where they wanted to farmstead. Within, I think, 3 years, if I remember the story right, my grandmother said then they did have to say they were citizens. They wanted to become citizens and sign a document of something and know English. So,
okay, that's really interesting you're saying that, because that's precisely what happened with the Somali population.
Bob has gone too far. What part?
but they
I feel like he's done that a few times. Zetetic says, my chud cousin will only watch Newsmax. She told me that Fox News has been taken over by liberals. Can imagine why she'd think that. And sadly, that's not an uncommon view among conservatives. The weird thing about Fox is, if I'm being real, I don't think Fox likes Trump. But if I'm also being real, most of the Republicans don't like him either. Remember, he came in and won the primary as an outsider. What he did was steal the Republicans' audience away from them. He was more Republican than the Republicans. In other words, he was more serious about going through with the policies that the Republicans would tease but never actually do, right? That's why he had such an easy time. And Fox, you know, wanted a bog standard Republican to win. And they didn't, and he won. And so just like the Republican politicians who have bowed the head and kissed the ring of Donald Trump, Fox News has had to do that for a long time too. You can see every time there's like an inkling of a watershed moment, you know, you've got, it's not, yet still most of Fox is super pro-Trump, right? I don't want to exaggerate it, and it will be for the foreseeable future, right? But you do have people on Fox that are willing to say, I don't know about this one, Trump. I don't know if this was a good move. And you absolutely won't see that from Newsmax or OAN or any of the other just absolute slop networks. So yeah, there is. I mean, if you saw the you know, how Fox News personalities were talking about Trump right after the insurrection, you could see that some of them were like kind of good riddance, and then he comes back and they have to kiss his ass again. So that's the situation at Fox News. They are suffering from audience capture. I'm sure some of them would love to get out from under that audience capture, while others, you know, if Trump got unpopular enough for Fox News to say, hey, this guy's a bad idea, we support, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine what an establishment candidate running for primary, trying to be the Republican candidate in 2028 would even look like. I'm trying to imagine what possible anti-MAGA or non-MAGA politician would be able to succeed. But if that happened, right, Fox News would probably be on their side. And the Sean Hannitys and the dead enders and the people that really love Trump would probably leave for the greener pastures of OAN. And honestly, Fox would probably lose viewers as well. That's the whole thing. As much as Fox wants to move on from Trump, parts of Fox, right? Even going back to Megyn Kelly in 2016, their audience is so far is, you know, fairly, I mean, there's cracks, right? It's shrinking. There's people waking up, but they're sort of few and far between. Most people are more like these MAGA parents here.
But they're here for a wrong reason.
What do you think their reason
Bachelor
is?
reference.
I think they're here to actually cause chaos.
Cavalier Crane says, surely it can't be JD Vance as main candidate. I don't think so, Cavalier Crane. I don't think, look, if Tucker Carlson runs, he will probably be president. And we should all be scared of that, right? What that's gonna look like if Tucker Carlson wins is like a change in leadership, a change of the flavor of a Republican that's leading the country. But in actuality, very much a continuation of the MAGA legacy. Right. And Tucker is charismatic enough to do that. Right. JD Vance is the opposite of charisma. And JD Vance is zero charisma. So, yeah, I don't think JD Vance has, unless the Democrats just shit the bed, which, geez, I wouldn't put past them. I wouldn't put it past them. What president? We're running Hakeem Jeffries as our candidate. How about that, chat? How about that? How about that? With Slotkin as vice. Slotkin, yeah. Or Slotkin, maybe Slotkin runs for president. I don't know. You know, you're going to get some shit like that. Or Newsom. You know, it's like, I think though Newsom has more of a chance. That being said, like Newsom would be a disastrous candidate. Newsom doesn't play as well in the rest of America as he does in California. Newsom looks to a lot of Americans like a used car salesman, like a fucking ripoff artist or just a corporate scumbag, right? He's got the, what's the guy from American Psycho? Fuck, I always forget his name. American Psycho guy, chat, help. I really should reduce the lag, or reduce the delay on YouTube. Patrick Bateman, thank you. Goddamn, I was about to say Patrick Starr.
And corruption and take over the United States.
There sure is a lot of fraud in Minnesota.
And they're stealing money to get away with it.
And you think this is happening 100% blanket? As you said earlier, all of them are bad. You believe every Somali in the United States is part of this scheme?
I think they live in that neighborhood and they've got that mindset. Yes.
They're not all bad. He's wrong.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, we
but
don't
you know
know
they're
them,
all
but-
bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the mom is actually talking like somebody that realizes how big of an audience she's going out to. I don't know, you know, what she really believes. I don't know what's in the heart of her heart, but she doesn't want to bite the bullet of saying, yeah, all Somalis are bad. It's a, you know, whatever Asmongold says, whatever Trump says, she's not saying, and it's probably, yeah, Patrick Starr. That's right. People don't know about that side of Patrick. They should. They will.
I don't
So
know
how
a
are you
single
coming to that
one.
conclusion? This is Newsmax. Look, I started.
You set up schools with no kids in them, get paid $800 a day per child. And what are they doing with that money? They're sending it back home.
Okay, well, they can do whatever they want with the money they make. I started watching Newsmax because of you guys. I watch it for about at least 10 or 15.
It's weird that something like remittance is it's going to be seen as by Republicans. You know what remittance is, chat? It's like if you go to another country and you get a job, or, you know, maybe you know, you get papers, maybe you're working kind of under the table, right? But you're sending money back to your family. That's what remittance is. It's not a bad thing. It's not a criminal thing. It's not an evil thing. It's not a fraudulent thing. It's, you know, probably the reason a lot of people do leave their homes and immigrate, right? Nobody does it just to like fuck with you. I'm going to destroy the American lifestyle. Ha ha ha. I'm the evil immigrant. That's not how it fucking works, right? Your country gets fucked up. You can't feed your family. You can't take care of your people. So you go to the United States, you work in a fucking slaughterhouse or in the agricultural sector, you work some job that nobody else wants, you get paid, you know, bullshit, and you somehow manage to, you know, keep body and soul together and send some money back home. That's what remittance is. And the fact that it makes these assholes mad, it just, oh my God, I want to see, where's the humanity, chat? Where's the humanity? Show me the humanity, please.
15 minutes a day. All they're doing right now is just pumping that Somali fraud straight into your brains 24 hours a day. That's what essentially their whole channel is doing that now. And you guys believe it because you're not watching anything else.
I need to switch gears here for a second, because the thing that you're saying about Somalia is like, you've seen one case of fraud, and it was actually a white woman that set the entire fraud thing up. It's called, her name was Amy Bach. But yes, a lot of the co-defendants, the overwhelming majority of the co-defendants in this one specific case where they were taking money from the government to feed children, they were actually misattributing the funds and putting them back directly in their pockets. And the majority of the co-defendants were Somali. So that doesn't mean that all Somalis are engaging in this, just like Donald Trump is.
Cavalier Crane says, we are all aliens. There's no humanity. Shh.
You know, of German descent, and he was responsible for he was criminally liable for fraud, but I don't think every single German American is also doing fraud in the same exact way. That's just one individual case. But the question I have for you is, who do you think is a larger burden on American taxpayers in terms of like constantly receiving funds and never giving back, Israel or Somalia?
Well, on a scale, it's got to be Israel.
Oh, okay. So I think we have another area of agreement here. What do you guys think about Israel?
I want to know.
You love them.
Oh, no.
The only thing that stand between us and Iran.
You know what? I'm not even going to talk. That's okay. Never mind.
What do you mean? Mom, you got something to say? Say it.
I don't think she likes Israel.
I think they had something to do with Charlie. I really think they had something to do with Charlie.
What do you think
that a
they had
yes?
to do?
Chat, I was expecting to hear, like, I see these pictures of the grieving parents, of the dead children in Gaza, and it breaks my heart. I always grew up in the Christian faith, you know, thinking of Israel as you know, something that is integral to my faith as a Christian, but I cannot think of it that way any longer. I cannot think of the modern state of Israel as anything other than a butcher of children, right? I thought that's what we were going to hear. I thought better. What's her name, chat? The guy's Bob, right? The YouTube channel like owner is Chad. I'm trying to remember. Let's get everybody's name. You got Bob. What's her name? Cindy or something? She does carry the flame. Yeah, that's her contention. Is Charlie Kirk? Well, I think that Israel might have had something to do. You know, they do control the media. Mary Lou, thank you, Hog Show. An awesome name. Yeah, Mary Lou, Bob, Chad, and the sister is. Why can't I think of her name? Yeah, you're right. MZ, it's Mary Lou. What is the sister's name? Is it Donna? Maybe. I for some reason I just didn't remember it when they said it. The mom is definitely Mary Lou. My parents let me be free to choose religion. That's really nice. When I got older, I did not choose religion. I'm 2 for 2. Wait, what are you 2 for? Oh, you're right. Donna is correct. Okay, it is Donna. We got it confirmed. Awesome. Okay, so we got Donna, we got Chad, we got Hassan, we got Donna, we got Mary Lou, and we got Bob. Okay, straight. I thought better of Mary Lou. I was thinking that when she was gonna disagree with like wanting to hug and kiss the state of Israel, which Bob apparently wants to literally hug and kiss Benjamin Netanyahu apparently. I thought it was gonna be for some, you know, moral reason. Instead, it is because of conspiracy theories that Candace Owens has implanted. The eggs that Candace laid in her brains, chat, have finally hatched, and they're coming out with a fully formed conspiracy theory of Israeli Mossad involvement in Charlie Kirk's death.
Do with it.
You've been watching that Candace Owens?
Yeah.
I do watch her, but just some things are just not adding up. Sometimes when I can't.
To be fair, yeah, some things are just not adding up. I wouldn't I would hate for your first thought to be like it's because of Israel, or more likely what's underlying the conspiracy theory is the idea that it's the Jews.
Sleep, I'll just start clicking on stuff and reading.
Charlie
I'm
Kirk.
very sad. I'm very sad what happened to him. I don't think we're ever going to figure it out, or at least if someone knows, they're not going to tell us the truth. It scares me now that I don't know his wife, but some things are just not adding up now. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, another area of somewhat agreement. Okay, that's good. Bob, what do you think? You think Benjamin Netanyahu slimed Charlie Kirk?
Do I think he did what?
Slimed him, like he
And
iced
alive.
him. He killed him.
I'm alive.
Oh, do I?
You know, like in Ghostbusters, where that one little green guy phases through Bill Murray, and he's covered in all kinds of snot. Oh yeah, he slimed him.
I think that Netanyahu killed him.
Yeah.
I don't think Netanyahu necessarily killed him, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Israelis had something to do with it.
Okay.
Can I ask you this question too? I've asked this to a couple of my friends, and they're like, I don't know, Meredith. Why can we not say someone was killed anymore? We have to use that word unalive.
Oh, it's TikTok. It's TikTok.
Nope. It's because of wokeness, right? They won't even let you say death anymore because of wokeness. Okay, because comedy's not legal anymore. You have to say unalived. No, I mean that's not. Like, is that what she thought? Is that what she thought it was? It was wokeness. It was liberal language reform going on here. Oh, we don't say dead anymore. We say unalived. We don't want to speak ill of the dead anymore. We don't call them the dead. That's a slur. We call them the unalived, right? What? I'm trying to imagine what is her thinking process here. I thought I was saying Hassan was saying BB cummed on. Oh, slimed. Oh yeah, that's another meaning of the word. Watch Rhett and Link. That's a Good Mythical Morning, right? They have a few episodes of their podcast about leaving evangelical religion. Nice. I actually didn't know that both of them left the evangelical fold.
Because TikTok terms of service bans you if you say killed. I say killed. I was just joking when I said slimed. I say killed all the time.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want, just not on TikTok, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's cultural then. It's like a cultural thing. Where you have
No, it's
to-
just
But other than
you
Charlie
get
Kirk,
banned.
Yes.
other than your attitudes about Charlie Kirk and Israel's potential involvement
Yes, Matthew. We don't want to offend the dead. Exactly. We don't want to offend the dead.
in his assassination, you guys are huge supporters of Israel and everything they're doing right now.
Because what if they cancel us?
Yeah, they have to be stronger than anybody else in the Middle East.
something's
And we have to
fishy.
maintain that.
Something's fishy with Charlie. You met Charlie, didn't you?
It's not about
I've
Jews.
debated him.
Yes.
Yeah, I
It's
debated
about-
him twice, and I was supposed to debate him before he got killed, maybe potentially by the state of Israel. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks prior to his assassination.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
were you friends with him, you think? Or
No, no,
with his,
not even a little bit.
You did.
Best buds. Sasha G, I hate TikTok euphemisms. Yeah, they suck, but I mean, the only reason I really don't have to use them, I think, the only reason YouTube lets me get away with this, and you never know if you're really getting away with something on YouTube, right? There's all kinds of shit that could be going on. There could be like a little, bad word counter that once it ticks back past a certain thing, like, YouTube doesn't push your channel as much. I don't know. Right. But the general consensus is that, you can say shit like this in a live stream. But if I were to make this a video, I would either have to, bleep, the word killed, or I would have to, say unalived instead, right? Otherwise, I'd risk demonetization, and just nobody wants to fuck with that, right? Anybody seen FD Signature go through hell with monetization, like trying to get his Charlie Kirk video out, or Jesse Gender? Like, I'm thinking of content creators who have, had videos, just good videos, important videos, and they get demonetized, right? There's a ton of that going on. So, that's why this shit is bleeped out or edited, or, you use a euphemism or whatever, choose your poison, I guess. It does suck, and it's not free speech. Do you think these MAGAs envision that this is the final stage of MAGA, that there's another person? I don't know. Like, I don't think that the MAGAs would, like, I can't imagine. Look, I can imagine a Republican candidate winning in 2028, especially if it's like Tucker Carlson, somebody that's actually charismatic, and the Democrats choose to run somebody who's not charismatic, somebody like Gavin Newsom, or less charismatic, right? I could see that. What I couldn't see is anything like MAGA, you know, anybody being able to fully consolidate the MAGA vote, right? I don't think there's another Trump. I think he's a generational, I don't want to say talent, but he's like the mule from anybody read Isaac Asimov Foundation, right? Trump is the mule. He's an aberration not predicted by psychohistory. And you know, while he might throw Selden's plan off its tracks, it's just as you know, just as likely that he'll die and not be able to reproduce, right? In other words, not be able to reproduce another Trump before you know, everything's fucked up. Tabula Pasta in with the JD Vance emotes. That is a 20 streak stream for you. Congratulations on that. I need to do better about rewarding people. Oh, chat, speaking of that, okay, really quick diversion, all right? I did a little experiment last night where I set up my camera on my balcony to do a little stream. Now, obviously, I had streamed for like 9 hours, so I was dehydrated. I was tired. I was not a lot of fun during that stream, but I just wanted to do it as a test of concept, or like a proof of concept. So I'm going to be looking to rewarding people that subscribe on YouTube or on Twitch. I couldn't figure out how to make it work on Twitch. You're supposed to be able to stream a subs only from your phone, but I couldn't figure out how to do it on Twitch. So sadly, Twitch, you did not get a stream last night. But you know, I thought it'd be nice if, like, maybe after the stream I could hang out with members and or subs, answer a few questions, and kind of change locations a little bit, because it's nice to stream from a different place. Like, now I've got 4 streaming stations set up in my house, and you'll maybe see them over the next few days. But just another benefit for those of you who are members, and another reason to join and become a member, because I want to do more of that in the future, and give, you know, thank the people that are there for me, that are stuck through with. Look, I put you through a lot, Chad. I mean, I got sick for a long time and have felt like, you know, shit since then. I haven't been streaming as much, you know, and the fact that I still have this so much support, it means a lot to me. So I really want to, you know, say thank you, and maybe, you know, spend some, like, take some questions, right? If you got questions about what we talked about in the stream, or just kind of AMA kind of stuff, just kind of have a chill little hangout time after stream for the members and the subs, if I can get it working for YouTube. And honestly, I should be doing it for the Patreon too. I need to figure out a way to sneak the Patreons into there. The religious stuff is all in the spiritual. Oh, sorry, you're talking to another chatter there. Oh, you just found my channel. Congratulations, Chicago Cubbies. And also, go Cubs, right? Go Cubs.
You didn't like his views or anything?
No, not even a little bit. I mean, back in the day in private, I looked back at our back and forth conversations all the way back in like 2017, where he was actually very worried about how racist some Republicans were getting. He even told me that comparison between the Klan and Antifa is ridiculous. I believe he might have even written an article about it at the time, or said he was going to write.
Sorry, I should rewind this, right? He's talking about Charlie Kirk. Hassan actually knew him a little bit. He debated him once or twice, and he was scheduled to debate him maybe just a few months after Charlie Kirk was killed.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
were you friends with him, you think? Or
No. Not even a little bit.
You didn't like his views or anything?
No, not even a little bit. I mean, back in the day in private, I looked back at our back and forth conversations all the way back in like 2017, where he was actually very worried about how racist some Republicans were getting.
Rican, would you ever consider doing a collab with Jessie Gender? Absolutely. I've covered Jessie in the past, especially her, you know, when she was getting, you know, kind of attacked by Brianna Wu. That's a great video, by the way, if you want to look in the NCC catalog. But yeah, anything that Jesse needs, I would gladly provide voice over or whatever she needed. But yeah, I don't know as much about Star Trek as her. So if you wanna know the details on Star Trek, you gotta ask Jesse Gender. I barely know Star Wars, chat. I'm not much of a nerd at all. I'm trying to be more of a nerd. I'm getting into Fallout. Is that nerdy? Kind of. New Vegas, a little bit nerdy. Maybe, probably not. It's probably not nerdy. I'm not even nerdy, but I do like Jesse Gender's videos.
He even told me that comparison between the Klan and Antifa is ridiculous. I believe he might have even written an article about it at the time, or said he was going to write one. But I think slowly but surely he also became that person that he was critical of. Yeah.
He had to. Nick Fuentes basically pushed him into it, right? Speaking of real life harassment, right? The story of what the Groypers and Nick Fuentes did to Charlie Kirk. And that actually did have the effect of moving him further to the right. MZ says, okay, you're making me hungry. This is so good. I hope you're not here. Are you hearing me crunching, chat? I'm not trying to crunch, on microphone, but these are just like sweet peas. And they're so good. I don't know if it's just because they're in season or whatever, but they're so good. This is like my new favorite thing. Like they got the perfect crunch, and I put a little chili paste,
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Oh, wait, let me put, it's backwards, chat. That says J, by the way, in Thai. And J is kind of like vegan. Kind of the same idea, I guess. But yeah, it's really good together.
He would be considered woke by today's standards, at least back in 2017.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm not very fond of Charlie Kirk or his opinions. That's why I was going to debate him. In any case, so you like that Israel got $300 billion in the last 80 years from American taxpayers?
If you're asking me, the answer is yes.
Okay, you do. All right, got it. Okay. You don't.
So Jesse's been covering how Star Trek, Chuds have been going after Star Trek Academy due to it having open LGBT characters which is a cis straight male and a Star Trek fan, says Columbia Rican. I don't see an issue with it. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look into that. I haven't seen much of Star Trek Academy, but I have seen the right wingers doing kind of, takedown videos on it. So Jesse's probably a great entryway to finding out what that whole controversy's got going on.
Think that those funds should have been.
Wait, you're hooked on crack rice? When you say crack rice, are you talking about like rice with crack sauce? AKA what's it called? It's actually called jiao som. And some Lao people don't like calling it crack sauce, but it is very good, and that's why it's called crack sauce. It's almost addictive. It's so delicious. It's one of my favorite sauces, honestly.
Appropriated to, you're fixing your infrastructure, paying for healthcare, paying for education, things like that.
Not above that. We need stability and somebody with a backbone in the Middle East, or we'll get run over.
So you don't actually believe America first?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
No, I think Bob is saying that Israel is like protecting America from scary Muslims, right? That's what you think, right, Bob?
Wait, so TEDx telling me Roddenberry, this is the creator of Star Trek, right? Gene Roddenberry purposely wanted to do a pro-gay episode in the original series. That would be the Captain Kirk and Spock version of Star Trek, right? The old Star Trek. But the network would never allow it. Yeah, they barely allowed a kiss between Captain Kirk and a black cast member, and I think they only did it because the story was somehow they had been hypnotized. Like they weren't really kissing because they wanted to kiss. There was some kind of mind control or weird shit going on. So anyway,
Bob, is that what's going on?
No, it's just the Middle East, period.
Okay.
There are other people other than scary Muslims in the Middle East.
Yeah, no, scary Arabs, okay, and Muslims and Christians. So
they've been fighting for hundreds of years.
That's also not true, but
it is true. How long was the Crusades? How far back does that go?
Wait, what do you mean they? Do you think the Crusades were Arab infighting?
Christians against Muslims. It was
No,
Christians
it was
against
Christians
Muslims.
against Muslims and Jews, ironically enough, or at least the Jews that were there.
Yeah. It was European Christians against the people that actually lived there, right? And much in the same way as the modern day conquest of Palestine, the Zionist project, right? The justification was literally the Bible, right? These are the holy lands. We are the Christians. We are Christendom. Christendom should control the holy lands. Very, very similar sort of logic there. And yeah, a lot of the a lot of the people attacked in the Crusades were Jewish or even I guess Christian, right? People lived there. It was maybe mostly Muslim people at the time. What would it? Oh God, I don't know nearly enough about the history of the Crusades to be talking about this. So
at the time,
yeah.
but that was the Europeans. That was the Europeans coming into this area and trying to dominate it, like European Christians.
Don't try to tell me that Christians and Muslims haven't been fighting for hundreds of years, because they have. Anything you got to say about that, that's contrary to that, is just a lie.
Look, people have been fighting for thousands of years, right? And sure, is some of that fighting like Christian versus Muslim? I'm sure it is, but it's wild that this reaction, just like no acknowledgement at all that of the connection between the Jewish tradition and the Christian tradition and the Muslim tradition, right? The Jewish people, Christian people, and Muslim people have been called the people of the book because they're common scripture, right? It's just wild that this is where he goes with it. Oh yeah, we've always been the enemies of the Mohammedans, just like fucking old school weirdo racism.
Why? And you're pulling it out of the air.
But that's not. I'm confused by this because the Crusades is one thing.
They're paper thin. There's nothing behind them.
No, the Crusades is totally
nothing behind them except for actual documented history. Yeah, which you haven't read, Bob.
Relevant to when people say, "Oh, they've been fighting there for hundreds of years," right? They're usually talking about Jews and Muslims because that's what this conflict has been reduced to, which is wrong. That's the wrong interpretation.
I don't know what other people are talking about. I'm talking about the Crusades where Muslims were fighting Christians.
Yeah, because Christians were coming in to kill Muslims.
Those are hundreds of years ago.
Okay, but how is that relevant?
Is you going to give some explanation like the Muslims wouldn't let the Christian use the Holy Lands because they wanted to use them for Mohammedan purposes and because they like what kind of logic, like I wonder what I would love to make Bob explain history, right? What do you think happened, Bob? What do you think happened?
To Israel.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And so because of that, you're cool with $300 billion.
Why are you jumping over to Israel? What I'm telling you is Christians have been fighting Muslims for hundreds of years. Uh-huh. That's a fact check, and you can sit here and blow smoke up your listeners' asses. But
you are a lying dog-faced pony soldier, Hassan. How dare you? How dare you? That's a fact, Jack.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
No.
Right.
But you.
Do you think he knew Corn Pop, chat? Do you think Bob knew Corn Pop?
Brought it up.
Israel has nothing to do with the Crusades.
Wait, why'd you bring it up then?
Now we're at the point where we need somebody in the middle.
Oh, I sound like the guy from Sling Blade. What is that? What I'm trying to remember that. Like, what is the yellow? What does he say about like mustard or something?
To keep a rein on everybody, and the only country we can count.
Some folks call it a Kaiser blade. I myself call it a sling blade.
On is Israel.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused by what you're trying to say here because we were talking about Israel. You brought up the fact that they've been fighting for hundreds of years. I asked who you mean by they. You said Christians who invaded the region, and that's a little bit confusing to me because like what's going on in Israel right now is not relevant to the Crusades. I don't think so. I don't know why you brought it up.
Well, what you're doing is you're mixing two different stories.
No, you brought it up.
No, you are. You're mixing up two different.
I do believe that Bob was the one that they referred to the Christians and Muslims have been fighting for thousands of years. What do you think the Crusades were? I think that was Bob, right? That was definitely Bob. Hassan was not the one trying to talk about the Crusades, or some would say pivot. But hey, we're not trying to debate, bro, your dad here. We're chill. We're vibing.
Stories. The Christians and the Muslims were fighting hundreds of years ago.
But Bob,
now
I didn't
we've
bring
got
up the Crusades.
the
You did.
Jewish Israel state trying to maintain authority in a bad region.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why you brought up the Crusades in this situation. I guess is it because like the Muslims, if they're not constantly being dominated, they'll like take over? Is that what it is?
No, they try to dominate Christianity. They're doing it now.
Okay.
You don't get that? If you don't get that, I don't know what you're doing.
You think Muslims?
Chad, after going after, look, I gotta say, all right, I'm gonna cut Bob a break on his brain fog. All right, after having gone, through my own Fetterman arc where my brain was not thinking so good, right? I guess Bob is just kind of lost in the sauce, right? Maybe he's not trying to be an asshole. He just kind of forgot, that he was the one that brought us to the Crusades, and now he's kind of stuck at it. He painted himself into a corner that he now cannot get out of. I think that's what's going on, and I hope you. I don't know. I was gonna say I hope you get better, Bob. But my shit was from maybe whatever the fuck I got sick with. I don't know. I think it was COVID. Maybe I don't know. Whatever made me feel like shit for a week, right? Seems to have lingered as some sort of just like my brain does not work. But I gotta say now, Chad, after yesterday and today, from a brain standpoint, from a commentary standpoint, from an analytical standpoint, we are so back. We have never been so back, and I'm excited, right? Because making content with a head full of brain fog is nearly impossible, and I'm starting to feel that fog lifting. Knock on wood to even say that. Knock on wood, but yeah, shit, we're back.
They're trying to dominate Christianity.
Yes.
Where are they?
Yeah, Woody read. We've never been back-er. True.
America, they're doing this?
It's happening everywhere. Starting in America right now.
In the same way that Charlie Kirk is neck, we are back, and we will carry the flame, okay? We will carry the flame. We will fight for the gospel. We will honor his name.
It's starting in America right now.
It started in America. It started happening in America probably, I would say, year 1 or 2 of the Obama administration.
And you think Trump is fighting against it now? He's aware of it and fixing that problem?
Trying up for it. Yeah.
Let me read this out. Crotchy with the super chat. Rewind a few seconds and watch the daughter's face. Okay, let's try that. And thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. Just you said a few seconds. Let me give it 20 seconds.
Doing this?
It's happening everywhere. Starting in America right now.
It's starting in America right now.
It started in America. It started happening in America probably, I would say, year 1 or 2 of the Obama administration.
And you think Trump is fighting against it now? He's aware of it and fixing that problem?
Wait, what are they actually talking about? Fuck me.
And now.
They're
You don't get that? If you don't get that,
being dominated, they'll like take over. Is that what it is?
no, they try to dominate Christianity.
Okay, I think he's saying Muslims trying to dominate Christianity in the United States started around year 1 of Obama. Does he think that Obama is Muslim, chat? What do you want to bet? One in chat if you think this guy thinks Obama is Muslim.
They're doing it now. You don't get.
Oh, also, chat. Look, I was going to take a break streaming tomorrow. I still might because I've got Thai class and we don't have as much time. But I'm noticing I haven't covered Cam James' videos on the Young Turks, and I also have not covered Jink's recent appearance on Tucker Carlson. Right after the Young Turks had apologized, right? Both Anna and Jink. Anna, just on the show, and Jink to Crystal in her conversation with Crystal Ball, which apparently they have somewhat mended the bridge, right? Kyle, you can see Kyle, giving Jink and Anna their flowers when they're debating against Zionists on Piers Morgan or something like that, right? But I don't think they've really learned their lesson, given the fact that Jink is going back on Tucker, or not back on Tucker. I guess Anna's been on Tucker. This is the first time for Jink, but yeah, if you were hoping for, they basically said they were wrong in having hopes for MAGA or for a coalition with MAGA or for having a populist coalition or whatever. They were wrong that they thought that they could get like positive results out of the Trump administration, which is a fucking crazy thing to say. A crazy turn for a network to take right after Trump wins. And yeah, it looks like they are fucking grifting. And in fact, I don't know if they were grifting, back in the day when they were pretending to be the home of progressives, or they're grifting now. It doesn't matter. Either way, they're not an honest actor. And you cannot, either way, chat. Cam James's video exposing the Young Turks, and also Cenk Uygur exposing himself to Tucker Carlson. We should probably watch that soon. I may try to hit that tomorrow.
If you don't get that, I don't know what you're doing.
You think Muslims are trying to dominate Christianity?
Yes.
Where are they, in America? They're doing this?
It's happening everywhere. Starting in America right now.
It's starting in America right now.
It started in America. It started happening in America probably, I would say, year 1 or 2 of the Obama administration.
Omega Star says, you never come back from dementia. Look, let's hope here's hoping that I can, or whatever fucking Fetterman, Havana ray I got hit with, right? Let's hope I can come back from it.
And you think Trump is fighting against it now? He's aware of it and fixing that problem?
Chat, what if my brain got hit with the boomer ray? What if that's what happened?
Stand up for it. Yes.
That's what it feels like.
Wait, how do you feel about Trump being buddies with my buddy Zoran, who is Muslim? I'm Muslim too, by the way, but that's besides the point. But I am also... I am actually trying to do to keep...
She shook her head like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Bob, I don't know if you know...
like somebody who's had to deal with this shit before, right? Somebody who is just constantly...
That is,
don't know what it is. Are you trying to take over the country?
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country, yeah. I want to do...
Then I don't like it anymore.
Yeah, for Sharia law, obviously. Yeah, for...
America great again.
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country and do woke Sharia.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You know how we got ICE agents right now? I want to make sure that they're all transgender ICE agents going door to door to make sure that everyone is saying their pronouns.
I think we need to switch topics. Can I be the assistant here to switch?
What do you think that they've had a conversation maybe amongst the parents and the kids about, like I have not seen them talk about trans issues at all. Right. Yeah, he is not a Muslim. That's true. He's not a practicing Muslim. He's just, kind of acknowledging the culture. Right. It's more of a cultural statement that he's making when he claims Muslim. But yeah, do you wonder if maybe the kids have had a discussion with the parents that are like, listen, I have heard what you say about trans people, and we're just not going to even broach that topic. Right. Because I am not entirely sure that you are not going to, say something. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess doing the video, if they do it as a video, it's not as much of a, you know what I mean? They can edit it out. Right. But, I don't know. It's almost like they don't want to, it's almost, you see how they kind of are pivoting away from that issue, almost like they're afraid that like, this is going to be what gets them banned. Like their real opinions about trans people. I don't know though. I don't feel like there's anybody that is getting banned for saying anything about trans people. I feel like YouTube is just.
But do you have something you want to say, Mom? Do
you have another topic? But it's none of this.
Okay.
What about those Clintons? They got subpoenaed, but they're not going to go. They both declined.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
Chicago Cubbies, we start at 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 1 o'clock a.m., Jesus Christ, Eastern Time. But realistically, I'm trying to hit it earlier. I'm trying to move that time up. So I think today we got on around 8:30 Pacific Time. What is that, 11:30 Eastern Time? So thereabouts. I kind of live across the world from most of my viewers in the United States. So it makes it difficult to, the times that would be ideal to stream are unfortunately mostly the times that I am not awake. But I'm trying to wake up earlier. I'm trying to get on earlier, and I'm also, just got sick recently and sort of fighting off the malaise, shaking off the malaise from that. And so we should be streaming more, and we should be streaming earlier in the next month. Look forward to that. Also, like I said before, look forward to bonus streams and the like for members and subs and patrons. I can't say words right, but that's okay.
I hope
They need to be held accountable.
you know what
Oh, you suspect that her kid may be trans? You mean Donna? She's very protractive and says my kids would be the one thing that would stop the conversations with them. Kid. Okay, her kid might be. It's possible, and I guess that's her. Yeah, you lazy. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Quacksheart. I mean, like that's I should get up earlier. I should get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and do the 2 a.m. grind set. Get the sparkling water in the bowl and wash my face with it. Do 2 hours of working out, and then I hit stream 5 o'clock Eastern time, and what would that be? 2 o'clock Pacific. Yeah, there we go. That's me being not lazy.
You know what I think about that?
Yes.
When
I'd
I
like to
voted
know
for
your
Donald Trump
opinion.
illegally, in the state of
Yes.
Pennsylvania, even though I don't reside there.
How did
Wait,
you do that?
the mom is how did I miss this? Kavalar Crane says the mom is arguing that the Clintons being subpoenaed when Trump about the Clintons being subpoenaed when Trump literally caused an insurrection. I thought you were going to say she argued that the Clintons being subpoenaed caused the insurrection, which would be a some kind of a time paradox, possibly. We love a good time paradox here, don't we?
I just
A little Steins Gate, a little El Gru.
I looked through, I scoured the database in residence homes.
Okay, so Crotchy says apparently Trump wants the Clintons to testify behind closed doors. I want them to, yeah, absolutely. Forced to testify with the public news cameras recording and televising everything. Absolutely. Now, look, Trump isn't doing this as a favor for Clinton. The reason that Republicans, when they subpoena, they like to have the testimony go on behind closed doors because then they can cherry pick and release whatever they want from that, right? When you do it in public, you get like a more complete picture. It's less taken out of context. So it would actually behoove the Clintons to maybe cooperate with a subpoena. Although I think the subpoena was to have them testify in private, which is bullshit, right? If what they're doing is holding out for a public testimony, then that's great. That being said, oh my God, Clinton is all over those Epstein files, right? Although it's strangely cavalier about it. Strangely like bring it on. What time is it in Seattle right now? It is 1:25 a.m. in Seattle. Yeah, that means 4:25 in New York and 1:20. Wait, what is it? 4:25 p.m. in Thailand. That's see. Look, I can keep like 3 different cities like time zones in mind because I have this gift.
Folks homes, and
it's probably because I'm a time traveler from the Future Gadgets Lab. Yeah, that's right.
Wrote in someone else's name that had just passed away. I had a bunch of undocumented immigrants send me. I had a bunch of a network of undocumented immigrants in Pennsylvania, and they gave me the details. What?
He's teasing.
Now, how do you know that vote got counted?
I don't.
Boondock Pants says 2:25 a.m. in Montana.
I don't, but Trump won, luckily. But what I was trying to say is in 2016, when I voted for him illegally, I was very disappointed because he said lock her up, and he didn't end up locking her up at all.
He didn't. He felt sorry for her.
Yeah, that was messed up. I think he should have locked her up.
I do too. I really do. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I agree too. He absolutely should have. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that probably him acting like that kind of, that kind of thuggish government would probably have, assuming that there's nothing like you could actually go for after Hillary Clinton for, which I'm not sure about that, but yeah, that would have been, he would have been speed running his, his whatever kind of traumatic removal from power, that he's going to face anyway. Although, Chad, it may not be traumatic. Maybe his heart condition gets him. I don't know.
And Bill Clinton too.
Well, he did different things. Yeah, and now we're
Might
finding
get
out all
another
kinds
shot
of
at
things.
it.
You guys, the Clinton
Are Democrats allowed here? Yes, Norman invasion. Democrats are tolerated.
thing is they're subpoenaing them over Epstein files. You guys are so up the ass. Oh, these Clintons, they're trying to dodge the subpoena.
Although we prefer if you wear a giant foam MAGA cowboy hat when you
blah 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 blah. But you don't give a
does it look like a MAGA? Be honest, Norman invasion. Does it look like, because I'm watching a guy, I'm cheering for a guy wearing a MAGA hat. It's a little hard to explain. So for anyone just joining us, right, we're watching Hassan Piker debate. I guess this channel is called A Necessary Conversation. It is Chad and Donna on the far left and the upper right, respectively. They are the kids of these parents in the lower right. That is Donna and Bob. And their YouTube channel is about having arguments with their parents. So they brought, this is like a collab between Hassan in his MAGA hat, LARPing, right? And earlier in his giant foam MAGA cowboy hat, and Bob and Mary Lou of the actual MAGA persuasion. So if it's confusing, hopefully I straightened it out for you a little bit.
That the DOJ is now criminally breaking the deadline of when they were supposed to release all the Epstein files, and they keep coming out every other week. Oh, we found 50 million more Epstein files, but they're releasing none of them. You don't care about that at all.
We talked about this every time on our podcast. Yes, they need to be released, all of it. And if Bondi's not going to do it, get her ass out of there and get somebody in that will.
Well, but Trump is protecting him. Trump is protecting
That's
Bondi.
what Chad said. Here's what I think. I think it's somebody over Trump's head. Who did we talk about before?
Shadow government?
Netanyahu? Who?
Israel. I think there are.
Oh my God.
In this way
Oh my God.
Trump.
You think it's Netanyahu doesn't want the Epstein files released?
I think there's players way above his head not wanting it released from other countries.
Okay. I mean, Israel is all over the Epstein files. This is true. Not Benjamin Netanyahu, but former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, is a close and personal best friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein all the way up until like 2016, 2017.
Yeah, it's kind of strange how this the only real like kind of collaboration I've seen between the right and the left has been on the Epstein files, right? In terms of like Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna working together to pass that bill against the will of MAGA Mike Johnson. God, I always get him mixed up with the Senator Mike Lee. That's based Mike Lee and MAGA Mike Johnson. And yeah, they were able to do a discharge petition and get that passed. So yeah, strangely, the only inkling of right and left joining forces against the corruption of the Epstein class, in this case Trump, was that, right? And you see the parents are kind of, now obviously I think the mom has got, considering that she's saying she's getting this from Candace, I think the mom has probably got some, it's coming from an underlying like anti-Semitic place, right? But it somehow, which is, scary, right? How mainstream that has become. But the Israel thing is somehow starting a conversation here. That, yeah, I think it's like the only, it feels like it's the only way that people are getting out of MAGA is if they come to the conclusion that there's a very good chance that Donald Trump is a pedophile or he is protecting pedophiles. That is when they spit the disgusting lozenge out of their mouth and start to become human again. We can only hope, but I don't know, chat. Like I said, I wouldn't want to see her just replace MAGA with Fuente's thought or something like that, which is, kind of where the, blame, the reflexive blaming of Israel, as opposed to the blaming of Israel for, being, apartheid state, that is doing a genocide, right? As opposed to the real reasons to oppose Israel. Unfortunately, her entree or her egress from MAGA, to the extent that she's done it, or at least from supporting Israel, was the Charlie Kirk shooting, which because of Candace Owens, she attributes to the state of Israel.
A tranche of emails have been released that
it's 10:30 a.m. in Berlin. Chat, if I could ever keep like the whole world in my mind at the same time, time zone wise, I would be unstoppable. It's so hard to even I'm always like making mistakes when I'm like converting back between like what time is it in here in Thailand versus what time is it in Seattle and in the East Coast, and it's but I finally got like at least those three cities, like Seattle, New York, and any city really in Thailand, because Thailand is all the same time zone. It's a Thai time zone. Okay.
That detailed the
Thai
long
time
relationship that Jeffrey Epstein has had, not only with the state
I need to
of
get
Israel,
a few
but
other
also
things.
with key figures
Oh,
in the United Arab Emirates as well, which is another big player in the region and aligned with Israel. So all of that stuff. So Israel is seemingly dominating America in many very meaningful ways, right? And yet Bob still says we got to give him $300 billion. What's going on there, Bob?
There's nothing going on. We're trying to get Israel strong.
Get them strong. Do you look at what they're doing on the world stage right now and think they're weak?
Right.
I think they are right now demonstrating their strength. But prior to that, I think there's a lot of people in the Middle East that didn't think they'd ever pull the trigger.
No, I think everyone in the Middle East knew that they were continuously pulling the trigger. That's why they've been resisting against Israel for 80 years now.
Not in a big way. They can put a hell of a lot more heat on that.
Wait, Israel can? Is that what you're saying?
In what way?
Yeah.
You're talking about nuclear war or something?
Yeah, whatever they want to do.
So you would be fine with Israel dropping a nuclear bomb?
On Iran.
Okay.
So you want Israel to bomb Iran. So but as far as like Israel basically using American politicians like a flesh puppet, like you're fine with that. You don't think that is part of the reason why they get $300 billion over the course of the past 80 years?
That's probably the reason they did get it.
I wish Iran would take care of their
322 in Alabama. Yeah, it's the time zone. Yeah, it's spelled THAIM. Thank you, Bevarius. That is an innovation.
own business. I don't want to get involved there. I don't think our United States should get involved with Iran. They need to take care of their own business. I'm sad for the people that are getting killed there, the protesters and whatever is going on there. I'm very sad, but we don't need to get involved in that one. They
Okay,
need to
W
take care of their
Mom.
own.
Yeah.
All right.
But Trump is saying that he wants to get involved. He's making open threats of getting heavily involved. So you're against Trump in that way.
I don't agree with everything he does, but he's my president, so I support him.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want him to go into Iran.
Okay. Would you be in support? You said you want Iran to take care of its own business. I agree with you there. It's non-interventionist policy. Even though we have been intervening in Iran's business for quite a while, including, but not limited to, these crippling sanctions that we've put on the Iranian government that has destroyed its economy, outside of the state being very repressive and killing protesters and things like that, and following some very rigid rules that people are obviously very dissatisfied with. The sanctions have played a big role. Would you
Bob's got the knee pads on? He's bringing out the knee pads.
be in favor of reducing the sanctions, as if Iran said we're not going to build any more nuclear weapons, we're not even going to attempt to do that? Would you be fine with that?
Yes, I would.
What about you, Bob?
Nope, because I don't trust them.
I was going to say, I'm not sure we could trust
You
him.
can't anything. that
Okay,
comes out of
but
their
go with me. All right, so you don't trust them, fine, right? What if you had a third party? Let's say there was an agency, an international agency to monitor such a thing, that was allowed to go in there and inspect the nuclear facilities to ensure that the uranium is not being enriched to weapons grade, right? What if it was something like that? What if it was something like that? Wait, did he say that he thinks they have nukes? Jesus Christ, if they had nukes, Israel would and the US would not be attacking them. If Iran actually had, that's the sad thing, is that, like, look, I don't want nuclear proliferation. Nobody should want nuclear proliferation. We want less nukes, not more. But, for a country that is potentially, going to find itself in the United States' crosshairs, we have shown time and time again that if you're North Korea and you have nukes, you do not get attacked. If you are Iraq and you don't have nukes, or for that matter, weapons of mass destruction, you do get attacked. If you're Libya, you get attacked. If you're Iran, you get attacked. If you're Yemen, you get attacked, right? What's the deciding factor? Nukes. Hassan is going to ask those questions. Okay, let me let him cook.
mouth, you can just wipe your butt with it.
Just call NATO in. No, let's call NAFO in. I feel like Dylan Burns could keep that that fuel from being enriched.
If you had Americans that would go into these nuclear facilities, or maybe like international,
You're right.
international agencies that could go into Iran and look at these facilities.
Like almost like some sort of international atomic agency, or is that what you're thinking, Hassan? Something like that?
Make sure that they're not like enriching uranium.
No, international agencies, no. They did that
then
before.
Americans.
And look what happened.
They did that before, and look what happens. The progress towards a nuclear Iran ceased. That's what happened. That's what happened. Fuck. God damn.
American.
Yeah, if they were American scientists that we
Mm-hmm.
know we can trust, I'd go for that.
Okay. What would you
What if they were Nazi scientists, right? That were like that had somehow been the United States had taken in after, during Operation Paperclip after World War II, and they somehow become vampires and were like undying. What about those kind of?
If I told you that
Would you trust a good German nuclear scientist?
Barack Obama did exactly what you just agreed to? It was called the JCPOA. In exchange for sanctions relief, there was an agreement that was set forth in Iran.
$7 billion in cash. I got it.
Didn't he give him the count?
No, that's not what we're talking about. That was Joe Biden, but that was their own money anyway. We
No,
were
you're
stopping.
wrong. You are dead wrong on
Okay.
that. That pallet of cash came from Mr. Obama.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about the $6 billion of frozen funds that Joe Biden unfroze. But so
No, that's-
here's the
yeah,
thing.
okay.
Here's the thing. So Barack Obama did exactly what you said would be a positive improvement for our relationship
And
with
it didn't
Iran.
work. And it didn't work. So I'm not going to try it
No,
again.
it actually was working, as a matter of fact.
You
It was
know,
actually
you know
so
what I'm saying?
successful until Donald Trump came in at the
Hit me-
behest of
hit me
Israel
in the
and
face
threw
with the
that
board
aside.
once, your fault. Hit me in the face with the board twice, my fault.
That's George
So
W. Bush said that.
I'm not giving Iran a second chance. I'm not giving Iran
Fool me twice, you won't get fooled again. Oh, sorry. He's probably thinking of the Who song, right? When he says
a
that.
second chance.
I want word.
All right, Bob. I'll let the Ayatollah know that you're not giving Iran a second chance. So, but Donald
I'm sorry.
Trump is
I'm
actually
sorry.
giving Iran a second chance. As a matter.
Let's hear that again.
Fault. Hit me in the face with the board twice, my fault.
That's George
So
W. Bush said that.
I'm not giving Iran a second chance. I'm not giving Iran a second chance.
I want word.
All right, Bob. I'll let the Ayatollah know that you're not giving Iran a second chance. So, but Donald Trump is actually giving Iran a second chance. As a matter of fact, this was a double trick question. As a matter of fact, because Donald Trump is now saying that he wants to deal. He wants to give Iran sanctions relief in exchange for a denuclearization agreement that they can get on board with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's giving him one more chance.
This is what Donald Trump does. He breaks something that's working, okay, like the nuclear agreement. He takes unnecessary, saber rattling actions that cost money and cost lives, and then at the end of it all, like he somehow sells, his ability to, reinstate some semblance of what Obama had as a victory, even though it is in fact a defeat. The United States is at an objectively worse position than it was before Trump got his disgusting hands on foreign policy.
And then he's going to smack him again.
So you agree with that then?
What? That we should send American scientists in?
Yeah.
So you
that your
agree
question?
with Donald Trump setting forth a deal in exchange for sanctions relief so that Iran can participate in the global economy and get medicine for their children and get food and do normal trade.
I would agree to anything.
That they will engage in
agree to any of those
denuclearization.
things. But it won't take them 2 months before they break the deal.
But they didn't do that last time. And as a matter of fact, Donald Trump was the one who ripped apart the deal because Obama had presented it. And now he's literally doing the same deal potentially.
You're tricking us again.
No, he's
No.
not.
This is actually something that he
Absolutely
brought
not.
up today.
It's
Okay.
like you guys think everybody's trying to trick you. Trump is tricking you at every turn.
Yeah.
He's taking your money. He's saying this thing Obama did is bad. Then he does the same thing and you love it.
It's not actually a trick if you're consistent, right? If you have if you believe that it wouldn't be considered a trick if you agree with both presidents moving in this direction, but it only becomes
Wait, what is this? What did he say? Fool me. Big Al Kick Mix. I have a quote from my dad that's dear to my heart. He said, "Fool me once, my fault. Fool me twice, someone else's fault."
a trick because there's an inconsistency here where you think when Obama did it, it was bad, but when Trump is doing it, it's good. that's when it becomes a trick. And it's not even a trick at all. It's actually to arrive at a consistent position.
The difference is Obama dumped 147 billion.
Davy Cliff, I know it's selfish, but can the U.S. Psycho foreign policy focus on another country that doesn't have my family members living in it for 1 year of my life? I don't know. Difficulty impossible, apparently.
Dollars in cash on their back porch. We're not giving them any money. We're just saying, okay, we might let you sell a little bit of oil, and we'll give you a couple, 3 months to see whether you stick to the deal.
It was frozen assets from oil.
No, we're going to bomb the piss out of you.
No, it's actually frozen assets from Iran selling oil that we froze, that we allowed them to get back.
$100 million in Qatar.
What about Qatar?
Isn't that where he sent the money?
Are you talking about Obama? Or are you talking about Biden? Who are you talking about?
I think you're talking about the Venezuelan oil that he sold.
Talking about Trump.
Okay.
Okay, but that's not.
Oh, no, wait, what?
Are you talking about Venezuela?
He's talking about Venezuela. Wow.
Oil revenue? Is that what you're referencing?
Whoever said this is elder abuse, was it Dark Gigas that said elder abuse? Dark Gigas might have been right. I mean, this guy's clearly like having like memory issues, and I now feel more empathy for him after having gone through my own little Fetterman arc, which is hopefully over now.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay. I'm Bob. Your mind is working too fast for me. I'm a dumb commie. So it's just hard. I apologize. So.
Well, you're certainly no accountant. I can see that.
I'm going to switch gears. That's okay. I'm acting like I'm the assistant.
Stick to what you're doing.
I'm the assistant host here. What about that, the Medal of Freedom that was...
Yeah, you too, Bob. You stick to that retirement, right? That's definitely, retirement needs you.
that Obama gave to...
This is elders abusing us. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I
then
hate Tom
when
Homan.
Trump-
And I also am not exactly too fond of Obama either.
Okay,
I don't
but
like
then-
Obama either. I should have
But then
mentioned that.
when Trump tries to acknowledge...
You like
him,
anybody.
No.
then he's like,
You got
he's
my
like
dad
the
to
worst
laugh.
guy on
That's
earth.
rare.
That's the two different parts I didn't see in that. Obama can give him the Medal of Freedom, and everybody clapped and cheered.
No,
But then when
I was
Trump-
booing.
Have a crane. I feel for Mary Lou here.
I was booing back then. I was around. As a matter of fact, I was a political commentator all the way back in like 2016 and even before then, and I was very critical of Barack Obama's dealing with what at the time was presented as the immigrant crisis. And you asked me, Bob, if I like some presidents. I think as far as American presidents go, it's a mixed bag always, right?
Goddamn, Bob thought he was cooking so hard. Yeah, he did get excited there. He just didn't this is the second time that he's just forgotten like what he said, right? Just completely gets lost in the sauce and brings up Venezuela while we're talking about Iran. Earlier, he brings up the Crusades while we're talking about Israel. Yeah, not a good showing for Bob. See, chat, this is what I was afraid when I wasn't streaming this week, right? This is what I was afraid I would sound like. I would be getting so fucking mixed up that I just would not make any sense, and it'd be like laughable, right? And I don't think you come here to laugh at me. I hope you don't come here to laugh at me. But it's probably mostly, in my head. I don't know. I feel okay now, so hopefully I'll do better. The USA stopped messing with Iran. I generally believe the government would naturally be overthrown in like 5 years. Yeah, that's quite possible. Yeah, more likely. The more they give them like a fucking outside enemy to concentrate on, the less likely that Iran is going to go back to being the secular society that it once was, right? Because that's what we're sort of losing here. And in fact, I think a lot of people are not even aware of Iran's history and how we got there. The puppet government under the Shah, in order to expedite, mainly the UK, but also the US, benefiting from Iran's natural resources, right? A lot of people do not know this.
Right. But FDR was pretty solid. I would say that Abraham Lincoln was pretty solid, and that's pretty much it. It's a short list.
But you don't like anybody who's alive.
Oh
Any
no,
current
I mean,
ones?
as far as current American presidents that are alive, no, I don't, and I didn't like Carter either. For the record, I was not fond of Carter. He brought about
Didn't like
neoliberalization in this country even before Ronald Reagan did.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Who do you want to see as the next president? What's your pick right now?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm not asking
actually-
them. I already know the answer.
Oh, okay. I actually don't know.
No, wait.
Right now we have a
I'm sorry. What is their pick? I'm generally curious. Right? We asked our resident MAGA scholar, Dark Gigas, what they thought, who they thought would be the Republican ticket. I think they said something like Vance and Miller. Yeah, JD Vance and Stephen Miller. I hope so, because that's a ticket that's gonna lose, right? I sure as fuck hope they don't pick somebody like Tucker Carlson, because I'm not sure the Democrats have it in them to beat Tucker, as fucking ridiculous as that man is. Yeah, probably Donald Trump. There's a good chance. But if you said you can't say Trump, right? What would they say? I'm genuinely curious, but let's hear what Hassan says.
a crowded field. I definitely do not like. Gavin Newsom.
Correct.
I mean, people are talking about Jon Stewart. I don't know what his policies would look like. There's people in my chat saying AOC. Obviously, I'm fond of AOC. I know AOC personally. I wish she would be more of a fighter. I wish she would be more aggressive in her commentary.
Wrong. The answer, Ilhan Omar. Next question.
And in the way that she talks about these issues, she's definitely one of the better candidates in general. But I don't have any clear this person should be leading America right now.
I know, chat. I know we can't vote for Ilhan Omar. But if they're going to pretend to run Donald Trump, God damn it, I'm going to pretend to run Ilhan Omar.
I don't have a pick for that at this point.
Is Jon Stewart actually going to run? I've seen that rumor online, but really?
Jon Stewart?
You don't think it's going to be JD?
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ, Trump, really? Like at this point,
Yeah,
I
you
think
guys
JD
want Trump
Vance
again, right?
is tougher than Trump.
What's that?
I think JD Vance would be even more tough than Trump.
Nobody's voting for JD Vance.
Nobody
JD
is
Vance is
voting
not going to
for
win.
him.
I think Tucker Carlson is probably a better spiritual successor to Trumpism than JD Vance. You guys like Tucker Carlson?
Really? Yeah, we like. Well, I don't know. He's kind of.
Ooh, Dark Sparkle says, my theory is that Jink is angling for a position in the future MTG or Tucker Carlson administration. Yeah, I could see it happening. I could absolutely see it happening. And then them using him the same way that they used RFK, right? I could absolutely see that shit happening. We're going to cover either tomorrow, if I manage to drag my carcass to stream, or maybe Tuesday, or what would that be for you? Monday. The video, the can, what is it? Cam, oh God, I'm trying to remember this guy's name. Cam, he used to be with the Young Turks. Cam James, excuse me. His video on the Young Turks, as well as, yes, Cenk Uyghur's appearance on Tucker Carlson, demonstrating that the Young Turks have not, in fact, learned their lesson.
He's doing different things now. I don't know.
Like what?
He's a little
He's
too.
not like he used to be. He's
a
going
little
more
too
your way.
liberal for you.
You think
Yeah,
he's going
he's
my
going-
way? I think
Yeah,
it's just
he's
because he's
going your way.
anti-Israel. That's probably the reason why it's being presented as like a bad
Right.
thing. But you're
Now, did you
anti-Israel.
get- Congratulations to JD Vance. They're going to have a fourth little baby running around the White House.
But Mom and Dad, you guys want to see Trump as the president again, right?
No, we
No.
do not. I have told you that.
You-
He's too old.
You're lying
Don't you
right
have
now.
a hat
You've
that
said
like
this a
has
million times on our
2028
show.
in it?
Oh,
No.
you guys are doing so much today
No.
because we're on
I
this
can't
nice
believe
podcast.
this. You're literally lying, and I don't know
I'm
why.
backing chat up. This is bullshit.
shit.
You're gaslight.
We've done
Sucks
every
on
time he
shit.
comes out and he's like, I know the Constitution says I can't run, but I'm going to run anyway.
MC says Erica Kirk. I would love that. I would love Erica Kirk in full mascara plastered all over billboards everywhere.
Every time he says that, you guys are like,
Oh,
I'd
Dad.
love to see it. You backed up that we don't even need
my
midterms,
God.
Dad.
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
goodness. I'll go back on one of our old podcasts that we did. I said, no, I do not want him to run again or be our next president. He's
That's
had
a lie.
enough. He's done.
That's a
Okay,
Okay.
I'll find it on the side.
Find it.
Yeah,
I
find
dare you.
it. Send me that
I'll queue it
clip.
up.
Find it.
I'll queue it up.
You're going to make this
All
with
right.
AI, I'm sure.
Okay, so
They'll put your big
So yeah, MZ, who suggested Erica Kirk as the Republican presidential candidate for 2028. Sorry. Oh my God. Says, or wait, she's a woman. All right. That's an easy fix, right? We got Candace Owens. Just have Candace say that Erica Kirk is actually a man. She's secretly a man. Here's like, you know, like find, you know what I mean? I can't find any pictures of her as a kid. So, you know, therefore she must be, it's like, she's going to do the freaking, what's her fuck thing with Erica Kirk. She's just going to be like, no, Erica Kirk has a penis. What are you talking about? And then I guess she can run with a little assist from Candace. Do you think Candace would transvestigate her if it meant her being able to win the Republican primary? I don't know, chat. Maybe they got a secret deal behind. Who knows what conversation went on between Erica and Candace. But yeah, we're about to see maybe in bonus content. Oh yeah, I should mention the bonus content, right, chat? Every day I choose the topic for the free half. That's what you're in right now. And you get to choose the topic for the bonus half, or if we even get one at all, which we will get a spoiler. We will get bonus content today because we're at 132 out of 200, and that's good for at least one bonus content. If we somehow get to 200 by the end of it, we'll get double bonus content, like double rainbow. Do you remember that shit? Anyway, what is winning right now? What is, and I haven't checked the poll in a little while. It looks like Erica Kirk recording is ahead by 1%. So get your votes in. 112 of you have already. The voting is going on over on youtube.com on nocommentchick. And you can just slip into that stream and make your voice heard, vote. Make sure to like the stream while you're there too, because that helps me out a lot. Can I farm some likes, chat? I'm supposed to farm likes, okay? I don't like farming likes. I know it's annoying to you because I'm not doing content when I'm farming likes, but like, could you just give me some likes so that I don't have to talk about likes anymore? That would kick so much ass. That would kick so much ass if everybody just like on their own just kind of lifted up their thumb and press that like button, or, you know, I don't know, use your mouse to click, you know, to click the button or whatever. It helps me out greatly, and I appreciate everybody who does it. So yeah, there we go. That's where it's at right now. Now we also have the effect of the donos, which is right now in favor of Erica Kirk as well. So it looks like we're gonna get some Erica Kirk coverage. After this, we're gonna see that disgusting Zoom call that she made while her husband's body was barely cold in the ground.
Cowboy hat back on.
Yeah, no, this one's good for now. It's too heavy on my head. I can't wear the crown like that.
The crown rests too heavy on his head. Put my donos towards Erica Kirk's mascara. Absolutely, Crotchy.
Respectful to my goat, my legend, Donald Trump. So
I'll even round up.
Bob, you have been noticeably quiet. Do you think Donald Trump should be the next president again? Oh, okay. All right, good. So you think JD Vance will be able to carry on the flame?
Oh, I think
carry the flame.
He's going to be tougher on the left.
Please, you got to ask them about the Charlie Kirk slopaganda. Please ask them about Splexma. Ask them about, have you seen this great song, We Are Charlie Kirk? Do you want to go, did you plan to travel to Agartha anytime soon? Will you have to drink a will either of you have to drink a white monster before doing so? For any reason. I want the Josh Shapiro versus JD Vance election. Ooh. Only 2,000 people show up, and then we just decide to dissolve the USA. Yeah, there should be some function where if the voting, the percentage of voters, of eligible voters is too low, that they just dissolve the fucking union and start a new constitution, new articles of confederation, new whatever, right? We start up anew. We are Erica Kirk. We certainly are. And thank you, Davi, for the super chat.
Than Donald Trump ever dreamed of being.
Wow.
And I'm not positive he will be the Republican nominee.
There is no MAGA without Donald Trump. There is no MAGA.
That's right, Burpel. New constitution written by ChatGPT. Yeah. The Sam Altman constitution.
Once he's gone, it's over. Like,
you're not going to buy a JD Vance Bible and JD Vance cologne.
Look, our buddy over here is going to be wearing either JD Vance or Rubio cowboy hat.
Rubio.
I don't think JD Vance can rock red. I think somehow he'd have to make a bold move and do all his campaign advertisement and merch in blue. I think that's what it'd be a challenge to the Democrats. He'd be like, "Hey, bitch, I'm taking blue now. Blue is mine," right? Like, I don't know. I just am I just being like overly am I just too hardcore of a fan of trains, chat? That I feel like blue is red is wrong for JD Vance? Am I having synesthesia? Am I seeing sounds and hearing colors? Is that what's going on here? How is it? What kind of aesthetic am I applying that says that JD Vance must be blue? Rubio, oh my God, no chance for Rubio.
You think Marco Rubio is going to be the president?
God, he's so sweaty.
I like him.
He's
People
got-
do like him.
He's not. Trump has this cult of personality.
Look, if Marco Rubio is runs for president, all right, I predict his vice president will be a puppet that sits on his lap, right? And then Marco Rubio will do this cool little trick where he comes up on stage and he drinks a bottle of water, like just like this. He drinks a bottle of water while the puppet, takes the oath of office or something, right? That's what he'll do. That's what'll go on, right? It'll be Marco Rubio and Lamb Chop.
Thing. You guys are victims to it. That's how he was able to do this. Maybe with a little help from Elon Musk, tweaking the numbers by hacking. Who knows? But JD Vance doesn't have that. Marco Rubio, no one in the Republican Party has that thing Trump has.
Tucker Carlson does, I think. That's why I said
Really?
Tucker is the
God,
spiritual.
I don't know.
That's why I said Tucker Carlson is the spiritual successor, but he's too anti-Israel. I think that's a big problem for a lot of people in the base of support. But other than that, he is more charismatic, has a better telegenic presence than JD Vance does. JD Vance is too much of a brown noser.
I don't know. I think Tucker.
Rave says you cannot have both red and mascara. He's not got mascara. He's got eyeliner, right? Yeah, political synesthesia. Exactly, B Various. Kirk Vance, 2018. Or 2028. How about like Kirk Kane or something? Kirk Kane in the membrane. That could be their slogan, right? Just start bringing back the dead and running them for Republican primary candidate.
Carlson is like, he's a little bit of a dweeb.
The red would clash with his blue eyes, and then all over black eyeliner.
Something about him that
But
doesn't.
so is JD Vance.
Totally.
He's so
But
weasel.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think either one of them do the same thing to like the MAGA base that Trump does.
No, they love her.
She was a damn
AOC?
bartender. for God's
I
sake.
fucking love AOC. I'm voting for her every time. I love
I know
it.
you would.
What
Wait,
about
why don't you like
Kamala?
AOC?
You got a brain the size of a peanut.
Is
Yeah.
Kamala coming back?
Jesus Christ.
She has an econ degree from
coming back.
Brown, I think.
No,
right? Brown.
he has a degree from Boston
Or
University.
Boston University, sorry, not Brown. Well, also a
There
very
you
good
go.
college. Thank you. Wow, you know
Oh, it
AOC
is.
better than I do.
Yeah. What do
I'm
you
sorry. Yeah, it was not Boston University. Not good enough. It has to be Boston College.
think of Boston University, Dad?
Yeah, let me hear that real quick.
Not much.
What?
Oh, it's
Why
woke.
do you guys bring up personal stuff like that on the podcast?
I don't think much
that
of
we
that.
have guests on.
Lay it right on your lap, Chad. I don't think it's a very good school, period.
For reference, one of my children just got into BU, so
Oh,
We're happy for her. I wish her the best
but
of luck.
it's
I hope
woke.
she's happy.
It's woke now. I mean, it was woke back then too, right? Is that what it is? They're indoctrinating the kids.
No, you're talking about.
I think
I don't think you get a very good education.
I think, well, it's just very
I think it's too
Well-
expensive for what you come out the back door with. Your lovely AOC went to the same school.
You come out the back door? Does the college shit you out when you graduate? Is that how that works? Is that what graduation is? The college shitting you out?
And she became a bartender as soon as she graduated.
Yeah, don't you think that's a problem?
Boston University is better than BC? Oh, okay. I guess I don't know shit.
With the
I
current
don't know anyone who went to Boston University, so I assumed Boston College was better.
system that we're operating under, though, like the fact that you go to college, you get a college education, and then you can't actually get gainful employment. What's
Yes.
up?
You have my full support.
yes.
Okay.
I
Also,
think colleges are overrated and you don't need to go to one.
I think our education.
Noodles. No, I'm eating I'm eating, okay, so anybody ever go to a restaurant and you get bamboo stalks? Like you get bamboo, what the fuck is it called? Like you get bamboo as a vegetable? Shoots, yeah, bamboo shoots, right? It's not bamboo because bamboo is hard like wood. But if you get the bamboo when it's just sprouted, it's actually, you can cook it, it's really delicious. You can do the same thing with a coconut tree, right? When a coconut tree is sprouting up, you can hack it down and you can cut it up and it makes delicious, like it's a delicious vegetable. That's what I'm eating here. So, and I think there's a few little bamboo shoots in here too, with rice, but I don't blame you. I am, using the chopsticks, which
The system is
Boston University is boring and Catholic.
just terrible.
I think it's a prestige thing, which absolutely pays you.
Did they say don't go to college because it turns you to a leftist? That's what fucking Republic. That's what most MAGA think, right? They are inoculated against education.
Shit when you get out the back door.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, which is why I want free college, as is the case in many other
Yes.
countries. As a matter of fact, in a lot of these other countries, they sometimes even pay you to go to college. Did you know that,
Well, I
Bob?
wish they would pay her.
Yeah, I wish free colleges and would be here, and I wish
Is-
our whole education system could be
I
revamped.
agree
Okay.
with you there. Our education system sucks.
They're woke.
But-
Your parents are woke.
But this is not real. I remember when we
Your
were.
parents are woke.
They're not. They're
They
doing a
want
little
Medicare-
weird woke
They want
bit.
Medicare for all, and they want free college. They are Bernie voters.
They
You know
are
what?
though. I remember when the whole student loan forgiveness
They're trying to become like Hasanabi orbiters here. What are they doing?
thing was going down.
You
We
are
did multiple
pissed.
episodes about that, and you guys
Yeah.
were against it. Dad, you
You
were
are
like, you gotta
pissed
pay. You got that
because-
degree. You gotta pay.
Wait, that's the old
Well,
them.
we're-
The new parents said
No.
they're
Yeah.
on board.
You did
All right,
this.
wait
You
a
turned
minute.
them woke just today. It
We're talking
happened
about
right here on
paying-
this
we're
very
talking
show.
about paying- Ask Chad and Haley how much they paid for their school.
Yeah, we don't
For their
need to
college.
get personal stuff on a damn
Yes,
podcast. Stop
we
it.
have.
He's actually fucking getting triggered, isn't he? Right? Isn't he? He needs you to know that he's a rich dude that paid for his kids' college, right? That they didn't take loans. I don't know.
discuss this at length. on-
How did his fucking ego to get tweaked? I didn't even notice it. I didn't even see it happen. Sasha G, I am gnawing on a 2x4 right now. Good. Got a lot of fiber.
Show too. You guys helped
This is
us
what they
with
paid for
our
their
student loans. What's that?
Oh, they
Here's what you paid for your college.
Okay, stop.
Big zero.
Stop. My
But
God.
imagine,
We also had
imagine
scholarships. We are very grateful for
Yeah.
your financial aid,
Yeah.
helping us pay off our student loans and all that.
And what did you do with that degree, Chad? All you do is podcast now.
I know.
That's
It's
right. I'm
believe
with
me,
you, Bob. I'm with you.
My dad doesn't like anything that I do professionally, and for the first, I don't know, 15.
Yeah, no, like that's actually an irony, right? Now, like, granted, he's not making Hassan money, I'm sure, but he is doing what he loves. He is pursuing a creative field. He's building a brand which seems pretty popular, seems pretty durable, seems like it's growing fast, and yeah, just chat. I every day I feel lucky that I'm able to do this for a living, right? That I don't have to, at least for now, take some kind of side hustle that would distract me from streaming. You're fiber maxing, right? But yeah, like I don't know. It's kind of like, I mean, I get that like some parents want their kids to be lawyers. That's my parents. Some parents want their kids to be doctors. Also my parents. And if it's something they don't understand, especially if it's something new like podcasting, even though he's part of the podcast, right? Even though he's I don't know if he's getting part of the ad revenue or something. I mean, if I was Chad, I don't know. I don't know. It's his parents though, and maybe I guess it depends on their respect. Yeah, if he gets to the point where he's kind of as wealthy as Bob is, because Bob, I don't think we've even heard Bob. He's going to brag about his what he does for a living, and somehow does not consider himself working class, despite the fact that he works for a boss, right? Anyway, let me let this go. I gotta grab a cup so I can drink some sparkling water, not pork. We drink sparkling water here. from Singa, the lion. My Andrew Tate is failing, chat. I gotta work on that.
On TV shows and I'd still get a call from him once a week. Why aren't you gonna hang this shit up and come do natural gas with me? And I'm like, this is my career, Dad. I'm gonna stay here in LA.
Wait, propane and propane accessories?
Trade natural gas.
Stop it.
I never once invited you to trade natural
Yes,
gas.
you did.
First of all,
Yes, you did.
I don't think you'd be worth shit at.
Yes, you did. We are very proud of both of
Your
you.
dad is
I'm not
Hank
even
Hill.
listening to his bullshit today.
I know.
We love you both. We're very proud of both of you. Haley has her own business. Chad's doing his thing with podcasting. He's a genius. He knows how to do it. He's trying to train me to be a
Why am
podcaster.
I
on
not
the
a
road.
genius?
You're a genius in the bakery business, how to bake things and how to market things. But I'm scared because you crossed the line there with your resist and all that. That scares me.
Wait, what do you mean?
With your
It's a very American thing to resist against, tyrannical governments, even if it's our own government that's behaving like a tyrant. No, that's the whole basis for the Second Amendment.
Until you get death threats and things like that, which we all have gotten. And that's the part where I get scared.
What was that, a British accent? No, Andrew Tate's accent is a equidistance point between a British accent and an American accent. That's what makes it sound so weird. The guy grew up in both the UK and in the USA. And that's why Andrew Tate has an accent that it's kind of a rare Pokemon.
Okay.
Oh, man, I
get
get
good
death threats all the
ones.
time as well.
I get the
Unfortunately,
good
it's just
ones, like, yeah,
Well, if you put your cowboy hat back on, you might get a couple more.
you get a couple good ones.
wait.
couple good ones.
You think people? I don't think that right wingers send more or left wingers send more death threats than right wingers. I mean, obviously, in your situation is a little different because like you're mostly receiving them from what I presume is left wingers, but
100%.
But the reality of the matter is, it's actually right wingers by and large that are responsible for a metric ton of the political violence on U.S. soil. I mean, it was a guy who was. I mean, Donald Trump has been shot at, or his attempted assassin Ryan Ruth. Even though he was a NATO guy, he voted for Trump back in the day.
When Chad started the podcast, I got the call in the kitchen. He goes, Mom, you think you'd want to do this? Could you and Dad do this with me once a week?
Crotchy says Grandpa Bob looks like a chunky Scott Adams. Yeah, kind of.
I was like, maybe. His exact words.
I
Some
think
people
Bob's
will
jealous of
like
the
you a
hat.
lot.
There you are.
Yay!
I think Bob is jealous he doesn't have this rare Trump merch. That's why he keeps bringing it back.
You might have to mail that to us.
I might want that.
Okay, so Chad said, some people will like you and Dad a lot. Some people will hate you. Will you be able to deal with that? That they're not going to like you at all? I said, yeah, they're going to love me. Yeah. I don't even show him some of the emails I get. They're bad. But then I get some good ones, and I appreciate those.
I mean, I get the most vile you can imagine, and it's just plastered across all
love
social
that.
media platforms for everyone to see.
He loves it.
I get all kinds of.
It scares me.
So look, yeah, I mean, them having a mixed audience, that's kind of they're gonna get like, nasty DMs on both sides probably. But yeah, you can tell like what's going on here, and this is actually a this is a dynamic of the new media, that somebody like Mary Lou can be so insulated from other opinions that she says things on the podcast which make the less reactive side of the political spectrum send out some like inappropriate threats and insults, right? And it's only, and the thing is, like, the way that society used to work is that you were with Republicans, and like people talk about coworker stuff, right? You're still with Republicans, right? Or in different places, you're with Democrats, right? So there's certain things that you kind of just like that go too far that you just wouldn't say. But if you're in an environment where your whole feed is just MAGA, 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 Trump, 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 then you don't even realize like how offensive or insulting what you're saying actually is.
No.
Wait, Bob, you like when Haley's getting death threats? No, you don't like that.
No.
But you have said I deserve it. You say
Yeah.
I deserve it because I like to run my mouth.
Dad, you've said on our show, when last January, when California, LA specifically, was under threat of all those wildfires, you told me that I deserved to die in them because I was here, making the choice to live in Los Angeles.
You know he doesn't mean that, but we don't like you living in Los Angeles. That is the truth.
Okay,
Death
sure.
trap.
But you guys haven't even been out to visit him, and I don't know how long. I have recently.
years.
He lives in a really nice neighborhood. It's not
I
like
know he
he's
does.
living in the middle of riots.
We've been to his neighborhood. It's very nice.
Look at him making the hat go.
I know. I like
Please, Donna, do not imply that there's like part of the cities that could be the city that could be described as riots, right? The constant riot going on, like a constant, just constant stores just constantly being looted or something like that. This is how right wingers actually envision cities like Los Angeles.
the hat.
I like it too. I like it too.
Keep popping in his mouth.
What are you
Is that gum or mints?
What are you
No,
eating?
it's Zen because I'm a real American. And
Dad, you'd like Zen. You need to start doing Zen, Dad.
nicotine pouches. It's nicotine pouches
Why aren't you spitting it out somewhere?
because it's
So
not.
do you
It's not snus. It's not like
Yeah, Blade saying if he's willing to say that about his kid, it's GG for the rest of us. Absolutely.
It's not lip.
Tobacco.
It's not the
Wait,
same.
wait. Her name is Holly? What the fuck? Okay, this is the second time today I've gotten fucking wow, it's Holly? Her name is Holly? No, the Donna's the daughter. Did I call her name is Holly? Oh my god, I'm so confused now. Somebody said it was Donna. Anyway.
It was just nicotine pouches, so you don't have to spit it.
You're not worrying about cancer.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to live fast and die young and have a handsome corpse.
There you go.
That's why I'm in this business where right wingers tell me they want to kill me all the time. But in any case, getting back to it, so you're in favor of free college. You're in favor of free college, free trade schools as well, right? I assume that comes with the territory.
Wait a minute. I didn't say free college.
Yeah, we did.
What I said is you don't need to go to
Daughter Holly, mom Mary Lou. Jesus Christ.
college to get
Who the fuck is Donna?
a degree that pays you.
Yeah. But you guys
I never
also,
once said free college.
Oh, so you don't want free
What I,
college?
did, what I did say about free college is those two people on your podcast here, they got free college.
But
I think you can get a great job without a college degree. A great job.
so here's the question though. So you don't want free college, Bob? Like why is it that you don't want free college? Why do you want Americans to not be competitive in the international marketplace? Like why do you want our
Well, I
labor
think
force to be less educated?
I think if you pay enough for college, it can be worth it. But paying $300,000 or $400,000 for
There we go. Hassan is Donna.
a bartender's degree is stupid.
No,
Hassana.
Just attacking AOC.
I don't understand what you're trying to say though, Bob, because like what if you didn't have to pay for it? As a matter of fact, you don't have to pay for it in many other countries.
You are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Most parents, and especially if there's two of them and they're working, can afford to spend, $150,000 on a college education for one of their children.
Mm-hmm.
But those same two people can't afford $300,000 or $400,000 for one child to go to college at a school that will absolutely bankrupt them when they get out.
Okay, but how about a third option, right? Which is
See, I don't fucking believe that, right? From everything that I've seen of the United States, the way that it operates is that people that are wealthy and are the beneficiaries of something like the social network that you develop when you go to a top tier Ivy League school, right? The idea that would be taken away from them. Now, granted, chat, yes, there's also people that are there on scholarship, right? That happens as well. So not everybody that goes to Ivy League schools, but the majority of the people, especially those that are getting on something like a legacy scholarship, right? This is perpetuating the power of the wealthy. There's no way in hell they're going to take that prestige away from them, right? There's no just even if a Harvard, the education you received at Harvard was substandard compared to other college, right? As long as the sons and daughters of capitalism are the ones getting those degrees, that degree is going to be worth a lot from the social network alone, right? That's what it's weird that they don't get this. It's weird that they don't know this, right? You see some like boomers like this that are like, well, back in my day, a college degree made a big deal, made a big difference. Doesn't seem like it is so much. Maybe you should look into trade school, or they don't like the fact that their kids go to college, and they come back with more radical progressive ideas than the parents are able to properly comprehend, right? Things like that's got kind of boomers sort of hostile to the idea of education, especially higher education at all. But certainly they must recognize the manifold benefits of an education like that. As problematic as it may be, as overpriced as it may be, right? It still holds a lot more value than these people are giving it credit for.
An option that exists in many other countries where
Free?
they don't have to. Free.
Wait, what is this? If the parents paid, then it then is done.
Problem with that?
I don't think you do it for free.
Wait, why not?
Somebody's got somebody.
Yeah, exactly. They sent us to school to become educated, and they hated they hated what we told them. Yeah, about like how our perspective changed when we did become educated.
To save up and get that money to go to school and get an education from a university that means
No,
something.
but what? Can you tell me why? Because it's not technically free. It's still paid for with taxes and subsidies.
Think I believe the reason why you guys feel this way is because that's what you had to do, and you don't
There we go.
anybody have it easier than you had it.
Yeah, it's
That's
why you
correct.
didn't want. It's why you didn't want.
It's like my high school that had officially done away with hazing. Used to get hazed as a freshman, right? Officially, that hazing was not allowed and did not happen. And as a freshman, like I was, you did not have to participate. But I was told in no uncertain terms that I could take two choices, right? One was to allow myself to be hazed, in which I did get hurt. I did get hurt from the hazing, actually. And the second option would be I could be picked on by the upperclassmen, until they graduated, right? Until I was a senior. Those were my two choices, right? And it was the same kind of thing. It was the same. The rationale for upperclassmen doing this shit to us was that we got it done to us when we were freshmen. We are not going to let you get away without it, even though the school has officially abolished it, and we are not supposed to be doing it.
Own forgiveness. You're like, well, if I
Yeah, there was hazing in my high school. Yeah.
had to work for this, you got to also. It's like,
Well-
you don't believe in the best.
Apparently it's worse in, what is it, British private schools, which are actually called public schools. Confusing that, but there's a whole tradition. What is it called? I can't say the name of the tradition because it's a slur in American English, even though in British English, it just means a cigarette.
Former CNN journalist Don Lemon has been arrested for entering a church with protesters.
Jesus Christ. Where did Pod Save America come from? Oh, I know, the Obama administration.
Betterment of America. You just want the betterment for yourself. And it's a selfish outlook. Like, why wouldn't you want other generations to come up and be able to go to school without being in debt? Why wouldn't you want that? That makes a better America.
It allows freeloaders to be freeloaders.
If you're going to college,
Freeload for
you
education?
want to learn.
Yeah.
If it's free, you're a freeloader.
Education is.
Let me tell you about my hazing in high school, as I remember it. I think the first there was it looked like fun, like, you know what I mean, which is probably what another one of the reasons a lot of people went on with it, right? It looked like a fun little game, right? Like a little obstacle course or something, right? You start off and you get a baseball bat and you put your head on the baseball bat with the baseball bat on the ground, and then you turn around, you walk around in a circle around the baseball bat with your forehead on the baseball bat until you become extremely dizzy, right? After you become extremely dizzy, you run up a hill, I think while having eggs thrown at you or something. And at the top of the hill, there's a slip and slide, but it doesn't have water. It has mustard and ketchup and I believe garbage. I believe there was some garbage on the slip and slide as well. And you're fucking dizzy. And you're supposed to dive down on the slip and slide through the condiments and the filth from the trash can And I don't remember what else. There was more to it than that, but those are the parts that stick out in my mind because I got dizzy as fuck, and then I like hurt myself on the slip and slide. It was terrible.
Education,
But you still have to like get into the college. You still have to go through the application process and be approved, all of this stuff. So it's like if you want to go to Harvard or something, it's still going to be a very stringent application process. It's going to be.
Why are you doing this? Because I was told in high school that I had two options: do that, or basically get picked on by the upperclassmen on day one, right, through the hazing ritual that was not supposed to happen. It was officially banned at the school, but was happening anyway, against the will of the staff and administration. I could do that, or I could be picked on for 3 more years, right? Until I myself was a senior and there were no more, like all of the upperclassmen would essentially target you, right? That I don't know if that's true. I don't know anybody who skipped it, but that was how it was explained to me. And also everybody else was doing it too, so.
Get into that school. It's not, what's that?
The student loan forgiveness thing was, it took us years to pay back both of your colleges. We worked hard for that amount of money to pay back your colleges for us to do that.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, you don't have to pay them back anymore.
Okay,
So
let me
why
ask
did
you.
we
Let me
work
ask you
all
something.
those
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question.
You don't understand.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. So, sorry to cut you
Let me
guys
ask,
off. But Bob, let me ask you a real quick question. So, first of all, you pay for high school as well through your taxes, and I don't think you have a disagreement there. But let's say, God forbid, there was a health scare that you had, and you had to go through, rigorous cancer treatment, right? Chemotherapy and all this stuff, and it was you suffered quite a bit throughout that process. And then there was a cancer vaccine or a cancer treatment that was invented. Would you say, oh, don't give everybody else this cancer vaccine because I had to go through chemotherapy, so everyone else should go through chemotherapy as well? You wouldn't say that, right?
no, total different story.
No.
Why is that a totally different story?
Because you're not asking me to pay for something that's already out there.
You're talking about
Well, what is going on at that school is that the upperclassmen, right, the sophomores, the juniors, and the seniors, that's like grade 10, 11, and 12 in the U.S., they all got hazed, right? The hazing was like officially part of the school at one point, right? Or it was allowed, and eventually it became, I don't know, somebody got hurt, it became problematic. They banned it, but because the upperclassmen had to get hazed, they weren't going to let the new class of freshmen get away without having the same thing happen. So it's kind of like the student loans thing in the United States, where you've got people who had to pay back their student loans getting angry at the prospect of any student loan forgiveness going on. Honestly, to me, like, if I had paid back my entire student loans already, if that was even possible, I would probably, rather than saying I don't want anyone to get their loans forgiven, I would probably say, hey, maybe could I, get some cash back for the money that I paid? And obviously there's like a limit to like how much that can be done. But yeah, you should try to expand the fairness, right? And by fairness, I mean that in educating yourself, you are benefiting society, you are benefiting your country, and yes, you are even benefiting capitalism, right? And so the idea that you should be put forever in insurmountable peonage as a result of that is unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable to you as well.
your health, and then you're talking about an education.
Yeah, education is very important for the health of the nation, because we're talking about making America great, right? Because that's what I want as on my hat.
Yes,
That's
we
what I
are.
want to do. I want to make
Yeah.
America great again, right?
I
So
do too.
the health of the nation requires there to be a well-educated population, right?
Yeah, Sasha G says it's a lie, like the polio vaccine is unfair to all the people who had to be in iron lungs.
We agree.
But we let 20 million illegal immigrants that have no education just flood the
Oh
market.
my God. What?
Okay, well, we're not talking about immigrants right now, but we can get to that in a second.
Right. We switch
education-
back and forth to whatever you're doing.
Wait, no, I'm just staying on topic, because we're talking about free college.
Yeah, unlike somebody, Bob.
We're talking about why it is a must to have educated citizens. Because I'll tell you something, right? So Donald Trump, for example, and this pertains to the immigration stuff as well.
Can I
Donald
ask
Trump
you-
wanted to open up factories, right? Donald Trump wanted to open up factories, and Joe Biden played a role in this as well. There is a Korean factory that was opening up, right? In the process of building this factory, they had to bring in immigrant workers to build these precise machines that Americans are going to be working on, right? But unfortunately, Americans could not fill that need in the Hyundai facility because they had not gotten the proper education prior. This is a consequence of not funding our educational initiatives and therefore having to make up for it by bringing in migrant workers to fill that need.
Bob had to look away. Isn't he about to fall asleep here in a second?
So that Americans can work in that factory in those facilities later down the
Are
line.
you talking about blue collar jobs?
Yeah, the blue collar jobs that Americans will take on eventually.
That's got nothing to do with the college we were talking about before.
No, we're talking about precise. We're talking about precise manufacturing and like equipment that needs a lot of highly specific
They should have made student loans impossible to pay back. It should be interest-free loans. Absolutely.
technical
We can
skills.
open some.
And look, the Trump administration were supposed to start garnishing wages. I actually need to check into this because I know some changes went through in I think the big beautiful bill. They're gonna in the past chat the minimum, what is it, the minimum to have to file as far as earned income over a year was like $2,000, right? If you earn under $2,000 in a year, you don't have to file, right? Because you're barely surviving. Wait, am I saying this wrong? It's gonna get lowered to 6. Wait, I think I'm saying this wrong. I feel like it was even higher than that, right? That you didn't have to pay back. What was it? I thought it was $14,000 actually. That you didn't have to file a claim under that. But they're changing it, I believe, to 600, right? And I don't know. Because the fucking news sucks such ass these days. In that it's not like news you can use that my parents would grow up with, where they would see an article about that. It would explain to them the changes go into effect starting, X date of 2016, or the changes are retroactive. So you got to pay that, that applies to this year, right? The article I fucking read didn't say which. So completely useless clickbait, not just fucking news slop, right? And you're going to see more and more of that, right? Especially when they start to use AI for things like that. But yeah,
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
it's 10K here. Wait, here is in another country, not the US. Bob is a caricature of himself. Wait, did you know there's a second special election for US House seat in Houston as well? I did not. US House seat. God damn. See, the Republicans are kind of they've lost ground since 2018. And they're in terms of the House, right? And they're actually closer. They're fairly close to parity with the Democrats, which, if the House somehow switched, I don't know if it's possible, but if the House somehow switched possession during, before 2026, that could have some real implications. I don't know if we're anywhere close to dislodging MAGA Mike Johnson, but they do keep on losing seats, don't they? And there's Republicans dying, and there's Republicans retiring. Didn't MTG retire like effective was it effective like this January? We are going after a seat in Alaska. There's actually a Senate seat in Alaska that the Dems seemingly have a chance to win. It can switch before the meet. Yeah, it's like 2 to 3. Yeah, it's very close right now. It's very close.
Some schools and do that stuff. If we weren't spending $400,000 or $500,000 to send our kids to Harvard to get a piece of paper and have no job when you get out. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you how smart you got to be to go to.
I'm sorry. People are saying January of this year, January 5th. Yep, January 3rd. Are we talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene here? When you're saying January, are you talking about the change in the minimum income filing, right? Yeah, Trump's doing a lot to hurt, really poor people, right? A lot to, the idea is that like you don't take your tax revenue from people who can barely afford to survive, right? That was always MTG. Thank God. Okay. I don't know. I'll check. I'll see if I can figure out when the tax change starts, if that's relevant to anyone here. Okay. Button.
Harvard. Are you a big fan of George W. Bush?
Okay.
He barely crawled out.
Got him zing.
He barely crawled out of Harvard with a degree.
I don't care about Ivy League.
I'm sorry. We're using George W. Bush as a way to attack education. Is that what I'm getting here? Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think that says anything. And a lot of rich kids like George W. Bush get into places that they normally wouldn't have been able to get into, but their parents actually pay for like the
R.I.P. meritocracy,
the wing of a library or whatever, and then they.
And look, that's why so many of your bosses are less competent, less intelligent than you are. Possibly even could do their job less well than you could, right? You've seen this, right? If you've been in the workforce any amount of time. You have seen the Peter principle in action. It's usually facilitated by, this kind of shit. People's social connections, who their dad is, who their mom is, where they went to school. This kind of shit, right? It's literally incompetent dumbasses being put in charge of you because they are richer, because they have had more opportunities. I'm going to be right back, chat. I got to have a little sativa. I can't, my button stopped working. What the fuck? How does a button just stop working? I don't understand, Chad. It's a mechanical keyboard, damn it.
End up going to Harvard. I mean,
can I ask
Trump?
you
Be right back.
That's a great example. I mean, he went to
Trump is a
Wharton Business School.
Amazing example of the incompetence of the oligarchy. Yes, Elon Musk too.
Only because his parents were very wealthy.
Did Elon Musk even fucking graduate from it? No, he dropped the fuck out. Fucking loser, Elon Musk. Sorry.
Where did you
Now,
go?
who paid for your school? Okay.
Good.
I got a lot
Erdogan.
of scholarships, and my parents took out student loans at my behest, and I was very fortunate that I was able to make
Al Jazeera paid for my
a
education.
lot of money. And not only did I pay for my own student loans, I paid for the student loan debt relief for my entire family as well, including my parents.
That's good. That's good.
You get applause for that.
I like that.
Yeah, but despite the fact that I paid for my entire family's student loan debt, I still am very much in favor of making sure that no one else has to go through that process at all, because it shouldn't be up to someone getting incredibly lucky like myself and winning big in this lottery system.
I am not familiar at all with any Northern. I don't know anything about Northern Lion. Other than that, he's a Twitch streamer.
To be able to get a good education, because I think every
All right, I'm going to be right back. Waluigi.
Well educated. If they want to go to college, they should be able to
do
go
my
to
bidding
and not have to worry about the cost. If they want to go to trade school, they should be able to go to a trade school and not have to worry about the cost. But unfortunately, neither party in this two-party system that we have actually wants to do that. And Trump, unfortunately, I hate to burst your bubble here, Bob, but he doesn't want to do that either.
Oh, I know he doesn't.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Wow.
We agree with you on this part.
What?
Okay.
Thank you. This is unreal.
They're woke.
Wow.
I'm telling
You're
you, they're
turning
woke.
them, dude. I don't know.
Having
what to
some
tell-
breakthroughs.
This is insane. I can't believe this.
They're going to be Maoist third worlders by the end of this conversation. So that's the thing.
I
Like
like
they're
you much better with the hat on.
We
Yeah,
like
it's
your
the hat that's doing it.
yeah, that's probably what it is.
It's like it's scrambling their brain, and the shit you're saying is actually getting in.
Yeah, no, it's because like I don't care about party affiliations. I don't care about who a person is. They can even be a bad person, but they can technically be a good president. Like Jimmy Carter, good person, horrible president in general. It's how most American presidents work, unfortunately. So I care more about impact. I care about policy, and I care about improving the lives of every single American, regardless of what they believe. even if they don't want it. And that's the reason why I advocate for Medicare for all and free college and things like that. And even a government sponsored job program as well, like a federal jobs guarantee.
Dad had a question earlier that he wanted to say. I know, is he going back to the bathroom?
Yes, restroom break. I'll be right back.
He had some kind of question he was trying to get through earlier. I don't know what it was. I don't know if he can he still hear us? Can he issue the question from the bathroom?
No, he can't hear us.
All right.
No, it's all good. You're woke already. Don't let Bob tell anybody otherwise.
This is something that we talk about on the show with some frequency.
Do not use pronouns.
Yeah.
No way in hell will I use pronouns.
No,
What?
but like your kind of innate persona, Mom, I do think is much more left leaning, and I think you're just in an environment where Newsmax is playing 24 hours a day, and the kind of political news cycle has gotten to the point it's gotten over the past 10 years or so, and I think it has brainwashed you.
I'm just more kind. I'm more kind than your dad. I'm willing to lean a little bit to help other people. I love people.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like a lot of people right now. I'd rather be around my animals than people, but I don't want people to suffer. I don't want to see people killed. I don't like that.
But that's what I'm saying. The guy sitting in that chair next to you very usually does want to see suffering and people killed. He thrives on it. He has glee from that. And I think that affects you when you have to live with this guy since, what were you saying, 50 years you guys been married, you know?
I know him very well. He says a lot of shit he doesn't mean. He says a lot of shit he doesn't mean.
No, he means this.
Come back. We'll finish the show. We're almost done.
Oh my God. Wait, what's the deal? Did he get pissed off? Did I miss him getting pissed off? Is he pissed off or is he literally pissing? This guy may have some prostate dysfunction. I'm just saying if this is his second trip to the bathroom, I don't know, Chad. Now that I'm what did I miss? What happened? What spurred Bob leaving? Why did Bob get up? I don't get it. Where's Bob? Where's Bob?
Don't let Bob tell anybody otherwise.
This is issue the question from the back. Is he going back to the bathroom?
Yes, restroom break. I'll be right back.
He had some kind of question he was trying to get through earlier. I don't know what it was. I don't know if he can he still hear us? Can he
literally pissing
in the bathroom?
No, he can't hear us.
What is this? By 2031, people under $30,000 a year will be paying 74% of the taxes. We should be mad. Yeah, as a survival strategy, we should be mad. Chat, would I get in trouble if I don't know, started a little campaign called Yeet the Rich? Not Eat the Rich, but Yeet the Rich. Can we yeet the rich? Can we just yeet them? Am I going too far? Is this dark woke?
No, it's all good. You're woke already. Don't let Bob tell anybody otherwise.
This is something that we talk about on the show.
Oh my God, what happened to my I took my butterfly out.
Yeah. No way in hell will I use pronouns.
No, but like your kind of innate persona.
Wait, what? Pronouns? I'm sorry. Let me get rid of Waluigi. Oh, I got rid of the goal. Oh my God, chat, that's the worst. You don't want to get rid of your goal. We got a goal, chat, and it's 200. We can get to 200. I will cover not just one, but 2 topics as bonus content, which is coming up quicker than you think. Let me check the poll again. Last time I checked, Erica Kirk was ahead. Yeah, it looks like she's maybe even more ahead. Erica Kirk ahead by 4 points on the poll. So no, not eat the rich. Yeet with a Y. Y-E-E-T, the rich. Can we yeet? Does my yeet sound exactly like eat? Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeet, eat. Yeet, eat. Jesus Christ. In Thai, it's gen, which, it's kind of weird because the letter that they say there, it's not quite G and it's not quite gay. K. It's somewhere in between. Somewhere in between gen and ken is the Thai word for eat. Gen. I'll get it someday, chat. I'll get it I'll get it down. I'll be a great Thai speaker. I saw this video. I saw this one YouTuber who does a bunch of different stuff on his channel. Some of it is actually, you know, instructing Thai language, right? Teaching you Thai. But the rest of it circles or, you know, centers around his career, which he's a ring announcer at Lumpini Stadium. This is, I think he's either an American or a British man who came and learned Thai like really well and actually speaks it in a way that's compelling, like, you know, for an announcer. And so they wanted to have somebody that was you know how announcers for like boxing matches and stuff, they gotta get like, let's get ready to run, you know what I mean? They gotta be like really on. They gotta be real, like a really big personality, right? Same thing in Thailand, maybe even more. And so to find somebody who can be a real big personality in Thai and in English is kind of rare. And this guy somehow fit that role as you know, just somehow just uncanny ability to speak Thai. Anyway, 123 of you have voted so far. Of those 123, 37% are going with Erica Kirk. Exposed, leak Zoom recordings. 32% with Hassan is 100,000% finished. Now, if you don't know what that is, right? That is Hassan finally clapping back at a couple of channels that have done, like, you know how much I was covering Ethan Klein for a while? You know how you'd have like 2 days or maybe even 3 days of like Ethan Klein in the title somewhere? Right? It's like 2 or 3 or 4 times as bad, right? It's just a wall of Hassan, a wall of thumbnails of Hassan, AI face to make him look like he's scared or screaming or crying or making whatever face whatever face they want him to make. And so, yeah, this is Nux Taku and some Pegasus. What a weird name. Lowercase sum, capital Pegasus. That's the name of the channel. It's a slop tuber. They do Hassan is over content, right? So that's the Hassan is 100,000 times percent finished thing. If anybody wants to get on that, right? You know, so right now Erica Kirk is ahead. Remember that when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is, which is right up there, on the topic of your choice, thus helping it possibly win. And yeah, at the end of the stream, I'll add those bonus points to the points on the board for the bonus content. You can also say Vox Populi if you're like offended by the idea of a donor being able to sway the course of the bonus content, and you just want to say, hey, let's get back to what people are voting for. How about that? That's Vox Populi. And you can also put your donation towards that. But yeah, if we're at 142 right now, we're going to do at least one bonus topic. If we get to 200 by the end of the stream, we'll do 2 bonus topics, which would be looking like Erica Kirk exposed and Hassan is 100,000 times percent finished. So that's where we're at, and I think we got like, I don't know, 30 minutes left of this.
Mom, I do think is much more left-leaning, and I think you're just in an environment where Newsmax is playing 24 hours a day, and the kind of political news cycle has gotten to the point it's gotten over the past, whatever, 10 years or so, and I think it has brainwashed you.
I'm just more kind. I'm more kind than your dad. I'm willing to lean a little bit to help other
2 or 3 days of Ethan Klein, you're underselling it. It was a bit like Ethan Tent for a while. God damn. The problem is when you're covering a narrative, the narrative goes on, and especially when it's somebody like Ethan Klein, right? Some people will take the L and let it go, right? And let the drama wash off of them. Ethan Klein was never one of these people. Never.
other people. I love people.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like a lot of people right now. I'd rather be around my animals than people, but I don't want people to suffer. I don't want to see people killed.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
But that's what I'm saying. The guy sitting in that chair next to you very usually does want
Don't
to see
give a
suffering and people killed. He
know what?
thrives on.
Mom, you gotta leave him. You gotta leave him, Mom. You gotta divorce his ass.
He has glee from that, and I think that affects you when you have to live with this guy since what were you saying? 50 years you guys been married, you know?
I know him
Like,
very well. He says a lot of
duress.
shit he doesn't mean. He says a lot of shit he doesn't mean.
Columbia Rican with the super chat. Vox Populi It is. And thank you for the super chat.
No, he means this.
Come back. We'll finish the show. We're almost done. He's done pretty good, I think.
Yeah, no, Bob is woke. Bob is I'm gonna when our Muslim woke Sharia happens, Bob is gonna be one of the Fedayeen. He's gonna be fighting hard in the protectorate of Oklahoma. He's gonna be going door to door, making sure everybody's saying their pronouns correct.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. But anyway, I feel like somebody should make a dictionary for like, I don't know how many of these things are like Hasanologisms, like words that Hassan has introduced to the lexicon, and how much of it is shit that he picked up elsewhere. But yeah, I mean, obviously he didn't invent Fedayeen, but I feel like there's a lot more people using that terminology to describe somebody's strongest soldier than there were before he started using it
Correctly.
You guys have said on our show multiple times that you are ready to quote fight in the Civil War.
Yeah, on our side.
Yeah.
How many bathroom breaks are you gonna have to take when you're out in the streets fighting in the Civil War, Dad?
One, because I'm gonna keep shooting until they get me.
Okay.
That is one thing. We are old. Okay, we have at the most, I'm saying 8 good.
Oh yeah, 10 Toes Down would be in there. Yeah.
When I lock and load, it's
I mean, I'm sure he didn't make that one up either, but
going to the death.
I think the way you guys think, because you're young, we're old. So when you get to the end like we are, we start thinking a little different. We really do. Like every day is
so Burpel's on board with my Yeet the Rich. Okay. Yeah. Make them take their accumulated wealth with them into the sun? No, I would love to nationalize it. I would love to take that burden off of them.
a gift to wake up.
I feel like their wealth beyond a certain point, it's only a curse. It's only a curse, right? It's only making their life worse, and it's obviously making the rest of our lives way worse for them to accumulate the wealth of the nations, as Adam Smith once said.
Up and be alive. So if somebody is out there doing something in the street to a young kid or an animal that I don't like, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to say something. I don't know if I'd pull a
Okay, Metal, you're kind of cooking right now. Let me put this up on screen with that chat. Nom nom the rich. No, I'm just saying yeet the rich. I'm not even saying be mean to the rich. MAGA Mom reminding me of Gwen Stefani. I see that. Morgan from Paula and Morgan. I don't know who that is, actually. Lacey Green, I do know who that is. And possibly Taylor Swift, based on her fiance. I think I get your drift here. Another example of why mixed political marriages don't work. Yeah, so look at that. Didn't Gwen Stefani somehow go like right wing? She's the holler Batgirl, right? From the old song I Ain't No Holler Batgirl, right? I think she went MAGA, as did Lacey Green and possibly Taylor Swift. People are saying. So yeah, I hadn't thought about that pattern until just now.
So like ICE agents, would you intervene? If you saw ICE like nabbing a kid, would you intervene?
If I saw them hurt
Oh, No Doubt. Yeah, that was her band. Her band was, it was No Doubt.
a child or
I think she had I think there's a lot of songs that I liked, and then I was like, oh, that's No Doubt.
an animal in any way.
She's Christian right wing now. Oh my God. Blake Shelton, BANANAS.
Well, they've
Whoever's
done
out
both.
there, I'm going to intervene.
Tracy Noel killed her puppy. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary, she shot her puppy in the head and then dumped the puppy's body in a landfill. You guys like her?
No, I did read that.
Yeah, that was not good.
We don't agree with that.
Dad,
That's
you said you
ridiculous.
didn't. We talked about this on our show, and you said you didn't care.
Now I want to know, are they going to forgive her for that? Or are they going to be like, well, that wasn't good when she shot her dog, but I hope she won't be shooting any dogs in the future. They sing I'm Just a Girl. Famous song from No Doubt.
You grew up on a farm and saw like that all the time.
You're right.
I
I
think
didn't. Now there you go again, putting words in my mouth.
Y'all are putting on.
I think your
You
parents
are
are
putting
woke,
on a
Chad.
bullshit show.
I think they
did
are.
not
They're putting on a little
say-
show here today.
I think he just wants to own the
I
libs, and
think
you're too libbed up. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it is.
I need a med bed. I need a med bed.
Yes.
You guys don't listen. You just
Chat, if I had a med bed, I think I'd be set, right? If I could recover from stream in a med bed, I'd be able to stream for some serious hours. It's just, and then you med bed to stream. Oh my god. Just like hook me up with an IV. I don't know, chat. Just make my life like frictionless. Oh my god, I don't really want that. I think Davy Cliff, I think Taylor fans have that completely backwards. I think she's the root of the political shift because her husband seems like a N1 basketball shorts guy. That Taylor herself is shifting to the right. Is she shifting or is she grifting? I don't even know. Like, she did endorse Kamala. Anna Kasparian could be on that list. Hey, we're going to be maybe talking about her either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'm going to try to make it to stream tomorrow. I do have some things I need to take care of, though, tomorrow. So we'll see. And also, obviously, Thai class as well. But I'm going to get to that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Anna Kasparian, the new Cam James video on TYT, as well as Jink's appearance on Tucker. Right, that just showing us that TYT has learned nothing. Right, they Anna Kasparian has kind of said she just had to eat shit in terms of her MAGA support, and say how wrong she was. Jink Uger is trying to rebuild the bridge with Crystal and Kyle. I think he did a little bit of a mea culpa as well. And, one would hope that maybe the fever had broken, but no, they have learned nothing. Jink is going on Tucker. So, yeah, here we go. More TYT tent.
just roll your eyes and do whatever you want.
Yeah,
Davy, what do you like better though? Honestly, Ethan tent or TYT tent? Which do you which brand of slop do you prefer? Which brand of slop do any of you prefer, chat? TYT tent or Ethan tent?
med beds for all. I think I would love a med bed as well. I think everybody needs a med bed, but since that's technological.
Hassan needs a med bed. I bet the med bed would do him more good than that Theracane. You know what I'm saying? Or his weird little vibraty gun massager. I don't know, chat. Has anybody ever had success with that shit? I feel like the Theracane is placebo. I feel like it gives me the feeling that I have some control over my pain rather than just sitting there and feeling my muscles in pain. TYT 10 is better. Rather than feeling my muscles in pain, I am, instead I am causing a sensation to those muscles, which is slightly distracting me from the pain. I don't know, chat. I mean, maybe, there's probably some therapeutic value in it, but it's limited, and you can't just like massage your muscles back into perfect health as much as you might like to. They take time to recover, even if massage. Massage can be helpful. I'm not sure how helpful a Theracane is, honestly. I'm not sure. Anyway, this is a sidestep. Taylor has been bitching at the black ex-girlfriend at the black ex-girlfriend of Travis. Her clapback is epic. She dressed as Tony Braxton in Man Enough and posted a reply video. Damn. Tony Braxton endorsed this. Theraguns suck. I feel like you could hurt yourself potentially. I mean, don't quote me here, but I feel like maybe you could hurt yourself with a Theragun. I love Salon Pass patches and Lidocaine though. They're great. I've never tried that for like muscle stuff. Ethan just sounds way more annoying than when he just repeats the same stuff over and over again. Actually mind numbing, especially when he tries to like most of the time, like he's talking about nothing of substance. When he is talking about something of substance, he just grossly ignorant of it. So yeah, I could see how that would be annoying.
logically
Big Al cake mix. I like Ethan slop, not gonna lie.
not available right now. The next
No.
best thing probably would be to
Miko's more into Ethan tent.
make sure that the current healthcare system that we have is treating everyone, right?
I think it is. I think it is all right.
Yeah, okay. Without medical
it-
debt, without medical debt that you have to
needs
pay
to-
for, because like there are a lot of people that will refuse to take medication because it's too costly. Like I know people that have a hard time paying for medication, like diabetes medication and things like that, where they just choose not to take it because they can't pay for it. And I think that kind of
that's
stuff
not
should.
wrong.
Yeah, that's not right. That
That's
should
not
be. Okay,
No.
great. Okay, so
not
we're on
right.
board. You want Medicare for all as well. Like it kind of feels like it.
I mean, everybody in our family has gone through some pretty traumatic.
Miko's headphones, Salon Pass patches are menthol and camphor. They are Eastern and alternative medicine, but legitly feels it's like life saving. Z, the icy part of hot. That stuff is in my toothpaste. Along with a bunch of like maybe overly strong herbs. I feel like there's neem in it or something. I don't know. It's like the toothpaste here goes hard. The toothpaste maybe too hard.
Medical, literally every one of us. If we didn't have good health insurance, we'd be done.
I would say good health insurance. Listen, you have to be wealthy, even if you have health insurance in this country. I'm talking about like you got to pay deductibles that go all the way up to $7, $8, $9, $10,000 before it kicks
Right.
in. Like that's insane. You
But why-
are in this country if you do not have money, even
No,
if you are
no,
insured.
I disagree. My friend that I've told you about, her daughter had an ATV wreck. Boom, bad wreck. Like the whole arm was ripped off. Bad. She had no insurance.
Oh my god. I feel like my neighbors had an ATV growing up. I think I rode on it once and I was really scared. But yeah, I didn't know you could get, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? People do crazy shit in ATVs. You are just on top of that thing. I don't even want to think about what happens if an ATV rolls over on you. I use close-up toothpaste from like age 13 to 25. I feel like that stuff isn't even toothpaste. I feel like my grandparents use that, the close-up.
That child was fixed. She was fixed. They did all kinds of surgeries. It was over $500,000, and then it was written off.
Medicare.
No, it wasn't Medicare.
Medicaid.
She had to pay part back, but the child was taken care of. So
Yeah,
which
but-
children are not being taken care of?
Yeah, but it's like that's life-changing money that they have to pay, right? And that's actually inefficient anyway, because if there was Medicare for all, if we had a socialized healthcare system, that bill wouldn't be $500,000 to begin with, and there would be no bill at all, as a matter of fact, and they wouldn't have to worry about that. They wouldn't have to worry about the medical debt that might come along with this life-saving healthcare procedure that they had to get.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
totally believe it needs to be stamped. It's not good. It's not
But-
good.
Written off as bad, Columbia Rican. Does that basically mean the hospital pays? Is that the idea of written off? Is that what is yeah, my friend, fuck your anecdotal friend. So yeah, it just depletes Medicaid from Medicaid. Is that like it's not written off, it's emergency Medicaid? Yeah, and it's obviously inefficient just from the perspective of people not getting preventative care is cheaper, right? Than emergency care. Her proposal is basically, no, if you're poor, you just wait until there's an emergency, but when the emergency happens, it'll get written off. And sure, but you didn't need to go through that. You didn't need to have an emergency. And there was an unnecessary medical cost incurred from lack of preventative care. There you go. My neighbor had an ATV wreck. Yeah, and it all got paid for. Donald Trump himself came in and paid the medical bill. So her friend's a freeloader, I guess. What's your point? $500 million?
for
If
some
that system
people.
that you believe exists actually existed, why would anyone have health insurance at all? Wouldn't we all just be going to the hospital whenever we want and write it off?
That would be the ideal world, wouldn't it?
What?
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Whatever your anecdote
What?
is, I don't think actually is getting to the reality of what the situation is.
Okay, no, I think they're on board. I'm telling you. I mean, even Bob is kind of coming to our side here on this healthcare conversation.
Yeah.
He says no now, but maybe tomorrow he's gonna be like, you know what? I thought about it, and I think that's a good thing, right? Overall health of the nation. Because listen, there's all these other countries out there where they're educating their children and they're becoming way more competitive in the international marketplace. And Americans are falling behind. Americans are falling behind on every single metric. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people are angry, right? They're angry because they look around, they're like, I'm spending so much money on my taxes. None of it is going back. None of it is actually going back to the roads. None of it's going back to the infrastructure. There's potholes everywhere. The hospitals are in a state of disrepair. What the hell is going on? And this is an anger that a lot of people have. And it's an anger that I share with you as well, if that's what you're mad about. I want those funds to go back, not to an endlessly expanding military where, you know, some woke guys over in San Francisco or in San Diego that got an engineering degree are building weapons and new weapons to figure out new ways of you know, murdering children overseas, but instead to go back to more productive things, to go back to ourselves, you know, go back to education, to go back to healthcare, to go back to infrastructure expenditure, and hopefully to go back to a federal jobs program that builds a lot of houses so that there are no more homeless people around, right?
I do agree with everything you said, but with defense, it scares me. What if a missile comes from Russia right at us? We've got to be good enough to shoot it in the air, down.
I mean, but we already
Or
have
hit
defense
them.
systems. I'm saying like we're increasing the funding, and it's
I mean, Trump, to be fair, Trump is selling these people on the concept of a golden dome. They've heard of the Iron Dome in Israel. They think it's badass. They think it's perfect, even though the little back and forth with Iran a year or so ago, or maybe it was 2 years, did not bear that out, right? It showed that the Iron Dome can indeed be pretty easily overwhelmed, and Trump wants to build what's better than iron? A gold, well, what should be a diamond, right? It should be a diamond dome. And if you're going by Minecraft logic, right? Gold is actually worse than iron, isn't it? Gold is definitely less durable than iron. It's a very soft metal.
actually, once again, very inefficient, because a lot of that money that goes back into the Pentagon, who knows where it's going, right? We don't know where it's going. They tell you it's going to defense, but as a matter of fact, it's going to these massive corporations that aren't even actually paying their engineers, really. But it's going to CEOs. It's going to faceless, lifeless, parasitic capital owners that don't care about America. They're
Gold is better than iron. It just really? How is it? It mines faster? Gold mines faster than iron? Anyway, now we got to worry about copper too. But yeah, build that diamond dome. Okay, that's the only one I'm going to feel safe under. If you build a diamond dome over the whole world and nobody can shoot missiles at each other any longer, and then we can just like dismantle all the nukes, I don't know, turn them into something amazing, some new kind of energy technology where I don't know, it exploded in deep space and then the energy is transmitted back to the earth. I don't know, chat. Do something. You got to recycle the nukes somehow, right? We can't just like, what are you going to do with you got to recycle that shit, right? You got to find something that you can do with the nukes other than nuke each other, because that's terrible. Nobody wins that. Nobody wins World War III.
They're multinational. They don't actually have any sort of allegiance to America, and they clearly don't care about their fellow citizens either.
I did not know this, Tanner, dude. Gold goes like a gold pickaxe, right? Mines faster than iron, lasts 1/2 times as long as iron. Okay, well, you learned something new. Gold is actually better. It's so expensive. People say it's the most expensive. Yeah, especially now, especially thanks to Trump, it's getting more expensive.
They're basically just looting the taxpayer money and putting it directly into their pockets. You know, MLK said this, but this is a nation where we have rugged individualism for the poor, for the everyman, for the working class individual, but we have a system of socialism for the very wealthy. Don't you think it'd be better if we flipped it on its own, where the very wealthy should engage in rugged individualism and the working poor, the everyday person, should be getting more of their tax fund, getting more in return for the taxes that they pay?
They don't.
It should be equal. Why would the wealthy pay for the poor all the time?
Because they have way more money.
Well, no,
Lots
that's
of
not even what
money.
I'm saying. I'm not
Because they have the poor's money, right? That's how people become poor. From other people become wealthy, becoming wealthy. Other people become wealthy from other people becoming poor. That's what we're talking about here, right? Capitalism is a constantly increasing system of stratification.
I'm saying the wealthy should be paying for the poor. I'm saying that the poor prop up the wealthy. In our current system,
Trump has helped your gold investments, Davy. If I could, you should have told me to. I don't know. I'm not telling you to give financial advice over chat, but yeah, I should have had money in gold, right? We all should have invested in gold.
current system
Apparently.
right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Isn't it kind of up and down though? I've heard it kind of like it's a little bit rocky of a market.
That have a much better starting point, right? Usually, more often than not, end up becoming unimaginably wealthy. They end up becoming unimaginably wealthy in the current system that we have, right? And they would not be that wealthy without labor, without people working jobs, whether they're accountants like yourself, Bob, or plumbers.
Exactly, Tanner, dude, man. The poor provided that money via their excess labor value being forcibly skimmed off of them. Yes.
Janitors or sanitation workers, they would not be able to generate this revenue, right? They would not be able to
it just dropped 8.2%. I've been seeing that too, right? I've been seeing that it goes way the fuck up and then it kind of comes down. It's been up and down, but still. Oh yeah. Well, see, the dynamic behind that, at least from what I've been hearing, is that the dollar is the place of refuge in a topsy-turvy, uncertain world. In other words, when there's shit going on like wars and rumors of wars, right? People tend to put their money into the dollar and prop it up, right? Which makes it so that the United States has the whole reserve currency system, right? That basically runs the world and allows things like sanctions to be imposed with virtual impunity, although varying effect lately. But you've been seeing less people willing to invest in the dollar because that's kind of a bet on this is a long-term bet on the United States. And not only are a lot of people pissed off at the United States, and rightly so, disgusted by the United States, and rightly so, but people don't see as much of a future in the United States as they once did, which then sends that money that is looking for a safe place to hide out towards precious metals such as gold and silver.
Any output whatsoever, because yeah, sure, maybe you had a lot of money and you were able to purchase a factory, right? But that factory remains dull if there is no labor inside of that factory. Labor is what creates value. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
Because without workers, these factories would not, there would be nothing.
I know where you're going.
I don't agree with that.
What, you don't agree with that? You think factories would have the same output without workers working in them?
If you don't have billionaires to invest capital, doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference how many workers you have.
You think Amazon would be Amazon without people working in the factories, in the distribution centers?
There wouldn't be Amazon without capital government.
I mean, Amazon is already getting tremendous tax breaks from the government.
You wouldn't have an Amazon.
Yeah, so here's the thing. A lot of these big businesses, they actually do get a lot of tax revenue. They get a lot of tax revenue. They get a lot of subsidies. They do get a lot of help from your taxes. But
some people got into bread baking during COVID. I got into gold futures. Yeah, goddamn, you sound like a character from a Netflix series there.
But you find that to be appropriate, and that's all right. I mean, but my argument always is we should be paying more consideration and more attention to the people that are working inside of those facilities so they too can go and buy a home and take care of their children and have a healthier society overall. And the reality of the matter is, and you, Bob, you worked in some setting, right? You were an accountant. Like, if your boss didn't exist, you would still go to work and you would still do the same exact work no matter what. It's not because your boss that existed, your company was able to make money, right?
No, I went from being an accountant to a natural gas trader.
Okay.
I worked my way into a better situation so I could make more money.
He's worked for several very, very rich men.
Billionaires.
Okay, so a gas trader, right? He's an accountant. He hustles, he networks, and he becomes a gas. What? Oh my God! You know, honestly, I don't even know. Like, is it gas futures trader? I don't even know what a future is. I sort of do. It's like you're buying the price of that commodity right now, and you know, thinking that it will, like, oh my God, wait, how does it work? Is it about like the price of it at Harvard? Like, it's it doesn't exist yet. Like, it's a pork belly or something that some farmer is going to grow in the future, and you're investing in it. But I don't know, are you investing in it like getting like appreciating in value, or are you investing in it like you know, the pig actually showing up at the butcher's, right? I don't get it. What is the future? I feel like Vosh when he's debating Mike from PA. I don't know what a TIF is.
You would condemn, and they provided hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars for jobs. In fact, in the state of Oklahoma, one of the guys I work for is the reason Oklahoma's better off than they were 5 or 10 years ago.
So, a great man of history. His name is Howard Rourke, and he's built an amazing building that the collectivist would not allow to be built, so he burned it down. Amidst violating women's consent and such.
Stadium.
So here's the thing. Okay. You worked for them. They hired you because they saw value in what you do. Without you and without people like you working for them. But Bob, without
they made me a lot of money.
Okay.
No.
Am I too autistic to understand capitalism?
They gave you money in the
or Chad, am I not autistic enough?
Wage. They gave you a wage, right? You were a waged salaried employee, right?
No.
Oh, you got.
What? I was on
Did you work
commission.
on commission? Oh, okay. You worked on. Okay, so you were doing sales. Got it.
In addition to a salary.
Okay, that's great. No. Sales is actually a fantastic. Sales is something
It's
that I
not
did
sales.
before I.
It's not called sales. It's called trading.
Okay, so you were a trader.
Wait, how did he get the idea that he was in sales? This guy, a character on Yellowstone.
Predictions on whether gas would go up or down, and I could not be wrong. I had to be right.
Okay.
I haven't watched that yet.
Regardless, you were earning them more money than they were giving you. That's the point, right?
Yes.
So you were okay. There you go. So you were providing them value. They didn't actually work in that setting. They just hired you. They had the upfront capital. They had the money to hire someone yourself.
Oh, because he said commission.
Make them even more
Now
money.
you're
Oh, so technically what he's doing is he's trading what with somebody else's money, and then his commission is a portion of that money. Is that what we're talking about? A commission, a portion of the earnings, a portion of the of the appreciation or profit. Yellowstone sucks. Well, yeah. Wait, it's like a right-wing thing, isn't it?
need to backtrack. They put up the capital. Without them, there would have been no job at all.
No, I don't have to backtrack at all because the reality of the matter is if a job is
Wait, is he one of those natural gas resellers that bait and switch you? I don't know. It sounds like he's trading commodities for a very rich person that is like, am I understanding this correctly? He's making investments for someone, and then he gets a percentage on the profits. That's the commission.
Necessity. If a job is an absolute necessity, then we don't
It
need
was-
to rely on someone to put the upfront capital, because we're already pulling those funds right now. We pull those funds in the form of taxes. We could have public banks that could actually fund and invest into these initiatives as well by need. And it's actually kind of how it works in many other countries as well. Or it kind of works in the same way here as well in the United States of America. The distribution of those
Banks
resources,
weren't very
however,
damn good
stay
at-
at the top.
Banks had to give up trading because they sucked at it.
Wait, what? No, banks still.
Is he talking about 2008? He thinks banks stopped. Oh my God, chat. This guy thinks that banks stopped trading after 2008. Basically, Bob is Hank Hill. Yeah, Hank Hill, but
I think banks do a lot.
a
of
day trader. I can't imagine Hank Hill as a day trader, honestly.
that. I mean, I think it should be
Major
separate. But
Banks like Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley all had to quit trading because they lost so damn much money.
who do you?
Oh my God, Driftless Iowan says, I watched this live. I am a fan. I'm guessing of Hassan and/or A Necessary Conversation, or Bob maybe. He was an accountant who traded futures for T. Boone Pickens. God, I remember that name. He's like a evil guy. Didn't he run for president on some third party? And yeah, he just basically, I think, represented like big energy interests.
Who do you
Because I
think
was in the
worked,
business.
Bob? Who do you think worked harder, you or the guy who hired you? Who do you think worked harder to generate value? You or the guy who just simply had more money than you and was wise enough to hire someone as smart as yourself?
The second guy I worked for probably worked more hours than I did.
Uh-huh. You
And
must have
harder.
had a bad boss
he
at
put all
some
his
point
money.
though, right?
And he put his money up. He was willing to take a risk.
Okay. But
Being so argumentative.
at the
Well,
end
I
of the
mean-
day,
He had no what he's talking about.
But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for you and the work that you put in, he wouldn't have made as much money, right? As opposed to not hiring you, right? You made him
I
money.
don't know.
Correct.
Because he would mimic my trade sometimes and make a lot more than I did.
Okay.
Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I don't get. It's like I understand the concept of a, what would you call it? Like a trade. Oh my God. Oh my God, what's the name for, like, somebody that like tells you, gives you advice on investments, right? Or trading. But they don't, you make the trade, like it's with your money, right? I don't understand what he's talking about. I thought I did. I thought I got it. I thought it was like he was playing with T. Boone. Is this T. Boone Pickens then? He's playing with this guy's money, or he's not playing with it. Sorry, he is making investments with it, earning profits, and then taking a percentage, taking a commission, for having played the market, correctly, having gained money. But now now he just introduced, and sometimes he would mimic my trades. And I'm like, okay, well then what's the point then? Subservient little demon man doesn't understand. He's calling capitalist daddy. Yeah. He thinks he is further up the chain than he actually is. Exactly what he did. He traded futures. Wait, did my chat start working? I'm like, oh my God. Oh, because it's from Twitch. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay. More bear, like subservient little demon man, doesn't understand he's calling capitalist daddy. Yeah, we come full circle, okay? We started with the demon mama flipping me off all those years ago. And we, funny enough, because I had befouled the name of her clout daddy. So there's the daddy thing tying into it, and we're ending with the, subservient little demon man. Okay, so there we go. Well, I mean, we're not ending yet, are we? I mean, we're almost there. We got Erica Kirk, I think. That's what we're going to do. make sure if you haven't voted already, or if you want to donate to try to sway the poll one way or another away from Erica Kirk. If we do get to 200, we will watch both Erica Kirk and the slop tubers, Nux Taco and some Pegasus. God damn, it's such a weird name. It's so hard to remember, but these are the two guys that have been doing Hassan Tent for the past, I don't know how many years. And Hassan finally took a look at their videos, took a look at their thumbnails, and it's pretty funny stuff. Hassan is 100,000% over. That is the second place option. So, and we will get both of those if we get to 200. If we get to 100, we'll do the top one. Right now, the top one is Erica Kirk and her infamous Zoom call.
Because he had more money than you.
He had the same money.
He's got his hat back on. Be nice.
Put the hat back on, Bob.
Yeah.
I'll put the hat back on.
It's easier to agree.
I'm defending your rights as a worker in your own experience, and you're still trying to defend your boss to me for some weird reason. I don't understand.
Oh shit! So next month, there's a special election in New Jersey, and what you're saying, it looks like it's going towards the Democrats. That would actually bring them to 218, meaning he couldn't get anything through without the Democrats. Even though at that point, the speakership would not change hands. I don't know, chat. If it gets to 219, does the speakership necessarily change hands? I'm not sure if that's how it works, or if it's just at the beginning of every Congress, they... I actually don't know how it works.
A worker. I never felt like I wasn't an employee for starters.
Okay, quit.
I remember there was an episode.
Wait, fuck. Her name is Haley? Oh my god, chat. I started calling her Donna. Okay. Somebody in chat said her name was Donna. And then I was calling her Holly. Somebody in chat said her name is Holly. And now, wait, is her name Haley? Is her name actually Haley? Like, that actually sounds right. Like, I don't know. That after next month, it's probably going to be 217 to 215. Oh, I see. Wait, so they need 218 to pass? Are there like vacant seats? Is that the deal?
No salary involved.
I remember I asked
There
you
wasn't
once.
no salary involved.
Yo, 3D printed houses are exploding. Wow.
1099 at the end of the year, not a W-2.
Okay, that's fine. I'm a 1099 worker as well. That still means that you're getting a wage from. You're still getting a wage to a certain degree from. I work for myself. I technically get a 1099 from Amazon though, because of the platform that I'm on. It's owned by Jeff Bezos.
So you don't have a W-2 either.
No, I no longer have a W-2. I was a W-2 worker when I was doing sales back in the day. But
her name is Donda. Yes.
I'm an independent contractor, technically, just like you were for.
And now that Kanye has apologized, you can say that again.
The company that you're working for, but it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, you are still
a heartfelt apology.
Are making money for someone else. You are still working. Like as a contractor, you are still doing what? Contracted work.
So
yes,
there was
it's not a bad thing. This is just what it is. I wasn't being argumentative.
There was an episode that we did a long time ago where I asked you if you thought you had more in common with the average kind of working person or billionaires, and you said billionaires. You thought you have more in common with a billionaire than the average person, but that's simply not true.
Did he say the mindset? Is this guy got a billionaire mindset?
The mindset?
The billionaire mindset, chat. Is that a thing? I feel like I've heard that before. He's got a billionaire mindset, right? It's like, don't dress for the job that you have, dress for the job that you want. Don't have the mindset of the economic class that you're in. In other words, don't have, don't have class consciousness. Have a, the consciousness of the class that you aspire to, right? This is what's wrong with America. Bob is what's wrong with America.
I have more in common with the people I work for than workers.
That's what I'm saying. And I don't know if this is like common to all MAGA, but that attitude that like you and Elon Musk could be buddies and hang out in the same room, but you can't with the guy who's like 2 levels below you at your corporation. It's just wrong. And I don't know if that's like purposefully done.
It's called
in right-wing media or
temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Like that's what it is.
Depends on who you are. The billionaire.
I mean, hey, you don't know. This guy might be a millionaire, right? This guy could easily be a millionaire.
Worked where I did hang out with.
No one should be a billionaire. Literally no one.
I agree. I think it's an indication that the system is failing.
Is it PBD? I don't know. Billionaire mindset. Anybody heard of this before? Mary Lou is ignorant. Bob is full of repressed identity rage from being what? Oh, I didn't know Bob was adopted. He hates everyone. Daughter Haley and as a baker, son. Oh yeah. Oh, say Haley. Yeah. Is so she's like a baker. She's
when there's that level of wealth disparity. When there's that,
Bob is a millionaire. I kind of thought so, right? Millionaires don't always dress the part.
Much level of wealth accumulation at the top. It is just as a
nice chair
failure of the system as is every.
You haven't seen his bathroom.
Single homeless person that has to sleep outside. Almost 700,000 of them have to sleep outside in the wealthiest nation on the planet. It means that this system is just not working, right? We have to fix it. That's what I want to do.
I agree 100%. But mom and dad, you're for the billionaires. You like that they exist. You like them.
They have to exist.
I don't want the homeless people in the street, but why can't our government help them? Why can't our government do
Great question.
Because they don't give a shit.
Drug help, whatever kind of help they want.
Who's they?
Government.
More Bear, I hope his 401k collapses. Fuck you, Bob. I want him in a shitty studio apartment. I want him moving in with Curtis Lewa.
For government.
And the cats.
It's busted. They don't care. They don't care if we have health care. They don't certainly care if you're homeless.
Yeah, they only care about
they own horses.
They only care about billionaires and making sure that billionaires are turning profit year over year.
Trump is a billionaire.
I get it. I get why people know more about them than I do. These people must watch the show. These people must watch the podcast regularly. That's probably where you're getting all these facts about Bob.
The president is a billionaire.
Yeah.
And they contract from other billionaires. Like, you can't see the trend.
That would be a sitcom, Burpel.
Don't understand. And you're okay with it. Like, there should be 0 billionaires.
They just plugged Grok into the DoD computers. Like
Department of War.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, the Department of War.
Yeah,
I got you,
right,
Bob.
Right.
The Department of Offense, yeah. Bob is a retired natural gas contract trader. He really is a Hank Hill.
Living back in Obama and Biden days when they called the Department of Defense. I'm just saying, like, that's another billionaire who we already saw basically was trying to run the country while Trump was sitting at the desk. Then he got kicked out because Tesla stock was tanking, and he's like, I got to go back and make sure the stock prices go up. Now he's on the verge of becoming the world's first trillionaire, and he's getting a government contract to put his AI in the Department of, my apologies, War in all their computers.
Don't dead name the Department of
War.
War.
All of our military data running through Grok. It's not enough that he has Starlink satellites and he's controlling all that and siphoning data whenever he wants. Now he's going to have his AI in our Department of War.
You wouldn't want to punish Sliwa with Bob? Yeah.
You don't see
So
any
when
problems
you
with this.
say, like, why is the government not doing anything
Yeah, I suspect they wouldn't get along.
about it? Because they want to get that bag, okay? They want money. That's all it's about. It's all it's ever been about. Donald Trump is just a money-hungry sack of.
Sorry you feel that way.
Are you guys about to go to sleep? I think this is, they might have, their engine's out of gas here.
A little bit.
I think this was a very productive conversation.
I actually do too. I'm surprised you guys, you did have some woke moments.
I was afraid you were going to go for a jugular right from the start.
What? No, I have no, I don't, I'm not in the business of catching quick dunks on
He's not Ben Shapiro.
people. I want to have a conversation with them, and I want to understand where they're coming from and work within the value system that they represent or the value system that they have to try to find a reasonable solution. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much, Bob talks about,
Like, yeah, he had Asmongold on, right? If you were going for a quick dunk, that would have been the place to quick and easy dunk, low hanging fruit, the very lowest. Asmongold sat. Wait, no. Did Asmongold sit with him, or did Asmongold? No, he didn't have Asmongold in the chair with him, did he? I'm misremembering this, chat. He must have just like talked to him on Zoom or on Discord or whatever. But anyway, yeah, he he didn't like take cheap shots even at fucking the Roach King. So no.
Deporting all the immigrants or whatever he's saying, or like he wants America to be a great country, right? That's what it says on the hat, make America great again. And I think a lot of people are misguided into believing that Donald Trump represents that great change, when I think he's actually the same old business as usual politician, and maybe dissimilar from previous administrations in the worst ways. He's accelerating America's demise, in my opinion, rather than actually helping people.
Yeah, I don't agree quite with that he is making our country go down.
I don't agree with
I think
that at
he's the
all.
first president that you guys are afraid of, that he's getting things done. And he's doing
I'm sorry.
it kind of fast.
What is he getting done?
Our border is finally closed.
Putting you farther behind the
Wait. He went on Asmon's stream podcast in person when he was in Texas. When was this, Big Al Cake Mix?
Our border's finally closed.
Okay. And we're murdering American citizens in the streets. We're kidnapping children.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes to get the border closed, and you're cool with it?
We're getting the criminal illegals out of here that are
Or not.
killing our people.
So wait, hold on. The immigration one is like the one issue that is like very hard to try and find a reasonable conclusion to. So I think we have to work back to why this is a bad thing that like migrants work, because like migrants are in the country, right? We briefly touched on it when we're talking about like your German great grandparents. They came here, and how that's not dissimilar to, I don't know, someone coming in from Guatemala, right?
Right.
What I want is to make sure that everyone that wants
he was always like the thing with Hassan is that, he'll be nice to anybody that's not an asshole, even people that he like 100% disagrees with, right? It's only, like XQC, Asmongold, all these people, right? Hassan always had like an open door policy, would talk to them. And for a while, maybe even had a decent, rapport with, you got to understand, there was a time when Asmongold didn't really talk about politics. The closest thing to politics that Asmongold even touched on was the fact that there weren't enough boobies in his video games, right? That was the most political he got. So, and I think that he was, I don't think people realized how, right wing this guy actually was till he started streaming, doing his based shtick. Basically they talked endlessly and changed nothing of these people's minds. I don't know. They said some shit, Blue Pep, that the kids, Chad and Haley, god damn, I called her the wrong name for so much of this stream. It's so embarrassing. But anyway, Haley, they are, I'm surprised nobody corrected me in chat. It was like, hey, that's Haley. Her name is not Donna. Anyway, the person that said she was Donna said so with such conviction, or chatted so with, how does somebody chat with conviction? They had a conviction emoji, chat. They had a conviction emoji in there somehow. But they did say a few things that the son and daughter thought were not characteristic, that were uncharacteristically reasonable from the dad and mom that they know.
to come and work and earn in the United States of America and make the United States of America the greatest country on the planet that I know it can be, is to have an expedited process where they can just, come in and say,
wait, this is Tectone and Imaru, right? Is Hassan involved in this?
This is what I want to do. Can I please come into the country?
Steak and Fear and Eggs. Oh, it's a Fear and episode?
Quick
Yes,
question.
I believe that too.
Where are we going to put all these damn people, and what are we going to do with them?
Well, we
When the
already
rest
have
of the
these damn
country-
people.
When the rest of the country.
Well, I don't know. It seems like you're sending them through fucking concentration camps, Bob. So the question is, what are you going to do to them? Because if you allowed Trump and this fucking system to do what it wants, right? You're going to have those concentration camps are going to turn into death camps, and they already are, right? You already had deaths in these detention facilities ruled homicides, one reportedly by choking, which also has witnesses, right? So it's weird that it's like, well, what are you going to do with them? Nobody fucking said that you have to do anything. In general, deportation of nonviolent people is like a low priority thing, because there's not really like, that kind of harm happening, and immigration is not doing anything bad to anyone, right? It's just a fucking moral panic that the Democrats refuse to push back on, allowing people to get the idea and that it is a moral there's some kind of moral hazard involved here. I did in fact watch Single Asmon's beta test Elden Ring years ago. He just talked about the game, but that was 6 years ago. Yeah, they are currently great camps as well.
And all those people come here.
So the reality of the matter is, if we actually didn't go and destabilize other countries, most people would not want to leave. I mean, Bob, you haven't left Oklahoma. It seems like you've lived in Texas and Oklahoma, and you have no interest in going elsewhere. And most people are like that. The only reason why they want to come here is because there is at least
Hassan is not beating the tiny head allegation, says Ivan Van Veen.
Some level of prosperity, or at least not the country that they want to come to is not as destabilized as the country that they're coming from. Most people don't want to leave the countries that they actually grew up in. They don't want to learn a new language. They don't want to leave their families behind. They don't want to leave their friends behind, their culture behind, their food behind.
BCAT K, a 5-year-old girl died because she was denied medical while in custody.
And they have to do it as a matter of survival in most circumstances. And the reason why
it's going to be better if we're a better place to live. I don't agree with you at all.
I think other countries would be far better off if we didn't consistently meddle in their affairs. And I think that's part of what Donald Trump was talking about when he said he doesn't want to intervene in other countries' affairs, right?
Oh, right.
But he is intervening in other countries' affairs. You can see that, right?
He's literally trying to make another country a state.
You guys saw in the Oval Office, he put up the little post.
Trying to do Fallout memes. What if it's actually a normal sized hat? I hadn't thought of that.
That had all of North America, or at least it was America, Canada, and Greenland had the American flag over it. Like, how is that? Can you imagine being in Canada and seeing this idiot throw that thing up? Everybody in Canada hates him and hates America now.
Here's what I don't like. Like an illegal that comes into our United States, they don't have their citizenship yet. They're trying to get citizenship, but yet they hate America. But yet some of them burn the flag. Some of them say,
"I don't hate America." They wouldn't come here if they hated America. For the record, because I can tell you from my own personal experience, not only as someone who's around many immigrants, first-generation immigrants, but someone who came to the United States of America at the age of 18. A lot of people say, I hate America because of all of my criticisms of the way that the American system currently works. But if I hated America, I would not have come to the United States of America. The reason why I came here is because I believed in the American dream. And then I quickly realized that was just marketing. That was just something you saw.
I can't believe that illegal is a noun now. Yeah, it's a slur now, basically.
On television, that was something you saw in the movies. But unfortunately, it wasn't the reality. It wasn't the reality for many Americans, as well as many other people that are coming into the country. But the reality is, these people are not coming here to ruin the country at all. These people are coming here for survival.
Oh my God. Surely they're pro deporting of French Canadians, Italians that are here incorrectly. Yeah, overstayed visa kind of situation. Or is it just brown people scare me? Yeah, they're probably, if you ask them about French Canadians, they're like, well, only I can imagine Bob saying that maybe the swarthy like, do you know what I mean? Like, I can imagine some shit like that coming out of his mouth, right? About French Canadians, right? This is I feel. Anybody else feeling that? Like old school racist energy from Bob, right? The kind of guy that would use, that would say the term swarthy unironically.
That's it. They just want a job. They want to work a job, and they want security for their children, just like everybody else. There is no difference between someone coming in from Guatemala and someone coming in from Germany.
What was the clip I saw where there were a lot of protesters, people around a man that had on an American flag hoodie, and they were saying, take it off or not, take it off. And they beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, because they're
he had on
angry.
an American
Because they're
No, because he didn't twerk in Gay City. Come on.
America represents. And that's also, again, an American value. I come from Turkey, okay? And in Turkey, it is illegal to do anything to the flag. Like you will get your ass beat. You will get.
Yeah, Trump would actually go to jail. If, like they would probably like take the, if he was president of Turkey and he did that to the Turkish flag, I don't know what would happen, chat.
Go to prison, really, if you for incitement, right? And I don't want that to be the case in the United States of America. I want that, and I don't know who you're.
He has been racist against Polish people.
Like what video you're talking about in particular, so I can't speak on that directly.
Well, I guess he has something else in common with Hassan, but crickets.
My point is, it's a constitutionally protected right to be able to burn the American flag or any flag you want to burn in this United States of America, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's a freedom.
As a Hispanic, that word is always weaponized against my community. That's the kind of shit that you'll hear. Like right, it's weird. It's like with certain generations, right? Where and then they'll kind of like you'll see right there that they've got this You can see the sliding scale of whiteness that has been constructed.
That's a freedom that should be cherished. Is a freedom that should be protected.
That's no longer the case. You burn a flag now, you go to jail for.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's un-American.
I like it. I think it's great.
If you don't like our flag, then go to the country of the flag that you love.
Why do you always go to that? Like you always shift. Like if you don't like it, just get out.
Okay.
The United States of America is the greatest country on earth, and there's nobody to replace it. And it doesn't matter where you go or where you come from. That statement is going to remain the same.
Okay.
How many countries you been to?
Give Trump a couple more years, and I think we'll be singing a different tune.
I want about any country in the world.
Okay.
I read up a whole lot of shit on Turkey. Believe me.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Very fond of the Turkish government either.
I wouldn't be either.
He thinks Hassan is an Erdogan stand. Actually, like a lot of people think that for some reason.
But I didn't bring it up.
Be nice. Be nice. You've been pretty good. Be nice.
All right.
Be kind.
Okay. Well, anyway, you guys are getting a little sleepy.
I know more about Turkey than you do, Haley.
Be nice. Oh my God. Okay.
Okay. Now I want to hear what
Always
you
a
have to say about
competition.
Turkey. Bob, give me some quick facts about Turkey. Maybe we'll agree.
Well, the fact is, you don't have very many billionaires, and the ones that you have do run the country with an iron fist.
So not
And you
dissimilar
don't
to
have
America.
you don't have a lot of freedom over there at all.
Yeah, like you can't do things to the flag, for example. The things that you're advocating for here in the United States of America
Are unironically true in Turkey.
you're criticizing in Turkey.
No, what I'm telling you is Turkey fits what you want in life more than America does. So
No.
you should.
I feel like if anything, Turkey fits what Bob wants in life more than America does, right? If he wants a strong, nationalist government that'll fucking punish anybody who disgraces the flag, that's Turkey.
You should be growing your oats in Turkey.
No, that's actually the opposite.
He just told him that he needs to go to your country. That's what that was. That's what that was. And also implied, I don't know, something about miscegenation, I think, too, with that sow your oats shit, right? This guy is it's slightly below the surface, right? But there's some really quirked up old school racism in Bob, right? He does in fact have that dog in him.
Why? Well, I'm an American citizen, for the record.
I know why you came here. My question is why?
My question is, when are you leaving? This is the classic fucking.
I know why you came here, but why did you?
I know why.
Wait,
Why?
Bob, why do you think I came to America?
Can I see your return ticket to Turkey?
He knows.
No,
He
come on,
knows.
Bob. You can say it. It's fine. I've heard much worse things. Don't worry. I will never be offended. You can say whatever you want to me. I will not be offended.
I'm fine. I know what Turkey is. In
Wouldn't
Why
fact,
did he come
Mary
here?
Mary Lou had 2 women from Turkey, Istanbul, who used to ride with her at the barn. And they used to criticize your government like there was no tomorrow.
I mean, I do too.
So
I can't. Bob, you might not know this, but I actually used to write for the Huffington Post, and I wrote very critical things about the Turkish government, which is why I can't go back to Turkey. So I actually do criticize the Turkish government quite a bit. But having said that, one thing that I was wondering is you said you know why I came to America. So you wanna tell me why do you think?
Because you have a better opportunity.
Because you want to impregnate our women and sully our gene pool. You have designs on our females, sir. This guy is sorry. I'm over amplifying him even more than what he's saying, but I feel like there's some really,
make a lot of money.
Okay.
Period.
That's
You didn't
okay.
have that
So I
same-
didn't come
you
to
didn't have
America to
that same-
destroy it.
You didn't have that same opportunity in Turkey. Why you came
I actually had
doesn't
more opportunities in
mean
Turkey.
what you're here for now.
No, I actually had more opportunity to make a lot of money and had more job prospects in Turkey because like my family was even if they weren't as well off as they used to be when I was growing up, they still had a fairly robust network. I came to America because I love America. I came
Never understand the "you are your country." I hope to hell people do not apply "you are your country" to me, but I know that I mean, like, some of that is like a little bit unavoidable, right? But you would hope that people have some sense of separation between the actions of a government and the people subject to that government.
came to America because I learned about American culture.
That's just Bob. I'm not over amplifying him. I am like reading into his fucking intent though, and what I see is something that is quite a bit more vile, I feel, than he's given credit for. Right? As much as Hassan wants to be the chud tamer and shit like this, like, and I'm sure he knows this too, right? This guy is yeah. If anything, this guy is like holding back on some of his true feelings.
Watched a lot of American movies and wanted to live here, wanted to work here. And very quickly I realized that maybe America, or the American dream that was promised, I was fortunate enough to be able to achieve it, right? But I realized that many others are not. Many others are nowhere near close to achieving that or realizing that dream at all.
But you stayed here.
Yeah, because because this is my home. And when your home is dirty, you want to clean it. You don't just move out, right?
I don't know about that.
Right? Isn't that the appropriate thing to do, Bob? I mean, I'm not a coward. I'm a stubborn man. I'm a prideful man, and I'm not just gonna leave. I could, Bob. I'm a very wealthy man.
Listen. I get what Hassan is saying, okay, but when the cockroaches are at your home are big enough to eat you, yeah, you should probably move out, right? That's why I left.
Wherever the fuck I wanted on the planet. The reason why I live here, the reason why I pay my tax dollars to the state of California and to the American federal government is because I want a better return for everybody else. I want a better return for everyone else because I think that
Why aren't you
America.
giving it away? Why are you wealthy? Why don't you build some homeless housing?
Give it
Because he's
away.
not
Give it away.
I mean, I do give out. I do give away quite a bit of money, but that doesn't solve the problem, right? Because there's plenty of wealthy people in this country, far wealthier than I am, and no matter how philanthropic they may present themselves in being, that still doesn't fix the problem. The government has to fix these problems.
You know what's wild too is that if you are wealthy and you can give to charity and you have a good accountant, right? You're going to deduct that money. So it's kind of like, I mean, to a degree, it's a little bit of a squishy thing of like, okay, well, I am donating money to this, but also, paying less tax burden because of it.
And I want to change the government.
It's another way where even in their philanthropic endeavors, the wealthy are, the accumulation of wealth is reinforced.
So that we have the most efficient outcomes. So we have the best possible outcomes.
That's right. We have to do it through policies, through laws, through change.
Because right now there's a lot of magnanimous billionaires, right? And they're giving a lot of money away. They're giving hundreds of millions of dollars away, and yet these problems still remain. So clearly, this has not been an adequate solution.
I think they're tapping out. Are you guys done? Is that it? Dad's staring into space. Mom's giving not even one word answers, just little grunts.
Oh yeah, I didn't catch that. Blue Pep. Build homeless housing was what Bob said. Yeah.
So
We only usually do our show for an hour, and even by the end of that,
it shows the way that these people essentialize the unhoused, right? That even in the idea of them being housed, he's still referring to them as the homeless.
Oh yeah, we've been going on for
like same thing with undocumented, right? What makes somebody undocumented? Paperwork. What makes somebody documented? Paperwork, right? It's not, they don't become a different person. They're the morality, their moral value does not change overnight, right? It's just fucking paperwork.
While now, but this has been very healthy, very productive.
Are we like some wild and crazy guests that you kept on forever? Could we just keep doing this for days or what?
I mean, this is what I do. I do this for 7 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, for doing this.
Davy Cliff, running just keeps the most vulnerable behind, or just leaves the most vulnerable behind. I'm trying to keep the most vulnerable ahead, actually.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having us on. I was a little afraid, I'll be honest.
I'm more out.
Like one step ahead.
But really tough debater and left, and I was a little bit afraid, but this was fun.
No, not at all. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Thanks for having us, man.
And where can people find you if you want to promote?
It's just called The Necessary Conversation on all the things.
Oh my God, I gotta change it. It's The Necessary Conversation. Fuck me. But chat, I know that doesn't sound like it makes much of a difference, but I put that on my I think I put that in the description, and I called it Unnecessary Conversation. That could be a completely chat. That could be a Nazi that could be a Nazi channel. I could have just shouted out a Nazi channel by accident, right? You could imagine them being like, "We need to have a necessary conversation about a certain question." Yeah, right. Anyway, I need to change it so that I'm actually linking back to them. Chat. We are near the end of the free half. We're about to move into the fun half. Thanks to the support of viewers like you, the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by such support from all the weasels out there. So we're over 100. We're going to do at least one piece of bonus content. If we get to 200, maybe expand that out to 2. That's looking like Erica Kirk, unless somebody wants to, this is the wedding moment where you say speak now or forever hold your peace, but it looks like it's going to be Erica Kirk at long last, right? The second place runner-up is Hassan getting 100,000% cooked by a bunch of slop tubers, or at least in their thumbnails. Fun half, yes. Let's do the fun house. The fun house. I almost said the fun house. What is the fun house? Anyway, let's go. Let's make this happen. All right. So, what do we got? We got Erica Kirk. I feel like I have this on my playlist somewhere. This one
is a de-escalation of the deadly ICE crackdown here in Medellin.
All right. Oh, there's the 999% done video. Oh shit, reacting to Destiny accusing Hassan of loving TikTok. Oh, Rick Strom, actually I just found out this guy from TYT Sports, which is actually a good channel. I gotta say, I hate TYT. Will be covering the bad side of TYT either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But Rick Strom from TYT Sports is actually doing some good work out there, and it looks like he has his own channel, which, you know, if that's not connected to TYT, I'm going to support the fuck out of that because I love this man's work. He's in Chicago, or was in Chicago on Friday for the general strike, so I'll try to work that in sometime. What? Okay, I didn't put it in the Erica Kirk thing into the. I would have thought I would have, you know, tagged that one. Like, oh wait, no. I know where it is. Erica Kirk. Yes. All right. So, this came from Candace Owens. Candace Owens is the midwifing, this message about Erica
All
Kirk.
right, you guys, happy Tuesday.
So yeah, we've seen the ups and downs. Candace was at her apex, posting. Oh my God, the majority. Oh, that's 9 days ago. Goddamn. Anyway, Candace has been at her zenith, posting you know, her best numbers, LeBron numbers, Hassan numbers, right? I think she got 200,000 or more at her height out of these Erica Kirk conspiracy theories. And, you know, they were vague. They gestured towards Egyptian planes. There was like a lot of unspoken implications, you know, connect the dots kind of thing, choose your own conspiracy, so to speak. But not a lot of substance. Not a lot of substance to the things that Candace was saying. But because of Erica Kirk's weird behavior, it was believable. Because of, honestly, the weird behavior of all the TPUSA people around the death of Charlie Kirk, the turning of his funeral into a weird wrestling event and the like, right? The standing of Erica Kirk over his coffin. There's so much weirdness when it comes to how they handled the death of Charlie Kirk. So Candace Owens was able to make a few bags, right, out of that. And since then, she's been a lot less prominent in terms of the media, in terms of the news, right? That all changed when she leaked what she found a TPUSA audio clip. Now I think there's also a Zoom call. I don't know. Is the Zoom call the audio? Is the audio the Zoom call? We'll figure it out. We'll watch both. And I will try not to expose you to too much Candace Owens, but she is going to do a little gloating. So we'll let her run her victory lap here and see, you know, what she's got on Erica Kirk after having ostensibly squashed the beef and agreed to peaceful terms of like, no, Erica is not part of the conspiracy. Now she's taken a second bite at that apple, but this time she's got something of substance. This time she's got something real that does really, well, you're going to see exactly how this makes Erica Kirk look. So let's go.
I survived the ice storm. I'm sorry that we were down yesterday. We had no internet, but we are going to make up for it with a show this Friday. Anyway, what do I have for you today? You guys already know that many people are upset with me. And by many people, I mean the mainstream media and all of their cronies. They're upset for a lot of reasons. Foremost, because I mentioned the idea that Charlie's life may have been the Truman Show. How dare I? Well, it's about to get a little more weird when I tell you something else that we have learned about the origins of the X-Men school that he went to in his youth. I probably should have named the thumbnail, X-Men Origins. Missed opportunity. Also, we have, and they are seemingly very upset, that we are going to share with you this conference call that I promised you. Erica installed as the new CEO and chairman. She headed up this.
So maybe this is both? Are there two? Is she talking about two things?
About 12 days after Charlie was assassinated, just after the memorial.
I heard other people say it was like 6 days.
The thumbnail, X-Men Origins. Missed opportunity. Also, we have, and they are seemingly very upset, that we are going to share with you this conference call that I promised you.
Wait,
Erica,
what was the other thing?
Installed as the new CEO and chairman. She headed up this conference call. The X-Men life may have been the Truman Show. How dare I? Well, it's about to get a little more weird when I tell.
How? Do you know what that? What is she talking about? What is she actually talking about? Is she just saying that everybody in his life is part of a conspiracy to manage him? Because the real implication of the Truman Show would and also that's, you know, that in and of itself, that's a pretty expensive conspiracy theory. But, you know, really the Truman Show, it'd be like the public, everyone is you know, a part of the charade of a life that Charlie thinks he's living, right? Charlie's fans aren't real fans, right? I mean, that's crazy, right? But I mean, it's almost like it smacks of delusion, right? And the kind of delusion that we've become accustomed to from Candace Owens.
Tell you something else that we have learned about the origins of the X-Men school that he went to in his youth. I probably should have named the thumbnail.
The Charlie Kirk X-Men school. Okay.
X-Men origins, missed opportunity.
Did he like go to a gifted, was he in a gifted talented program? Is that what this is? What is the actual like truth behind the fucking hallucination that Candace Owens is presenting to us?
Also, we have, and they are seemingly very upset that we are going to share with you this conference call that I promised you. Erica, installed as the new CEO and chairman, she headed up this conference call about 12 days after Charlie was assassinated, just after the memorial event. And I'm going to allow you guys to listen to it to see how you feel about it, because I definitely feel a thing about it. What that thing is, I don't know. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh God, no, we can't watch this again. We can't get inculcated into the cult of Candace, okay?
Okay, before we dive in, a quick thank you to Nimi Skincare for supporting the show. New year, new skin, same values. I appreciate that Nimi focuses today. Okay.
Unethical react.
So last week, I said to you guys that in the near future, we are going to do a maybe 2 episodes, could be a 3-part series on Erica Kirk's past. A few people online were very upset about that instantly. Oh, how dare you? How could you look into anything involving Erica Kirk? Let me explain to you guys what's happening here. You're probably wondering what it is that we are doing. So I'm old. I'm 36 years old. Back in my day, there used to be this thing known as journalism, basic journalism. It existed. I know it seems very far off, but it would be considered probably back in my day, literal insanity to allow someone to take over the reins of an organization that quite literally relies on the goodwill of the public, because it's a charitable organization, which happened to have raised over $250 million following the assassination of its founder. And then apparently nobody's interested in doing a basic profile piece on the new chairman and CEO that took over.
Okay, she's right. There used to be a thing called journalism. There used to be a thing called shame. If you did something this brazenly avaricious in public, there was a penalty, a public relations, a public perception penalty for this kind of thing. That's true. What changed it? Donald fucking Trump. The injection of a negative, polarization on steroids, which allows people to escape scrutiny from the people that are powering their prominence, right? In other words, if somebody is conservative coded, MAGA coded, then their MAGA fans are going to say that any kind of scandal that's presented about them is fake news, right? That's what killed the journalism that you're speaking of, right? That's when it left the public sphere. So yeah, ironically enough, Candace is absolutely right here in terms of her analysis of, TPUSA would not have gotten away with this, 12 years ago, for instance. But yeah, that's because of your, political movement that you've been part of. Now, granted, Candace is a bit of an op to a lot of MAGA and especially TPUSA. So, you know, far be it from me to break up this cat fight. Let's let her cook.
Like that's actually, that makes no sense. And so that's what we are committing ourselves to. We are doing a couple of episodes to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the background of Erica Kirk, because the public deserves to know. And like I said, it's basic journalism. This entire idea that, well, Charlie wanted this, that
I do think Candace generally liked Charlie Kirk. It's possible, right? It's possible, and it is entirely probable that TPUSA is absolutely, you know, using his death in a disgusting way, not just out of pure avarice. Not, you know, it is, you know, she's like right about this. I mean, she's a disgusting person, but she is correct here.
would fly probably actually nowhere in the world, not even in the old world, not even under monarchy rule in the 11th century. In England, would that work? You can't just say, oh, well, that was his missus, that was his queen consort, and hand her a kingdom. Even under that model, it would be Charlie's son that would inherit Turning Point USA. So stop doing that. Stop saying that. Doesn't make any sense. The public is not biting. I am not biting. And to be clear, the more time that goes on, the more that we are seeing the general direction that this company is taking under her stewardship, the less we're liking. The general public doesn't like it. I don't like it. And especially the recent bout of paranoia where we had a bunch of employees who factually worked 20-hour days. That fact, by the way, you are about to hear Erica confirm herself. Those employees were then fired without even being given a clear reason as to why. Just, gotta go, going in a different direction. That doesn't exactly match what we were told as the public. We were told that they're a family. How dare anybody question anybody ever in the family? Followed immediately, almost seemingly in the new year, by get out. We're just moving in a different direction. Knock, knock, we're at your door. You fired, and you better hand me your computer or else. We just want to know what happened here. Anyway, being a 501c3 company, being a charity, becoming a charitable organization makes you, of course, accountable to the public. Always, they are allowed to ask questions, even if you want to send out a bunch of cease and desist letters. And thanks to this recent string of misguided firings, that's putting it mildly, we did happen to get our hands on an audio recording of a corporate-wide Zoom call, which took place pretty immediately following Charlie's memorial. So for clarity, this call took place on Monday, September 22nd. So this is 11 days, less than 2 weeks after her husband was publicly assassinated in front of the entire world. It's important to remember that. It's also less than 48 hours, about 48 hours after his private Catholic funeral mass, which the public was not privy to. But top paying donors were. That's also odd. We'll save that for another day. I just think that you should know that. I want to plug that into our master timeline, which I know I keep promising you I'm going to publish. I will. So we know on September 10th, Charlie is assassinated. This is the bottom of the timeline. On the 18th, this, by the way, strikes me as odd in the retrospect as I was working on these couple of episodes about...
Wait, what if in Charlie's will, Candace is the true heir to the TBSA throne? And they're suppressing it? They're hiding it?
America. On the 18th, there's 8 days after the assassination, she gave an in-person interview with the New York Times at her and Charlie's condo. Okay. Now, regarding the New York Times profile piece, I was totally in a cloud of grief by myself when all of that went down. Okay, you remember I had to go away to Wyoming just to breathe, to process, to get closer to accepting that it was real. I went away for 2 weeks. I didn't really catch the fact that it was an in-person meeting until later. 8 days after his public assassination, she sits down for a piece with the publication that hated Charlie the entire time he was alive. New York Times was constantly writing hit pieces about Charlie Kirk, or pieces that just were not kind or favorable to Charlie Kirk. So it's an interesting decision. And reading the article, or rereading, because somebody said you should actually go back and revisit everything that transpired in the days after, and you kind of have new eyes, and that's very true. But in reading that,
Chat, you have no idea how tasty sour mango is with chili and salt poured over it. It is like, I don't think there's anything like it.
article in retrospect, something that I am particularly struck by is the fact that she describes suddenly being forced into the single mother position as the quote unquote least traumatizing thing. Becoming a single mother suddenly, 8 days later, she describes that as the least traumatizing thing. Again, that's an exact quotation. I'll read it. You can see it. They're going into this, they're speaking about Trump's energy and his tone toward her on phone calls. And it reads, quote from her, "The president's tone," she said, "was soft and embracing. I could tell he wanted to hug me." Others have responded in the same manner to Ms. Kirk, now left to care for a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. That new life, Ms. Kirk said, quote, "is actually the least traumatizing thing for me, since she herself has been raised by her mother after their parents divorced when she was young." And we're just supposed to pretend that that's completely normal. Or
is it chili oil? No, it's just like a powder. It's like salt mixed with chili flakes, right? When I first got here, I'd see these little fruit stands, and I love fruit, right? And I usually can't afford stuff like, mangoes unless it's mango season, and the Mexican mangoes are like on sale for $1 a piece, right? And I would always get some fruit, and then the fruit seller would say, do you want a plum? What is it, like plum salt or chili salt or shrimp paste? Right? That's usually like, what do you want? You need a condiment, right? For your fruit. And I'm just like, it blows my mind, because I'm just like, no, you eat the fruit, you eat the fruit. It doesn't need a condiment. True, right? But goddamn, does it ever take it to another level?
or whatever. I would figure maybe the least traumatizing bit would be something more mundane, maybe along the lines, if this was a thing, if Charlie constantly filled up her gas tank and someone was like, well, who's going to fill up your gas tank? She might reply, that's actually the least traumatizing thing. I don't even care about that. That's just me filling up.
Wait, what is this? Erica trying to claim that Tyler Robinson is dragging out his court cases nasty too, especially after her fake "I forgive him." And then her now being anti-due process. Wait, I didn't even heard of this, Miku.
Car.
Single mother position when Charlie literally always has been away from home 6 days a week.
That would be like the least traumatizing thing. Becoming a single mother after your husband is horrifically assassinated, realizing that your children are going to grow up without a father who toured the world and spoke about the importance of fatherhood and relayed the statistics pertaining to the youth that grow up without their fathers in the home. I would describe that as very traumatizing. I think across the board, that's a traumatizing thing, not the least traumatizing thing by any stretch of an imagination. Anyway, we are now in season 7, episode 4 of Everybody Grieves Differently, but that's weird. Now, getting to this corporate call again, can we just go back if you want to throw in?
It's calling out shit like this, I think, that has, blown Candace up on a national stage, right? It's saying what a lot of people, even on the right, were probably thinking, but just didn't have the lack of tact, I guess, to actually say it. That, yeah, no, this doesn't seem like a grieving widow at all.
In that schedule again, sorry, yeah, okay, great. So we have this on the 10th, he's assassinated. On the 18th, is that in-person interview with the New York Times. On the 20th, we have the funeral mass, which is held at a church at 11 a.m. On the 21st is the public memorial event that is held at State Farm Stadium. And on the 22nd, which I had not mentioned.
Can anybody explain to me what is the Catholic funeral aspect of this conspiracy theory? She's saying that TPUSA didn't want people to know that he asked for a Catholic funeral in his will.
Before, I've been building this timeline in the background. There's a private dinner. Not going to mention what restaurant it's at, but the McCoys are there, Elizabeth, Mikey, Erica, and they're in joyous spirits is exactly what the email said of someone who was there. They were in joyous spirits. Okay. Just want to get that. I think a lot of this, when you hear this call that I'm about to play for you, I'm not trying to color your opinion, but I am going to give you mine because it's my podcast. I'm allowed to do it. I do want to remind you that Charlie has not been dead for 2 weeks. That's where you have to go back to. Not even 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. Not a normal, he didn't, we had to watch this. We had to visually watch this. Now, the entirety of this call, which we're not going to play, is 15 minutes long. I'm going to figure out how to just drop it on my...
Wait, Candace claims he secretly converted months before. So wait, that I thought he did. I thought somehow that... Oh my God, I fucking took that. That was Candace's claim? That's like not supported by anything? But like, yeah, I just assumed that, you know, like, I assumed that he did have, like... So there's actually no proof for what she's claiming then. She's saying there's like a second funeral that happened secretly. Is that her claim?
My X feed.
But yeah, the kids are gonna be so fucked up from this, right? Yeah, absolutely. Seeing your dad's face memed into oblivion, turned into it, like he's gonna be like one of the fucking original. Like think about Charlie Kirk, and all the AI slop of him, you know, going to Agartha or whatever. Right, this is going to be the new Elsa Gate. He's going to replace like Elsa and Spider-Man and all the Elsa Gate characters in the nightmare of the next generation of kids, let alone his own kids, right? But he did not convert, or he didn't. USA is an evangelical institution. What's... But is she trying to claim that he had a secret... That there was a second funeral? Is that what her thing is? The Catholic funeral? Is that why she's saying Catholic funeral?
But I want to make sure that we properly and fairly contextualize it. So we're not being choosy. We're not cutting this for drama. The obvious point of this call to set this up is to introduce Erica. She's the new leader. Not even introducing, she's just heading up this call, but obviously she's going to be at the helm of this, so they're getting to know her. And she does begin the call by being thankful to the entire Turning Point USA team for their work at the memorial event. So let's take a listen.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century.
They're talking about the WWE style funeral, or I don't know what did they call that thing? What did they call the weird fascist like cavalcade that they did in Charlie's name?
It's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design.
I'm so thankful for all your work now that you're fired. So what's the deal? There were employees there that worked for 20 plus hours days, and then she just like fires them.
Team, the production team, it's just phenomenal.
It's 420 somewhere. Oh my God, Jerry McLean, that's a capital idea right there. If we weren't on the audio right now, I would go and partake myself. Because it is actually it is like a nighttime now.
Their incredible work leading into the memorial.
Yeah, they didn't hear the gospel over the fireworks, but that's okay, BCAT-K, because they are Charlie Kirk. They'll carry the flame, they'll fight for the gospel, and they'll honor his name. So, you know.
And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grief.
Personal question. Does this chili salt make my lips redder? Do you see that? Like, I feel like my lips got, like, I don't have any lipstick on, right? I feel like I don't know, chat.
Grieving the loss of my husband, and honestly, I know several staff that
It feels like it's the spice is like on my lips, right? And I almost feel it almost feels like it's like making them
sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously, a huge thank you to the Mosaic.
Wait till you see the Zoom video release of this call. Is it the same call? Her ability to go from happy to bubbly to grievance is amazing. So wait, does Candace not have the video? Is that the issue? The Catholic conversion is a rumor. Candace is spreading. Yeah, and you can see why. You can see the power. I mean, there's a movement, right? There's a movement trying to kind of replace evangelical conservatism with, I don't know, Catholic theocratic fascism, I suppose. Tradcath. Vatican II, denialist, Catholic, I guess.
Team, VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have the most incredible team.
Wait, you have a lipstick with what? Hot pepper?
And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that, and I am so, so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this. And
Catholic nationalist, yeah. What is that called? NatCath?
It's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past.
Okay, wait. So chat, should we just watch the video then? If this is a thing? I thought I had this, like, patriotic housewife has it. I thought, for some reason, I thought, wait, maybe I do. Full leaked Zoom call. Oh my God, chat. I did already have this. Here, we'll finish up with Candace, but I've got the link now for the Zoom call. Wow. I'm actually more prepared than I thought I was. That's amazing. Look at that.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll watch this afterwards. I gotta pee. Wait, I guess, oh my God, it's long. It's long. Okay, how long? Wait, this is, leaked Erica Kirk call lasts from, like 11:25 to, oh, it's almost over. So yeah, it's the same length, I think.
Have any issues with someone said something about this or that? Like, if you guys have any of that,
I will say one thing about Candace Owens, right? We look at this with like people like Destiny and Ethan Klein and even, like Hassan. But in terms of like taking care of business with internet drama, I would say that Candace Owens is a pretty high level operator, if you know what I'm saying. One might even say a clandestine operator at that level, right? This is not somebody that, this is somebody that will it looks like Majority Report's got a video of her, just leaving no crumbs of Dave Rubin. So yeah, she's not one to be trifled with.
Put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the chat here, and
priceless. She says she isn't trying to influence opinions after having just attempted to influence opinions. Yeah, and the whole fucking Charlie was Catholic thing is an attempt to influence opinions. They're basic, okay, I don't want to compare Charlie Kirk with Martin Luther King. I would never, that's fucking offensive even to think of, let alone to say. But in the same way that especially the right, and also liberals manipulate Martin Luther King's legacy, I feel like Charlie Kirk's legacy is kind of up for grabs. And you're even seeing the likes of Nick Fuentes, who is, Charlie Kirk's #1 detractor, #1 op. You're even seeing the likes of Nick Fuentes vie for putting a spin on the meaning of Charlie Kirk's life, right? Especially now that he is not around to contradict anyone. My husband, wait. Yeah, I don't want to be morbid, but yeah, my husband did just get slimed out. That's right, Davy.
You guys
I'm gonna
are
pee.
responding live.
I'll be right back. We'll watch the video
live.
at that
Listen
point.
to this. It is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that have been hit. And my husband's dead, not to be morbid. That is a sentence that and this was not my husband, and I had no sort of the type of relationship that she had with him, that I was able to utter. Least of all, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase. Now, we know everybody grieves differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset. And I want to be clear, the overall mood of this call is extraordinarily upbeat. It's extraordinarily happy. But of course, as the CEO and chairman, she does have to address the elephant in the room, the morbid elephant in the room, if you will, because it's an obligation. You have a new CEO. The employees are working 20-hour days, but also their founder, Charlie, was publicly assassinated less than 2 weeks ago. You got to address that. And you're going to hear her address that by recapping to them that throughout these long working days, the employees were provided with ample resources while they were working. Take a listen.
I'm just grateful that while things were still in motion and moving around, that we had our leadership teams provide for you counselors, pastors. I heard there were therapy dogs. Slightly jealous that I didn't get to have any moment with a therapy dog. Breakfast. I was really adamant about making sure that we paid for your flights for your spouses to be there. That was something on my heart. You don't want to grieve alone. No one's supposed to grieve alone. It's not healthy. But I just think it's a beautiful honor that all of these benefits were made for the community to grieve and remember Charlie. And I really hope you took advantage of those in a healthy way when they were provided, because it's meant to be for everyone, for healing. Grief comes in waves. Some days are going to be tougher than others, but take it as it comes. And that's why you have your Turning Point family, and just lean on them and lean on other people in your life that will help you and pour into you and pray with you to get you through it. I say that, though, that if you do need more time to grieve, please continue to use Turning Point USA's network of counselors. We have pastors. I mean, there are so many resources for you. If you do need additional time off, please talk to your director about using paid time off for that. And again, it's not easy, but again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action.
Holy shit, jealous of a therapy dog, Mrs. Bazillionaire? Get one. Yeah, basically. Fuck, I didn't realize there was more. I thought she was done playing I thought that was all of the leaks. So wait, maybe the audio leaks are longer than the video leaks. We'll watch the video leaks afterwards.
Full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we did with the memorial, and I'm so honored and proud of each and every one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. We have...
Oh my god, she's calling back to the song. You think she put Splexma on repeat? Oh my god. She's got We Are Charlie Kirk as her ringtone. That's what I think.
Turning Point USA's network of counselors. We have pastors. I mean, there are so many resources for you. If you do need additional time off,
wait.
Please
oh,
talk
God.
to your director. Be adamant about making sure that we paid for your flights for your spouse.
Is a sentence that and this was not my husband, and I had no sort
I'm so sad to have to roll it back. I didn't realize. I thought Candace was just gonna vamp for me. Yeah, Erica carries the flame. That's right.
Of the type of relationship
song came out. This way before the song came out.
That she had with him, that I was able to utter.
I mean, it's AI slop. Why does the song take so long? You feel like they could just pump it out the next day.
Least of all, I mean, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase. Now we know everybody grieves differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset. And I want to be clear, the overall mood of this call is extraordinarily upbeat. It's extraordinarily happy. But of course, as the CEO and chairman, she does have to address the elephant in the room, the morbid elephant in the room, if you will, because it's an obligation. You have a new CEO. The employees are working 20-hour days, but also their founder, Charlie, was publicly assassinated less than 2 weeks ago. You got to address that. And you're going to hear her address that by...
Yeah, that's the weird thing. It's the detachment from reality, I think, that makes this shit just uncanny. And we'll see. Maybe it's even more uncanny on video.
Recapping to them that throughout these long working days, the employees were provided with ample resources while they were working. Take a listen.
I'm just grateful that while things were still in motion and moving around, that we had our leadership teams provide for you counselors, pastors. I heard there were therapy dogs. Slightly jealous that I didn't get to have any moment with a therapy dog.
I mean, this is just her trying to say, I don't know. I mean, there's already going to be a lot of them that think because she lost her husband that she had it worse than them. Obviously there is a giant, cushion that she has that they don't have, and no amount of free hour of therapy, go talk to a pastor, or let's bring in a a therapy dog, right? None of that is gonna, especially the things that they're dealing with are 20-hour work days. I don't think, what are you gonna do? You're gonna pet the therapy dog for the one of the 4 hours that you're off until you have to go in the next day and do another 20 hours. How do you even do that to somebody? How do you fucking have somebody working 20 hours and be like, all right, sleep for 4 hours, or, be back here in 4 hours, right? go home from you can go home, or they're probably not going home. I don't know. They're maybe sleeping at the office. This is like startup shit.
Breakfast. I was really adamant about making sure that we paid for your flights for your spouses to be there. That was something on my heart. You don't want to grieve alone.
I mean, she did say therapist, but I'm guessing there's a lot more pastors than therapist, if you know what I'm saying, right? Pastor will probably show up, I don't know, pro bono. Therapists will cost money.
It's supposed to grieve alone. It's not healthy.
Maybe, I don't know.
But I just think it's a beautiful honor that all of these benefits were made for the community to grieve and remember Charlie. And I really hope you took advantage of those in a healthy way when they were provided, because it's meant
Yeah,
to...
she makes them work 20-hour work days, and then forces them to use their paid time off if they've got to, if they've got to recover.
Be for everyone for healing. Grief comes in waves.
Or heal, right? This is TPUSA. Like people that work there, they potentially know the guy. Even if they don't know the guy, they are probably fans of his. And hogs have feelings too, chat. Hogs have feelings too.
Some days are going to be tougher than others, but take it as it comes. And that's why you have your Turning Point family, and just lean on them and lean on other people in your life that will help you and pour into you and pray with you to get you through it. I say that, though, that if you do need more time to grieve, please continue to use...
Here we go.
Turning Point USA's network of counselors. We have pastors. I mean, there are so many resources.
Oh, I thought she was going to get to the...
For you. If you do need additional time off, please talk to your director about using paid time off.
There we go.
For that.
I mean, look, the people that say that she wasn't ready for the corporate role. I mean, this could be in Fallout, right? I mean, this is like classic corporate speak, right? Oh yeah, we do so much for you, and we want to make sure that we're taking care of you. We care so much about you at this company. Just please make sure if you have to take extra time off for grieving, make sure that is paid time off that you're using. Do not think that you are going to get, any sort of extra, time due to the, you're using your sick days basically.
And again, it's not easy, but again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work.
Emily Sawyer, the therapy dog, is actually there to bite you if your numbers go down. Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. And that's what we did with the memorial. And I'm so honored and proud of each and every one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. We have so much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule, then just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now.
Yeah, he's doing like backflips with Jesus, right? He's doing barrel rolls. Jesus is like, do a barrel roll, Charlie. And Charlie's like, woo, barrel roll.
But there's so much work to be done. I mean, since his...
is paid time off? Yeah, paid time off, aka sick days, right? At different jobs, you'll get an allotment sometimes of, you've got, X number of paid time off days. Now, that doesn't mean that you can use them wherever, whenever, or there's not going to be reprisals from you if you kind of cut out at a time that your bosses don't want you to, or if you take too many in a row. There's still a lot of office politics or company politics that go into how you can use these 6 days, but they're essentially supposed to be used, if you are sick or you have an emergency, you have a certain allotment of days that you're paid for. And then, once you use those up, then there is, going to be a problem. You're definitely not getting paid for any additional days that you take, and very likely might be disciplined or fired right? Even if that's from, there's stories about employees trading sick days, right? In order to, like, somebody gets really sick and they use up all their sick days, and then another person comes in and says, hey, listen, I have, X number of sick days left. I will go in. I'm not scheduled to work that day. I will go in for them. Just please, like, do not, right? You got people kind of, sacrificing themselves to, like, help, to help their fellow employees deal with, essentially what is not a very human set of working conditions, in that you don't exactly control how many days you get sick during a year. And the implication there is that, hey, you get sick too much, you should just tough it out. Come in anyway.
Assassination, we have 100,000 chapters.
Thanks for explaining. I'm too European for this shit. No, I'm glad you said something, because, this is like, Americans don't realize that some of this shit ain't normal.
1,000 chapter requests. We have 300,000 new donors. That is...
Wait, it's different than sick days? Is it more of like a vacation time kind of thing?
Blessing in itself. Again, not normal. All God. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Yeah. Or they've had community funds where you can donate to accrue your accrued paid. Yeah. Companies will do that to kind of like help people out that are in a real health crisis.
I mean, I'm saying these numbers because it puts into perspective that we're not just sitting and thinking and looking at the wall being like, what do we do? Like that, there is so much to do. You have over 20.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this is not something you could use as a sick day, since you have to schedule it 2 days, weeks. Yeah, it'd be something to take care of an emergency, life, family situation, or like somebody said, yeah, if you're getting, if you're diagnosed with cancer and really have to take like a lot of time off for treatment and recovery.
Registrations.
There's a lot happening there, and none of it is what I would be expecting to happen there. So basically what the employees said to me was that they got onto this call and everyone's exhausted, everyone's been working, they pull off this massive memorial. And then there's kind of this approach where it's like, well, if you guys need paid time off, like Charlie's in heaven dancing, wanting you to work harder. He's just up there like, you better work, but you can use the paid time off that you have earned, by the way, if you need to grieve more. But imagine you're the employee, you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying.
Yeah. And it's something you have to accrue, right? By the amount of time you've worked there.
So am I weird? Would I be like, I would be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead. That's the mentality that they had. Like, how are we supposed, like, are we weird for wanting to grieve? Is that not the vibe? How can we take paid time off when Erica is
the whole thing, here's the contradiction, right? The human response to the death of somebody that's important to you is to grieve. However, the corporate response of having your guy in the headlines like he's never been before because his neck just did one weird trick that nobody's ever seen before is a time in the corporate world to make money, to strike while the iron is hot. And that is obviously where their mind was during all this.
Is saying full.
Yeah, Charlie is up there like, you better work. He is definitely
ahead. It's very strange. It is even kind of using this idea of Charlie being in heaven, looking down, and the laughter. I don't know. I feel like the rest of you. I feel uncomfortable. And of course, now what we're going to listen to is her pivot to the future vision, because that's what the bulk of this is about. And it's going to consist of the notebooks that I keep telling you the public is never going to see. Apparently, what I gather from this is that Charlie presented to the staff a vision for 2025, but Erica is going to say that there was a vision beyond that, all the way to 2030. And there's a project 2030. And then she's going to kind of want to say that she's happy, but then catch herself realizing that that would be kind of weird to say that she's happy. Take a listen.
The prophetic mind of my husband was that he always planned for the future. You guys are obviously aware of like Vision 2025, but
okay,
Charlie's
sorry.
also-
What is Vision 2025 a TPUSA thing? It just doesn't have to do with Project 2025.
Also working on Vision 2030 in the weeks leading up to September 10th, and he was
This is separate, right?
working really closely with Justin, and that's why Justin had been appointed the role of COO, because he was literally, I remember phone calls when Charlie and I would take our night walks, and it would be 10 o'clock at night, and him and Justin would just be talking about the plans. I was aware of the plans. I have his journals that are aware of the plans. Like, there is no confusion of what's to come. And I want to give you guys that reassurance that it's full steam ahead. And the board and I are working with Justin and the executive leadership teams to make sure that all of those plans come into effect 2030 and beyond. But I, again, am so grateful for all of you. I'm so proud of all of you. You honor my husband so well. All of you do. And it's weird to say I'm excited. I really hesitate saying
There you
that.
go. There you go. I don't want to say I'm excited or anything, but
Really hard for me to say that. It's a really weird thing to say, but I think it comes from a space of peace, knowing that God's using this and we're humbly witnessing the gospel in real time.
I don't know what to say. She doesn't want to say she's happy. I don't want to say I'm happy, but where it comes from, I'm going to explain the happiness that I feel it comes
one of
from.
the weird things about Christianity, when you gotta say, like, I think that, you know, everything is part of God's plan, you really aren't allowed to grieve. And I think that's where some of this, like, weird toxic positivity this is coming from, that you're gonna hear in this audio and see in this Zoom call, is that, you know, if you really take Christianity like 10 toes down, you can't be sad for somebody that you think is a godly man. And, you know, people there, you know, they're there because they think that Charlie is a, you know, godly man, and you know, he's died. You know, he is better off than all of you. You gotta be happy for him, right? And that's not a human thing to do. That's not really a way of grief. In fact, isn't that the first stage of grief, is denial? Yeah, you're stuck in stage 1 with that. If you're really, you know, kind of this evangelical organization like TPOSA purports to be.
From peace, because we're witnessing the gospel in real time. All of this makes my skin crawl. It genuinely makes my skin crawl. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You can go find your commentator who's going to tell you everybody grieves differently. Nope, that is less than 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. That doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel right to, I would say, the majority of people, or that doesn't feel right. Knowing that they're joyous at dinners. And again, this is when people who did not know Charlie could not stop crying and were sending me emails, who've never met Charlie, who didn't even know what Turning Point USA was, because they watched his assassination, could not stop crying and pull themselves together. That is not the emotion that we're getting there. Like I said, the entire call is upbeat, and the portions where we are even speaking about grief, it feels like an obligation. Like, you know, hey, you got the dogs, and what Charlie wants is for you to work now. And that is how the employees that I've spoken to who were on that call, that's how they felt. My assumption.
All right. So, Shorts chat, I am reading you into, I didn't realize this. We went past the, Hassan debates the, parents thing. I'm going to go ahead and raid you into the regular chat. We're going to merge chats, so get ready for that. Hopefully you will automatically be merged. If not, maybe the mods can post a link, and I will post a link as well. Look at this. There it is. That's where you should come, and we'll continue the stream from there. I'm gonna make sure that I am in the stream that I think I'm in. Yes, I am, and end it. There we go. All right, so welcome.